This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Members, please take your seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Infrastructure Minister via social media said, "I do not have the powers to provide support schemes for the taxi industry or bus operators. I've never had those powers. The Economy Minister has those powers, but she won't provide support." Subsequent to that, I wrote yesterday evening to the Economy Minister, and I wrote, "Dear Diane, this evening, Monday the 14th of September, the Infrastructure Minister made a statement via social media regarding financial support for the road, freight, taxi and coach hire sectors. Does the Department for the Economy itself have legislative powers to provide financial support to the road, freight, taxi and coach hire sectors?" Yours sincerely, Christopher Stalford, Belfast South. I have received a detailed response from the Minister, part of which includes the following. In looking to the remit of specific departments within the Northern Ireland Executive Schedules 1 and 3 to the Budget Act 2020 allocate funding to DFI for transport licensing, enforcement and regulation, as well as support for transport services, including grants in respect of rail and road passenger services, including fare concessions. Therefore, support for transport services is not restricted to fare concessions, and on a reasonable interpretation, taxis and ferries would clearly be regarded as transport services. The reason I raise all this, and I've read it into the record, sir, is because it is important that ministers are honest. And I'm asking for a ruling in terms of the honesty and veracity of the statements that are being made in this instance by the Minister for Infrastructure.
Well, the member will be aware that it would not be really appropriate for myself to make such a judgment as the member is asking. I would also refer to, but I mean, you have made your points on the record, and I would also refer members to the fairly significant amount of debate and commentary on this matter yesterday. Okay, so the member has made his point. The first item on the order paper is a motion on a hardship fund for businesses excluded from existing COVID-19 support packages. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly is deeply concerned at the significant impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the local economy, acknowledges the substantial financial support package put in place by the UK Government to support employers, employees and the self-employed, recognises that thousands of sole traders and micro businesses in Northern Ireland have not been able to access financial support, and calls on the Minister for the Economy to establish a new fit-for-purpose business hardship fund targeted at those businesses that have so far been excluded from existing support packages.
I call on John Stewart to move the motion.
Speaker.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to bring this motion to the House today and thank the Minister also for coming along today. Although I would say it is regrettable that it's taken a motion from the Ulster Unionist Party here to highlight the plight of businesses that have fallen through the cracks and been excluded or unable to available packages to date. Mr. Speaker, this issue has gained a lot of traction recently due to, in part, the passionate and sustained lobbying from groups like Excluded NI or excellent business organisations like Enterprise NI, who have actively highlighted the plight of many thousands of directors, sole traders and business people who have to date been unable to avail of any government support, along with the need to see a business-focused economic recovery plan. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it has not taken me until recent weeks to acknowledge their plight, and this is an issue that I and others have been actively promoting since early April. When the initial business support grants of £10,000 and £25,000 were ruled out, we all welcomed these and understood the reasons behind getting them out so quickly. But I said at that stage that it was imperative that we created other schemes in addition that would sweep up companies that had been unable to access those grants at that stage. As the campaign has grown, the Minister for the Economy has repeatedly said that designing and rolling out a new scheme would not be her remit but would be that of the Executive. However, back in March, Mr. Speaker, the Minister herself acknowledged the issue and said, "I hope to be in a position to respond further to meet the particular needs of businesses here, particularly around self-employed people and for businesses who cannot avail themselves of other measures that are available." Mr Speaker, the Minister acknowledged back in March that it was her remit, and I argue today that it still is. Whether it was at the Ad hoc Committee or at the Economy Committee or in debates in this chamber on economic recovery, I have been at pains to point out from the beginning that while this was the biggest health crisis in a century, it was quickly becoming the biggest economic crisis we had ever faced. From the outset, I have argued for an ambitious economic recovery plan, but also creative and generous government intervention in the form of economic support packages to businesses who, through no fault of their own, had seen their turnover decimated by the impact of coronavirus and lockdown measures. If this required a complete reprioritisation of our government and executive spending, then so be it. There is no doubt, Mr Speaker, that via the Job Retention Scheme, the Self-Employed Scheme and the £10,000 and £25,000 grant scheme, a huge broad brushstroke approach was applied to business support, and I fully acknowledge just how vast this support was and continues to be. That was essential, absolutely necessary, and has saved hundreds of thousands of jobs and countless businesses from going under. And for those that were able to avail of that support, it has been an absolute lifeline. However, given the nature of these schemes and a significant minority of businesses and entrepreneurs did not meet the qualifying criteria, this was quickly recognised, and as far back as March, I joined Economy Committee colleagues in calling for a bespoke hardship grant targeting these people to be established. When the Department of Economy finally announced their business hardship grant back in May, it was cautiously welcomed and felt that it would be able to provide the safety net for businesses who had missed out. It was then, Mr Speaker, hugely lamentable then when not only did the qualifying criteria change 3 times in the 24 hours prior to its launch, but ultimately the criteria led to thousands of self-employed directors, sole traders and social enterprises again being excluded or unable to avail. So obtuse was the criteria that almost a quarter of the hardship grant returned unspent. This underspend, along with funds returned from the original business grant scheme, totalling over £53 million, were returned to the Executive back in July. So how is it, Mr Speaker, that almost 2 months on, and despite the protestations of myself and other members of the Economy Committee and sustained lobbying from business groups, there is no new bid from the Department of Economy to create a new support scheme for those businesses continued to cling on by their fingernails? Mr Speaker, scarcely a week passes without a business person from my constituency or across the country contacting me or a colleague, often in tears at the hardship they currently face. Private dentists, consultants, architects, promoters, events managers, chefs, drivers, micro-manufacturers, the list goes on. These people are the personification of the entrepreneurial spirit that we as an Assembly are supposed to champion. Individuals who perhaps in the last 2 or 3 years have given up lucrative careers in the private or public sector to start their own career in being self-employed, blissfully unaware of the devastation around the corner. Unable to access schemes, they have been initially knuckled down, praying that the support would come. Many have taken out loans, have maxed out credit cards, borrowed from families, but were resolute in their determination to survive and convinced that they would not be forgotten about by the Minister or by the Executive. Sadly, Mr Speaker, they have been forgotten about, and it has taken this motion today to get this issue on the agenda. I understand that there are always practical areas, grey areas and funding implications, and I understand that the Minister has many plates to spin in her portfolio, but the fundamental responsibility for a package of support for excluded businesses and business owners must rest and does rest with the Department of Economy. The Minister can't take credit for the previous schemes when rolling them out and then simply wash her hands of them when these new versions are not coming forward. If we take the example of the self-employed hardship scheme, departmental officials tell us at the committee that they're unable to provide a new scheme, potentially because the raw data is not there from HMRC, but the Minister tells us it's not her responsibility. So what is it? The department can't or it won't? Or is it that the Minister agrees with her Permanent Secretary, who told the Economy Committee 2 weeks ago, if it is only to keep businesses going for 6 or 8 weeks, as we head into more turbulent times, we have to wonder if the resources would be better deployed elsewhere. Tell that to a director of a company who is lying awake at night wondering how to pay the bills, who has maxed out every line of credit they've got but is resolute in their determination to survive, and watched other businesses receive help, and then they've been said, you're not worth saving, or if you survive this long, you'll be okay. Is that the sort of support we want to see from this Executive and from the Minister? And I ask the question. Mr Speaker, the Minister in ad hoc committees and briefings to our Economy Committee has rightly said she'll not be found wanting when it comes to an economic recovery plan or providing support for businesses. When I questioned her about a similar scheme to the Welsh Resilience Fund at the committee in May, she says we will be looking for a package for the Northern Ireland economy. We will be looking along the lines of the Welsh Resilience Funds, for example, but we will not be looking at just mitigation measures. We will be looking at something to take us a step further. 4 months later, we have no sight of any bespoke resilience fund. We have no sight of any bids or any plans for a new hardship grant scheme, and we have no sight of the full economic recovery plan. I'll finish, Mr Speaker, with a heartfelt plea to the Minister on behalf of all those business owners in Northern Ireland who are committed to survival but crying out for similar support measures that others have received. Can I implore the Minister and her departmental officials to go away and urgently create a new fit-for-purpose hardship scheme that will target those to date that have been excluded? If there are difficulties or if the rest of the Executive will not commit to releasing funds, then our focus will turn to them. But there must be a bid from the Department of Economy based on a credible, shovel-ready scheme that will show businesses out there that they are committed to supporting them and easing their financial woes. In the absence of any such proposal or commitment, we can only assume that the Department is being led by the remarks of the Permanent Secretary to say they are not worth saving. Thank you, Mr Speaker, for the time today, and I urge all to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Gordon Dunn.
Mr Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to speak on what is a very important issue. I think we all recognise the significant impact that COVID-19 has had on our local economy. We all acknowledge the very significant amount of real financial support which has been delivered by our UK Government and our Executive over the last 6 months, particularly through the Department for the Economy. The Department for the Economy has provided £340 million of support to over 30,000 businesses through the business support schemes for large, small and micro businesses throughout Northern Ireland. We must recognise and commend the efforts of the Economy Minister Diane Dodds in supporting the local economy through such a challenging period, and the Department staff, LPS and InvestNI staff, all of whom have been involved in grant administration and dealing with their day-to-day queries from our constituents. These support measures, alongside the UK Government initiatives, including the furlough scheme, the self-employed income support scheme and the various rates relief measures introduced, have all been absolutely critical for the survival of so many businesses and protecting thousands of jobs right across Northern Ireland. The Minister has rightly prioritised our economic recovery and the publication of the Economic Recovery Strategy, Rebuilding a Stronger Economy, setting out the framework to deliver higher paying jobs, a highly skilled workforce and a more regionally balanced economy. The establishment of an expert-led economic advisory group and a tourism recovery steering group are other progressive measures aimed at stimulating, rebuilding and reviewing our economy, and importantly, giving confidence for the future. There is also the immediate challenge of avoiding another lockdown, which would have a devastating impact upon our economy and our ability to recover already from the past 6 months. Every sector has been affected over the last 6 months. However, there are undoubtedly certain sectors which have been hit hardest, and some are still unable to trade given the restrictions which still remain. Some sectors more significantly impacted than others include tourism, travel, hospitality, aerospace, leisure and art sectors, and these will require tailored support ongoing. There are many small business owners out there, which has already been mentioned, who initially took great risks to start their own business, which is highly commendable and something we fully support. But with COVID-19, these businesses have been hit hard, with a drop in demand, a loss of production, or indeed the reduction, as we're all aware, of footfall within our towns, cities and villages. All of this has had a detrimental effect and a major impact on these businesses. The internet too remains a growing challenge for retail and service sectors, but it's also an opportunity for business growth, and more could be done through our various agencies to support and encourage those businesses to adapt and diversify. Whilst we actively are lobbying for the extension of the furlough scheme, we must be realistic and realise that it will have a limited lifespan. But its continuation in a phased basis is critical, especially over the next few months. There is a need for additional support to sustain existing jobs and businesses in Northern Ireland, and the role of Invest NI to look at alternative support measures for businesses and support upskilling, training, online activity, innovation and research and development. I believe the UK Government and the Executive must make strategic interventions to stimulate and protect more sectors facing the greatest ongoing challenges in the immediate term. I would urge the Executive to look at all the options to see what support can be given to sole traders, small and micro businesses, and we recognise the pain and the loss they are suffering. They should come to a decision to utilise any underspend from the various grant support funds and support those hardest hit as we seek to sustain and rebuild our economy for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Keith Archibald.
And I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak to this debate today, and I'd like to thank my Economy Committee colleague John Stewart for bringing forward the motion. Over the past number of months, I've consistently highlighted those businesses and entrepreneurs who have missed out from both the British Government and the Executive support interventions, and the Economy Committee collectively has listened to and made the case for the extension of supports to those missed out from the other schemes. We all recognise the scale of the interventions that have been made to support businesses. Over £700 million has been made available by the Executive in rates relief and the business grants to support businesses impacted by COVID-19. We also recognise there is a need to focus on and to fund the economic recovery. However, simply pointing that out repeatedly to those who have missed out on any support due to their business type or when or how they establish their business is neither helpful or welcome. Many sole traders, newly self-employed, businesses with no premises and small manufacturing businesses have all missed out simply by the nature of their business. As Mr Stewart has mentioned, we have been told the necessary data to target newly self-employed individuals, for example, has not been forthcoming from HMRC. The Economy Committee last week strongly endorsed that we inquire if the Executive would fund a grant if HMRC will deliver it directly to those individuals. I hope the Economy Minister in her response will indicate if she is willing to consider that. I argued for support beyond the original grant schemes, and the Minister agreed we needed a fund for those who fell through the cracks, and we got the Hardship Fund. When the criteria were published, there were clearly those again who missed out, and I argued for the widening of the criteria of the Hardship Fund to include those still excluded, and was told there was a limit to the funding available. However, it's since become apparent that there was over £60 million of underspend across the grant schemes, which shows supports could have been widened. And surely many lessons have been learned that would help in the speedy design and delivery of some tailored and targeted supports that would deliver much needed and very welcome support. Every MLA in this Assembly has been contacted by business owners and entrepreneurs who have been unable to access support, some of them not even eligible for universal credit. I have listened and I have read about the depths of despair some of those individuals, with bills mounting and no sign of any income. Many have already taken on further debt that they aren't sure will ever be paid. We're all realists here too. We know not every business or job will be saved, but for those who've missed out, it's about giving them a lifeline to keep the lights on, give them a chance to reopen, just like all those who got support simply because they had a premises. These are business owners and entrepreneurs, hairdressers, tradespeople, photographers, taxi drivers, small manufacturing companies that have created jobs and support families. These small and micro businesses and their workers are the backbone of our economy. This isn't about pouring money into business accounts simply to pay bills. It's about protecting livelihoods and supporting workers and families. I have consistently argued to the Economy Minister, and also to my own executive colleagues for that matter, that we need to find a way to support those who have missed out on all supports to date. The Finance Minister has made clear he will consider bids brought forward to support those excluded from other schemes. But other ministers, and in particular the Economy Minister, need to make a bid for funding to support these individuals. We've heard about the bids the Economy Minister has made in relation to economic recovery, and there's certainly a real need to have an economic recovery strategy which addresses the long-term structural issues in our local economy, including low productivity, by focusing on skills development and strengthening workers' rights, as well as the economic recovery from COVID-19. However, in doing that, we need to instil confidence to those businesses and entrepreneurs that make up our economy, that we're willing to support them through the difficult times, as well as reap the benefits in the good times. I will therefore be supporting the motion, and I would urge other members to do likewise. And
I call Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first recognise, as others have pointed out, that the Executive has provided a lot of support. They have provided rate relief schemes, grant schemes, micro-business schemes, help for tourism, apprenticeships, higher education, supply chains, but nothing for 100,000 single-person businesses and newly self-employed. This cannot be right, Mr. Speaker. Even those who have been self-employed for a long time were hit in the subtle differences in the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme and the Job Retention Scheme. If you were an employee with a salary over £50,000, you were covered by the furlough scheme up to the tune of £30,000. If you were self-employed and earned the same, you were excluded from any support. We can see the impact in all of our constituencies with the rise in numbers of those on universal credits. These are people that have worked hard to set up their businesses. They are the backbone of our economy. Surely it has to be more efficient to support our workers to stay in work rather than putting them through this hardship of being unemployed. We all have stories of those that have been left behind. I was contacted by one person who had worked hard to get extra qualifications while working 2 retail jobs. After 3 years borrowing money from their family and their friends, and while caring for a young family, they opened the doors of their business at the start of the year. As soon as lockdown was announced, they contacted me about what support was available. 1 week passed, 2 weeks, and I kept telling them that I had asked the questions. I hoped something would be announced soon. 1 month went by, then 2. Now 6 months have passed and they have got absolutely nothing. The loans they borrowed from friends and family are gone, the business is gone, and they are on universal credits. You know, to go in and open a business takes great courage. You're moving out of your comfort zone, you go in and you do the best that you possibly can. That becomes part of your life, your way of living. It changes your whole outlook on what you're doing. And believe me, I have never come across anyone who has been in business that isn't a hard worker. I can tell you, no such a thing as 37.5 hours or 40 hours. You do what has to be done. This did not happen. This person has gone through so much and was contributing positively to our economy. In comparison to the big schemes already announced, it will only take a modest scheme, the Minister, to cover those that have received absolutely nothing. In this time, it is on all of us in this chamber to help all of our constituents. Surely this is more important at this time of crisis. I hope you all support the motion and that the Minister takes the view of this chamber on board and puts in place this vital support for our businesses should be kept going longer than 6 months. Do I have any more time, Mr. Speaker? I do, because I want to bring to the point that my colleague from South Belfast made in concerning the letter that he wrote to the Department. I have raised numerous times in the Finance Committee who this sits with. On Monday, the news came out that the First and Deputy First Minister were going to bestow powers on the Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Cadney,
pardon?
Could I ask you, you were up to speak on a motion?
Yes, I'm speaking on, and this is related to the motion as well, sir.
Well, could you, in your own immortal words, yesterday?
Yes, so I'm going to ask the Economy Minister to look at the powers that she does have and stop trying to put the blame on other people out there. Deliver what powers you have. If you're not able to do it, then pass it on to some other department. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the mover of the motion as well. I rise, of course, to support the motion because it's a topic that has been on our minds for the last number of months, but much more importantly, one that has caused considerable distress and upset to sole traders and others across Northern Ireland. I'm deeply disappointed that we still have no tangible progress. The national support measures have not been perfect, but they have provided a substantial structure to keep businesses going through this very difficult time. Nonetheless, there have been gaps where devolved regions have stepped in, or in the case of Northern Ireland, not stepped in. Nonetheless, I do want to thank the Minister for agreeing to meet with myself and representatives of Excluded NI last week. I think she will agree that their arguments were persuasive, clear. And now it is the time for action. Over the past few months, the Minister and the Department have told us that it's too complex to do, it's too difficult. Some say that if they've survived this long through the worst of the crisis, why do they need any assistance? Well, I will tell you, Mr. Speaker and Minister, there are business people that pay tax, contribute to our economy and sell Northern Ireland to the world. We must not turn our backs on them. They have exhausted personal funds and in some cases taken on substantial debt to keep their businesses going. Help may mean the difference between closure or going on and moving into recovery. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that this can be done because it's quite clear that it's happening in other parts of the United Kingdom. We all know that Scotland has access to HMRC tax information. But that's not the case in Wales or in any of the English regions, all who have stepped up to deliver for these businesses. During our meeting last Thursday, it was agreed with the Minister that she would once again contact HMRC to look into how we can overcome these complex information issues, if indeed they are complex. I welcome this, but we now need action. Mr. Speaker, why would someone want to take the risk of setting up a business in Northern Ireland? We would not be having this debate today if these businesses were located in any other part of the United Kingdom. So why is the Minister denying businesses here the opportunity to receive help? Money must, of course, be carefully and responsibly spent, and we've heard outrageous figures mentioned in this chamber by way of support. We need to break these businesses down into small bites and work out what they need. Some can be helped by just a few £1,000s. Very few are actually looking for the large sums of money that have been paid out to others. Yes.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. A response to an Assembly written question to me had indicated that there were 2,000 people who became newly self-employed between April and December 2019. The scheme you mentioned in Scotland is £2,000 of a grant to those individuals. That would be £4 million. That's not a huge amount of money.
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the point is very well made by the member. Thank you very much. We must, of course, spend our resources carefully and responsibly, and I understand that the Department is particularly risk-averse following its failures under RHI. However, the Minister should not sit and wait for the Executive to give a green light to everything that she has the authority to do. We are facing a major economic crisis. Our business support schemes should not be underspending by such large magnitudes. I know on this the Minister requires Executive go-ahead, and I noted last week's committee meeting that the mention of an options paper went to the Executive. But it doesn't contain a recommendation to help the particular group of people that we're talking about today. Another ministerial failure. Mr. Speaker, there is great anger and will be even greater anger amongst the public if at the end of this financial year there could have been funds available to support the Northern Ireland economy, and that anger will be manifest if the Minister returns money to the Centre or to HM Treasury. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we need action, we need it now, and today the Minister is going to get and is having a very clear message from this House to support our sole traders and our micro-businesses. I hope that she will sort this out once and for all. Today is the day for the Minister to bring good news to this sector and our economy. The spotlight is on her. It's up to her to succeed or fail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted on all our lives. Faced with the largest public health issue of our time, the Executive and Ministers have had to respond to put in place arrangements to treat those infected while trying to limit the spread of the disease by introducing social distancing regulations. As a result of these social distancing regulations, there is no doubt that many lives have been saved. That was always the priority. These essential regulations have also, however, affected our economy significantly. The Economy Minister and the Executive have had to rapidly respond and make decisions to support the many businesses and individuals who are affected and facing a major reduction in income. It will be no surprise to many in this chamber or outside that the Health Department was the largest in terms of money spent with COVID. But the Department for the Economy significantly outweighs all other departments in its COVID-19 funding response. We should recognise the significant amounts of money given out in direct support to businesses during this crisis alongside other sectors. There have been 20 initiatives launched through the Department for the Economy. Some of those include the business support grant schemes, totalling over £300 million, the Micro Business Fund, the apprenticeship intervention packages and the higher education and skills packages. Whilst another minister within this chamber had to be instructed to insist those within her remit, the Economy Minister has been proactive in getting support packages in place. I will indeed.
I just want to correct the inaccuracy. The First and Deputy First Minister very clearly stated that they have to confer powers on the Infrastructure Minister to assist within the taxi industry and the coach industry, etc., because the Economy Minister had failed to do so. So I'm fed up with this misinformation, this disingenuous nature of comments in this chamber from others who ought to know better.
Order, members. Order, members.
I think the member for intervention, however, she is incorrect. The Minister, unfortunately, the Minister for Infrastructure did drag her feet on this issue. The public will judge for themselves, but unfortunately that is not the topic of this debate today. The debate is around the fact that the Department for the Economy has been proactive in trying to get support packages in place. It is important, however, to recognise that whilst there were many businesses who were able to continue to trade, there were other businesses and individuals who suffered significant economic hardship and fell through the cracks of support. There are also specific sectors who continue to face very challenging times and need support too. The aerospace, the tourism, hospitality industries are just some of those areas which need support. There are significant challenges ahead. We have to deal with the immediate issue of trying to prevent a second lockdown, which would be devastating for the economy. So we need to be mindful of that when we have these conversations. The other issue being the furlough scheme ending, and I know the Executive has written to the UK Government to express our feelings on the need to ensure that... Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Need, for the member to give way. I just asked if the member would confirm, of course, that his party, all of his party, are fully supportive of the measures that the Executive are taking to prevent the spread of COVID.
I should have reminded the member of the last intervention that you have an additional minute.
Yeah. I thank the member for his intervention. I think the First Minister has clarified that the Executive has been very clear in terms of the measures that are in place. But I think in all of this, it is important to be mindful that there's the health risk of a second lockdown, but another lockdown will be completely devastating for our economy, and I think there wouldn't be too much left if we were to come out the other end of that. The Executive collectively must determine what the greatest challenges are and be strategic in the support offered given the budget envelope that it operates in. This could be in the form of further grant schemes, but as the economy opens up, I think that it is important that there needs to be further help for skills, training, marketing, exporting and securing supply chains. I know that's something specifically that's raised with us on a regular basis. I do, like the Chair of the Economy Committee, welcome the 32 bids that have been put in which focus on economic recovery, all aligned with the economic recovery strategy. The aim of that is to help the vulnerable, but also to ensure that viable businesses and sectors are still there to provide people with jobs. So going forward, Mr Speaker, I do thank the member for bringing the motion. The Minister has been very clear in terms of wanting to get support out as rapidly and as quickly as possible, where she is able to do so and where we can ensure that those who require the support can get it. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Gemma Dolan.
As spokesperson for employment and workers' rights, it is deeply concerning to hear of the threat of large-scale redundancies facing workers at this time. The Minister herself has acknowledged that more than 100,000 people could become unemployed by the end of 2020. Of course, we already know that the number of people claiming unemployment benefit has more than doubled from March to August, going from 800 to 62,700. The past few months have seen workers and unions try to negotiate redundancy packages. While not all redundancies can be prevented, redundancies are always an option of last resort. Redundancies in the North have also more than doubled over the year, with August seeing 700 redundancies proposed and 820 redundancies confirmed, and a further 880 have been proposed in the current month up until yesterday. Economic leadership and the right economic interventions can help businesses to mitigate job losses. While I acknowledge the Minister has attempted to mitigate job losses and support businesses, her inaction is literally costing people jobs and putting many people out of business. Let us not forget that behind every one of these numbers is a person who has to pay for food, shelter and more than likely raise a family. The Minister has regularly tried to divert attention to the wider Executive and the Finance Minister for her lack of action. But in reality, the Finance Minister has consistently provided funding to the Department for Economy when it was needed. The Department for Finance provided a total of £411 million to the Department for Economy in order to finance the Small Business Grant, Hospitality, Tourism and Retail Sectors Grant and the Student Hardship Grant. The responsibility for making bids lies with the Economy Minister, who is responsible for economic policy. The Minister cannot continue to pick and choose when she wishes to assume this responsibility. For the sake of non-rateable businesses, small manufacturing businesses, the newly self-employed, sole traders and micro-businesses, I urge that the Minister takes heed of these comments made here today and makes the necessary funding bid to support those who have been left behind by previous schemes.
Thank you, and I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over the course of the last 8 months, the word unprecedented has managed to become a cliche because we all refer to the unprecedented times in which we're living. But they are unprecedented times, and at the time that devolution was first restored, I don't think any of us could have foreseen what this year would bring. Not only has there been obviously a significant health crisis, but as a direct consequence of that, and as a consequence of the decisions that we made, there is an economic crisis because we decided to put vast swathes of the Northern Ireland economy into cold storage. And those are the decisions that we took based on the advice that was given. I think as a general principle, everyone should accept that the best and speediest way to economic recovery will not be government largesse, but will be opening up as much of the economy as we can, as quickly as we can, within the advice that's given to us. Government is not the solution to every problem, but I think, on the whole, the Northern Ireland Executive can stand over the record that it has. I think that we can point to the significant investment that has been made in order to help keep our country alive, literally, and to keep our economy alive. Happy to.
Thank you very much. I accept that the government is not the answer to every problem, but why is it the answer to every problem for some and no problem for others?
Not quite sure the point that the member is
has
making.
an additional minute.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what the point is that the member is making, but I certainly accept that there have been people who have missed the opportunity for help, and it is important that we, if we are in a position to, if we can afford to, we should help them and assist them. Of course we should, because, as I was about to say, it does take a lot of courage and bravery to start a business, and people invest their life savings in businesses and new projects and trying to provide a means of income for their family and support for their kids. And of course, if we are in a position to assist those people, then we absolutely should do so. The question is, are we in a position to do so? Is the budget line there? Does the resource exist? What options are the Executive presently looking at? And I welcome the fact that the Economy Minister said that an options paper has been forwarded to the Executive for consideration. I also would be interested, and I hope that the Minister will outline it. I have no intention of attempting to play the Economy Minister off against the Finance Minister. I don't think that's useful or helpful. But then when members of the Finance Minister's party take to their feet and attack the Economy Minister, it's then worth asking, how many bids does the Department for the Economy presently have lodged with the Department for Finance, and awaiting a response? I would be interested, and I hope that the Minister will be in a position to answer that in her summing up. I think, just one moment, and I will, in these times, I think it's important that we should have a singular direction and a singular focus from the Executive. And there have been occasions throughout the last 8 months where that has been undermined. But I think it's important, especially when we're talking about people who, as I've said, have in many cases invested their life savings into starting an enterprise. Of course it's important that we should be examining the options that are available for us to help them. I give way to Ms Sugden.
Thank you, the member, for giving way. I recognise that this is a whole of a Northern Ireland Executive approach and assistance to try and help the people of Northern Ireland. You are one government after all. But I do think that it has to be led by the Economy Minister. But will the member acknowledge that there are other financial supports, for example, rates relief, which could be extended to some of those who have been excluded? And I know with questions that I have asked the Finance Minister, he's not prepared to do that. So I do think that this has to be a whole government approach rather than pointing fingers.
Every government department, I think, has made a positive contribution to helping keep our economy going. It's not just the grant schemes from the Department for the Economy, but also, as the member mentioned, rates relief from the Department of Finance, childcare support from the Department for Education, support for charities from the Department for Communities, interventions from DERA and the Minister there, and the Executive is pointing in the right direction on that. I also want to make just a final point. There are other instruments that can be used to help our economy beyond simple cash handouts from the government. Money can be spent in terms of training, in terms of marketing, in terms of trying to attract people and investment here. And I think that's something that we're going to have to be, particularly marketing this place as a good place to do business, is something that I think we're going to have to, no, I've got 4 seconds. Marketing this place as a good place to do business is something that we should be doing, and I think I filled my 4 seconds better than Stuart Dixon ever could.
Actually, it took maybe 10, but anyway, I'll call Linda Dillon.
My point was those who are excluded, Mr Salford. And Mr Dunn also outlined that any underspend should be directed towards the Economy Minister. The Economy Minister herself had 60 million of an underspend. Maybe that should have been directed towards these people. So I'd like to welcome the motion and the calls for a fund to be implemented to support those impacted and left behind by previous schemes. A report by the Centre for Progressive Policy, published in April, found that Mid-Ulster is likely to suffer much greater than many other areas. Mid-Ulster is my constituency, a constituency that I'm very proud of. I'm very proud of the hard work that people have put in that area against all of the odds to build up their businesses. And I've stated before in this chamber that Mid-Ulster has the highest rate of VAT-registered businesses outside of Belfast. That's in spite of the fact that we get no foreign direct investment, despite of the fact that there's poor infrastructure in terms of access to good roads and facilities, including electricity. It is because we are very lucky to have a strong history of engineering and small manufacturing entrepreneurs in Mid-Ulster, who, against all the odds and in very difficult and challenging times and historical underinvestment, have built their businesses, and now yet again they are the ones to be left out and abandoned by our Economy Minister. The Mid-Ulster economy is heavily reliant on manufacturing, and according to Manufacturing NI, will not survive. 12% of firms believe they will not survive until the end of the year. Other economic projections show that the closure of furlough is also likely to result in significant job losses in this sector. With this in mind, it is difficult to understand why the Minister continues to leave behind small manufacturers from support schemes. The Minister continues to insist that she has made bids for funding, but we would like to see the detail of these bids and how they're actually going to benefit our small manufacturers. I could give many examples, as others in this House have done today, how the impact of not getting any funding support has impacted some businesses. And I have a number of examples around couples who happen to share the same premises. And it won't address the issue that the member across the House, Claire Sugden, raised around rate relief, because these businesses are couples who perhaps share one premises, but they're two separate businesses, but only one business could actually benefit from the scheme and get the £10,000. That meant because you were part of a couple who happened to build a premise together but had two separate businesses, paid all of your bills separately, you lost out on any form of support. These people need to get assistance. They need to get support. Yes, absolutely.
I recognise the issue she is raising, and it's something that I actually intend to raise with the Finance Minister, because I believe that that is a flaw in the scheme, and I think that those businesses should have been supported, because the intent around that scheme was to provide financial assistance, not to pay off their bills insofar as their premises. So would the member support me in lobbying the Finance Minister to try and ensure that those businesses that exist in the one property but only have one rates bill would be entitled to that same support?
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you. I believe that scheme is an economy. It is the Economy Minister's scheme. It was delivered by LPS simply because that was the quickest way to get it out. But it's actually the Economy Minister we need to lobby in relation to that. And I think that I would support you in relation to that. And the last point that I want to make is that all ministers need to carry out their own responsibilities. It is the responsibility of the Economy Minister to come up with proposals and schemes. It is her responsibility to put those bids to the Finance Minister. It is then his responsibility, and I would sincerely hope he would do so, to finance the schemes. As I say, we have all been lobbied by these excluded groups. They need support. The fact that they have survived to date does not mean that they do not need support. They have many outstanding bills, but they have struggled on, and as was outlined by Mr Stewart, with many challenges in terms of their own mental health, they have struggled on. They need support. They need it now. I have asked questions of the Economy Minister on a number of occasions in this chamber, and I have to say I don't believe I've got a simple, straight answer to any of them around how we're going to support these excluded people. So I would ask that everybody support this motion, that we support those who are newly self-employed and those who have worked hard to establish businesses and have yet to date received no support. Gormailgat.
And I call Jocelyn McNulty.
Can I thank the member for bringing this important motion before the House today, which I'm happy to support. Over the past 6 months, I've been inundated with pleas for help from businesses in my constituency, and whilst we were able to guide them to many of the support packages, the grants, the furlough scheme, and the package for the self-employed, there are a significant number of people and businesses who have fallen through the safety net of supports. I come from a border constituency, and one of the major issues I have come across has been a lack of support for cross-border workers. People who have not been able to access the Irish Government's pandemic payment scheme or the job retention scheme here, and who have been left to fare on universal credit. Highly skilled people who support their families and who struggle to keep their families going on universal credit. I've raised this issue with everyone from the First Minister to the Deputy First Minister, the Economy and Communities Ministers, the Finance Minister. I've also written to the Taoiseach Taoiseach and the Social Protection Ministers in Dublin. Many of my constituents who cross the border daily for work are highly skilled workers engaged mainly in the construction sectors who pay their taxes and who feel abandoned both north and south. The responses I received from all the people I wrote to were uniform to a point, and they all point to the relevant EU law, and they all agree the responsibility to bring forward a bespoke package for the cross-border worker is with the Department for Communities. Everyone said the responsibility lay with the Minister for Communities. That is, apart from the Minister for Communities and her party colleagues. And I agree with the previous speaker. Every minister should fulfil the responsibility. Then there are the newly self-employed and the self-employed who are deemed as company directors. They are frustrated, scared and financially on their knees. They are the entrepreneurs who are the bedrock of our economy. They have bravely taken the risk to establish a business, and their staff can be furloughed, and yet they have nothing. And then there are those businesses who have multiple premises. They were ruled ineligible for business support grants. They are our small independent traders. They have shops and outlets in different towns or cities. They too are entrepreneurs and are the backbone of our high streets. And yet someone in Netherlands thought they should not be eligible for support, despite a package being put in place by the Scottish Government for similar companies in Scotland. Finally, there has been a dreadful treatment of our bus, coach, taxi and haulage industry. No. After months of denying responsibility, the Minister of the Economy surrendered the power and responsibility to the Executive last week and has now been passed to the Infrastructure Minister to deal with. I am confident that the Minister, hopefully with the support of the Finance Minister, will deliver a package of support the sector so badly needs, and fast. Some in this House try to suggest that this was a game of ping-pong, but take the politics out of this and the politicians out of this. Listen to the sector and to one of their leaders who spoke unequivocally on the radio yesterday, Karen McGill, and called it as she saw it. And she noted who has been consistently honest and supportive of the sector through all these months, and that was Nicola Mallon. Concordia, I strongly support the delivery of supports and/or a support package for those who have fallen through the safety net of supports. Yes.
Thank you to the member for giving way. I appreciate a lot of this arrived in this House very fast, and there was an initial learning curve on who should step up for what particular issue. But would the member agree with me? When we resolve these issues, at every point we have to find the speediest, fastest vehicle to getting help to those people who need it. And there are examples of that not happening, and that deeply concerns me.
The member has an additional minute.
Thank the member for her contribution. I agree. People who are on their knees financially, they just want support. They don't care where it comes from. Concordia, I strongly support the delivery of supports and/or support package for those who have fallen through the safety nets of supports. This is imperative for services in our community, for businesses and for jobs. If this place is to mean anything to the people we represent, we must act collectively and deliver a package of support for those who need it the most and who need it now. Concordia.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
Concordia. And it has been an interesting debate with a wee bit of ping-pong in it in terms of political responsibility or roles within the Executive. I suspect businesses and sole traders and the self-employed won't care which minister delivers it, as long as it's delivered. And the minutiae and the workings of the Executive are of very little interest to them. But unfortunately, we all have to work the processes that are in place in the Executive and in the Assembly and the financial management of all those processes to ensure that proper processes are followed. Now, I admire any minister who rolls up their sleeves and says, look, I'll have a bit of that. I'm going to stick my name into somebody else's affairs, and I'm going to work to try and ensure that a project is delivered, whether it's in response to COVID-19 or anything else. And that's what's needed across the Executive, and that's what's needed now. But I want to take one step back before getting into the heart of the motion. Before COVID-19 hit us, we had another major economic crisis looming over us: Brexit. The uncertainty around Brexit, the implications of Brexit, and the ongoing political shenanigans around Brexit will be hard enough for any economy to deal with without having to add COVID-19 to it. And then COVID-19 came, and we've got that added to us. But before all of those things, it's worth noting that our economy, even prior to this pandemic, had less businesses per head than England, Scotland and Wales, and also had the lowest number of business startups anywhere across these islands. So our economy was in bad shape before all of these things. And the economy, under the charge of successive DUP ministers, has never been kick-started. It has never seen the promise of the Good Friday Agreement and of the institutions being driven forward in terms of that economic regeneration. Now, in fairness to those economy ministers and to the executive, we had a worldwide recession in 2008, so it's always going to be difficult for anybody who's in charge. But the point I'm trying to make is this: following the same old isn't going to get us out of this crisis. And I have serious concerns, and listening to the presentations today from the DUP benches only confirms those concerns, that the DUP's motivation or the DUP's thinking behind this is driven by a number of factors. One, they don't like government intervention in the economy. I think Mr Stalford has more than hinted at that, if not confirmed that today. They don't see that as an economic way forward. I do. Even in normal times, I believe there's a responsibility on the government to have economic interventions. And even the most right-wing of Tories intervene in the economy, but they intervene in the economy for the favour of a certain section of society. And two, I'm of the view, and I said this at the Economy Committee the other day, the Minister, just let me finish this point, the Minister has made a decision in this regard, and she has decided not to fund these groups. And follow the evidence on that. And I'll let Mr Stalford and then I'll finish my point.
It's interesting to hear the member for Upper Bann proclaim himself an interventionist. That being the case, why is he so determined to keep us living under EU state aid rules?
Member has an extra minute.
I'm not, and nor is my party, a defender of the EU fiscal policy. The EU has many merits, but there's also things wrong with the EU. And in terms of the need for government to intervene, I would disagree with him on that. But the point I'm making is the Minister has made a decision. And the evidence points me in that direction. The contributions today point me in that direction, and also in terms of the most recent bids from the Department of Economy to the Executive, to the Finance Minister. There was 32 bids made, totalling £78 million. And not one of the bids was for the excluded, the sole trader, the directors who we are discussing today. And that says to me, if there's no bid, there's no proposal within the Department of the Economy to support those groups. And I'm also concerned about the prioritisation of those bids. The bids are prioritised from 1 to 32. The first bid is for the technology sector. Now, you could say, yes, that's very valid. It's a sector with a future. But it's also one of the sectors that has weathered the storm of COVID-19 the most. It is one of the sectors, and parts of it have actually flourished during COVID-19. So why is it #1 priority? And that says to me that it's the same old thinking that's going on that was previously there in previous economy ministers, which meant that we had the lowest business startups, we have lower productivity, we have higher levels of economic inactivity than many parts of these islands. And what I'm saying is we need a new direction. We need new thinking. And part of that new thinking has to be an acceptance that those groups that are holding up our economy now, are shoring up our economy, need supported. Because, yes, we should be chasing international investment, we should be chasing technology firms, we should be chasing all those things. But you see, the people who are maintaining the economy now are many of the people who are listed in this motion and need support. Because if we lose them, we are certainly going to have 100,000 unemployed by the end of this year, but we're going to have more. So I appeal to the Minister to change her decision, because my view is a decision has been made, to change her decision and make a recommendation to the Finance Minister and to the Executive for a viable proposal, affordable proposal to support these bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a Friday night in mid-May, businesses across my constituency and Northern Ireland learned that they would be excluded from the much-trailed hardship scheme. Trailed for weeks, details of the scheme were eventually released at 9 p.m. on a Friday night, leaving many in tears, desperate for help and hoping that they wouldn't be forgotten and picked up by a further scheme. It is nothing short of disgraceful that exactly 4 months on from that Friday night announcement, we're having this debate today because of the inaction to provide that support required. From the very start of this crisis, I've been in regular contact with businesses in my constituency who have been left in utter despair. Schemes have been announced in other parts of the UK covering businesses just like them. Northern Ireland receives the equivalent funding. Owners await announcements from the Minister for the Economy, and if anything gets eventually brought forward, they're excluded from it. I have so many examples of businesses in North Down and beyond who are not able to access business support grants for so many reasons, whether it be that their business rates were over the NAV thresholds, some very marginally, one example of £1, or company directors with no PAYE employees who could not apply for the hardship fund, domestic ratepayers such as bed and breakfast owners, or those who didn't operate out of fixed property who couldn't apply for grants based upon rateable value, and the newly self-employed who did not meet the criteria for the UK self-employed support scheme. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, a number of these businesses have not survived the last 6 months of inaction. For those who have, they desperately need financial assistance now if they're not going to go the same way as others. Not only is providing help for those currently excluded morally the right thing to do, but is the right thing for the economy today. The Minister has said that she does not have the data available to provide the support that has been asked for. But this fails to understand that the issue is beyond the newly self-employed, nor looks at what Wales was able to achieve without the HMRC data. Minister, where there's a will, there's a way. Yes.
For giving way. Well, I appreciate that argument has been made by officials and by the Minister about the lack of data. The key to other schemes has been demonstrating hardship. There are some businesses that are doing very well. They're not asking for support. They've managed to ride the storm and actually and grow their businesses. Others are experiencing massive hardship. And if that criteria can be demonstrated, raw data is not needed. The bank account information is there. If their turnover has been decimated, then surely they should be able to access a fund without that raw data.
The member has an extra minute.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I entirely agree with the member. Unfortunately, my impression is that there isn't the will, so a way is not being found, and I think we are able to look at hardship and look at other schemes that have been rolled out across the rest of the United Kingdom. Finally, on the subject of money, we hear that there isn't the funding available to support everyone. I acknowledge the financial challenges facing this executive, but news I've received today from the Finance Minister that over £124 million is assigned, but is yet unallocated to a pending economic recovery strategy because of non-submitted bids or delayed bids does not inspire confidence in the Department nor the Minister. Figures to support the excluded, such as £300 million, are bandied about without drilling into the potential demand and assume that everyone needs £10,000. Proper examination of the issue would, I suggest, reveal a different result, but unfortunately it was only last week when the Minister met with representatives from Excluded NI to explore their needs and how they could be met, after I requested the meeting and BBC Radio Ulster questioned the Minister whether she would go to the meeting. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is long beyond time that the Minister for the Economy brings forward a hardship scheme for businesses that have been excluded from existing support packages. I have written to the Minister about the issues arising from this debate on numerous occasions and unfortunately only eventually received generic responses offering little more than tea and sympathy. Minister, the time for tea and sympathy is up. The time for action is now.
Okay, and I now call Roy Beggs, and could advise the member you have 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion. The motion begins by talking about the Kick Start scheme, a scheme that helps the 16 to 24-year-olds who are on universal credit get into employment. It was announced that it was going to be applied to England, Scotland and Wales, and Northern Ireland wasn't mentioned. It's been operational since the 2nd of September. What is happening in Northern Ireland? This helps young people. It also helps businesses as well, as those young people work in those businesses, and helps our economy. And what we don't want is some experiment with our own individual system and then find out we've made flaws. We should learn from RHI. If there's a system widely applied, we can quickly learn from it and get it on the ground. We all have to recognise that there has been much support provided in Northern Ireland. We are fortunate to be part of the United Kingdom. There's the furlough scheme, which the Chancellor has footed the bill for. Thank goodness that has been there to date. But clearly, it cannot disappear. We need a further continuation of some sort to assist those who are relying on it. Otherwise, we in Northern Ireland will particularly lose out and are at huge risk of losing thousands of jobs. Jobs where skilled teams have been put together and they risk being decimated. So we need to look carefully at that, and we need to make sure there is something continuing. There has also been COVID support through a range of other measures. The business support grant paid out through the rate system was a good, quick way of getting money out on the ground. But we do have to recognise that there has been a degree of concern that it may not always go where it's needed. I've heard of wind farm owners getting additional monies when they still have their wind turbine turning there. So clearly there are some who have benefited from that may not have needed it. There's also been a range of other business support grants, and in particular also some help for apprentices. So we do have to recognise that. But we also have to recognise that there are many who have been excluded. And this is attempted to be an address in other parts of the United Kingdom. The question is, why has it not been worked on here? There are those who are newly self-employed, many micro-businesses who may actually operate from home and therefore not benefited from the business support grant. Many of those businesses will have taken great risks, perhaps mortgaged their houses, taken loans, and they may not be in a position to take further loans that are on offer. We need to recognise that those additional loans which have to be repaid are more likely to benefit larger, more established businesses. But we also have to recognise that many of these people who have set up their businesses, who are perhaps employing only themselves and may even be paid through dividend, so they're on wage, they don't qualify. These are our entrepreneurs. These are people who put their neck out there, who think of new ideas, who can generate new employment in the future. So it's important that we recognise that these are important to our economy, important to recognise that they are not excluded. I'm pleased that this week the Executive Office granted powers to the Infrastructure Minister so that the taxi industry and the coach industry and perhaps wider transport sector can benefit. But why has it taken so long to widen that power so that someone can address it? Why have they not? Why are those all who have been excluded to date not been included by a scheme, as has been indicated by my colleagues, through some sort of hardship intervention? There are those that are operating in other parts of the UK, and we must ensure that businesses and companies and employees can survive without facing huge burdens of debt and going under. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I'd now like to call the Economy Minister, Ms. Diane Dodds, and the Minister will have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the members for this motion and debate. A range of important and relevant areas have been covered this morning, and I will take each of the key issues that have been discussed in turn. Firstly, I share the deep concern expressed in this House of the significant impact that COVID-19 has had on the Northern Ireland economy. It is undeniable that the economic impact has been significant, has had implications across the entire economy. Huge economic impacts that might normally take months or years to unfold occurred within weeks as a result of lockdown and industry shutdowns. My department estimates that during the lockdown, output in our economy was operating at 25% below normal. Nearly all sectors were affected by the social distancing measures, and many businesses have availed of business support schemes and grants from both the National Government and the Northern Ireland Executive. The motion references the extensive range of support put in place by our government, and this has provided a much-needed lifeline for many local businesses and individuals. The shutdown of many industries resulted in the widespread furloughing of workers. Just under 250,000, almost a third of those eligible here, and around 78,000 availing of the self-employment income support schemes. Together, these claims amounted to over £1 billion in support for jobs in Northern Ireland. Despite this, there has been a spike in the claimant count over the last 3 months. July was the third month in a row that the number of claimants were above 60,000, levels last seen in 2012 and 2013, after the previous recession. To put it another way, this is around 7 years of jobs growth wiped out in a matter of weeks. Although the local economy is showing signs of recovery, with many sectors improving, it may take some time before we see economic activity overall back to its pre-pandemic levels. I do not underestimate the challenges that lie ahead of us. And that is why, again, from this chamber this morning, I reiterate my call for an extension of the furlough scheme, because it is important that we continue to support jobs in our local economy and sectors where that tail of recovery will be longer than perhaps in others. The Executive has difficult decisions. No, I'm not giving way. I have a lot to get through, and I will reference many of the points that members have made during the debate. The Executive has difficult decisions to take about what and where interventions can and should be made, what form of support is offered, and needs to ensure that spending can be justified as providing value for money and will make a positive impact in the medium to long term. Not all businesses or individuals have been impacted in the same way by COVID. Some businesses effectively stopped trading, whilst others continued as normal or even saw an increase in productivity. And indeed, it was a delight yesterday to announce a further 50 jobs in the digital sector, created indeed by one of our own who has gone to America and is responsible for many of the foreign direct investments that have come to Northern Ireland. Likewise, since moving to reopen the economy, some sectors have seen an immediate pickup, whilst others will face much longer challenges or challenges further down the line. I have already referenced hospitality and aerospace. I make the point because the Executive, with a limited amount of financial firepower, must be targeted and strategic and recognise that the economy is in a different place today than it was during lockdown, and that support will come in different forms. Clearly, when the economy was in lockdown, we needed to get money out to businesses quickly. As part of our immediate Northern Ireland response to the pandemic, my Executive colleagues and I introduced an unprecedented range of local financial support to help those impacted by COVID-19. This support had the objective of protecting jobs, preventing business closures, and promoting economic recovery. My department led on the business support grant schemes and the Microbusiness Hardship Fund. We have paid out over £340 million to date across the schemes, providing much-needed support to many businesses experiencing hardship. As well as the business support measures administered by my department, there has been a range of further support provided locally. The Executive put in place 4 months rates holiday for all business and a 12 months rate relief for businesses in targeted sectors. There have also been funds made available for childcare, charities, sports clubs, amongst other areas. Whilst there was an extensive range of support provided, it is not simply possible for the Executive to support every individual and business facing hardship within the funding envelope available, and I will say more on this later. The Executive is currently preparing an economic recovery framework, and I would also commend as essential reading Rebuilding a Stronger Economy to the proposer of the motion. This document has guided our path in the Department over the last number of weeks. This provides a framework for the next 12 to 18 months to build a more competitive, inclusive and greener economy by addressing the key structural weaknesses in our economy and focusing on sectors where there is potential for growth and higher paying jobs. This does not mean that other sectors will be ignored. All sectors bring their own unique benefits to our economic ecosystem. To drive forward this agenda, I have secured £25 million to deliver digital and online selling, improvements to operational processes and supply chain resilience, the use of new technologies, business planning, and the provision of loans and equity investment. I have reallocated £13.6 million from my budget to address pressures in skills and education. I have submitted over 32 bids to the Department of Finance to deliver a wide-ranging and comprehensive programme of interventions to further the rebuilding agenda. And I must say that I do agree with Mr Dixon that it would be inexcusable that money should be returned at the end of what would be an extremely difficult and challenging period. And that is why, again today in this chamber, I am urging the Finance Minister to get on with the allocations of the funding that he received after the Chancellor's July economic update. No, I'm not giving way. I have established the Tourism Recovery Steering Group, and I'm working on the draft Tourism Recovery Action Plan. And many of those 32 bids would support actions within that plan. I have allocated £14 million to fund an apprenticeship return, retain and result initiative, and over £12 million to fund an apprenticeship recruitment incentive initiative, and over £500,000 to an apprenticeship challenge fund. And may I address also Mr Begg's point about the Kickstart scheme. I do agree with you that Northern Ireland could benefit from a Kickstart scheme, and actually last week spoke to the Minister for Communities, because Kickstart is essentially an employment scheme as opposed to a training scheme, and offered her my department's help in the development of that scheme. She had confirmed to me that they are currently scoping out such a scheme for Northern Ireland, and I hope it will come forward fairly quickly. I have also recently, along with InvestNI, announced £1 million in a digital selling capability grant and a £5 million equity investment fund targeted at early stage and seed stage SMEs, both of which opened for applications last week. This is a record of work and support from the Department of the Economy, and I thank my colleague from Foyle for referencing the Audit Office report, which indicates that by far and away, after health, where you would expect those actions in a health pandemic, the Economy Department has been prolific in its support for the economy and businesses in Northern Ireland. Again, I recommend it as essential reading. So now I come to the second part of the motion. This motion specifically references sole traders and micro businesses who were unable to access the business support measures as they did not meet the eligibility criteria. Within the available funding, the Hardship Fund aimed to support as many businesses as possible. However, with approximately 125,000 businesses in Northern Ireland and a budget of £40 million, difficult choices had to be made regarding the number and type of businesses that could be supported. And my decisions around the hardship scheme were also supported by the Executive as a whole. However, I know that people are still hurting and that there is still more work to do. Whilst the majority of self-employed people were eligible for the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme if their business was adversely affected by COVID, I do recognise that a key group that have been unable to access the self-employment scheme are those who have recently become self-employed. I think that everyone would acknowledge that there would be challenges in establishing that local scheme, as access to a national database would be required via HMRC. However, I have written to them to inquire about such access. I also understand that the Department of Finance has contacted Her Majesty's Treasury regarding a number of issues within the UK-wide schemes, including widening the eligibility of criteria of the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme to include those who have recently become self-employed. I have further proposed that the executive write to the Chancellor to look again at some of the people that have been omitted from the scheme and to consider bringing forward measures across the UK. I will also work, of course, with my colleagues in Westminster who have been extremely vocal in support of that UK-wide scheme and the need for UK-wide measures to bring in these levels of support. Should support not be forthcoming, and should the Executive collectively determine that a bespoke local scheme is required, I will of course be happy to deliver such a scheme. Members have referenced the money that has been underutilised from the three business support measures led by my department. I would like to make it clear, particularly for Ms Dillon, who seems to be under some misunderstanding in these matters, that my department administered the business support measures on behalf of the Executive. This was not Department of the Economy core funding. Underutilised funds have been returned to the Department of Finance, as was requested from the very outset of the schemes. These will be used to reallocate for further funding and support. To aid this process, I have provided an options paper to the Executive with a wide-ranging list of areas where there would be gaps. This has been discussed on a number of occasions. On the 13th of August, on the proposal of the Finance Minister, it was agreed that the reallocation of the underspend from the business support measures would be considered as part of the overall funding allocation to deliver the Executive's recovery framework. I look forward to getting ahead with that recovery framework, with seeing the list of proposals from, including those that have been in my options paper from the Executive, and to getting down to work in making these things happen. Can I also say, in relation to small manufacturing companies, of course, again, at my instigation, we widened the scope of the 10K scheme to include those small manufacturing businesses that benefited from industrial derating. I would be happy to join with Ms Dillon in writing to the Finance Minister and indicating that I would also support further rating relief for manufacturing businesses, not just in Mid-Ulster, which I visited recently, but right across Northern Ireland. No. In conclusion, let me be absolutely clear. The scale of the challenge facing our economy is unprecedented. Getting our economic, societal and health-focused response to recovery right is absolutely vital. We must all ensure the decisions we take are strategically focused, but also support families and jobs in Northern Ireland. And I remain committed to working with my Executive colleagues to continue to support businesses and individuals as best we can moving forward, recognising that the next few months will be extremely challenging, not just for the Executive, but for families and prosperity in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I now call Steve Egan to conclude and wind up the debate.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and may I thank everybody for being involved in this debate today. But as I'm sure as many of you are willing and will grant me this indulgence, I shall have most of my remarks directed at the Minister for the Economy. There is a fundamental issue here. The Northern Ireland economy is driven by the small and medium enterprise sector. It is an entrepreneurial economy. We have heard, even in January of this year, the Ulster University Business School said that Northern Ireland has created an ecosystem for entrepreneurs, 100,000 odd small SME companies. We have more SME companies and entrepreneurs in Northern Ireland than we do per head of capita in Wales, Scotland and the north of England. But we can say we had that ecosystem. We had that ecosystem that was supportive of our entrepreneurial sector. We have heard from people across all of Northern Ireland the importance of the manufacturing sector, small companies, small directors, people taking risks. And one of the biggest issues we have in Northern Ireland is that we need to encourage more of this risk-taking. We need to encourage our companies and people to become involved in business. We see in West Tyrone, we see a manufacturing sector that is unique across these islands and the ability to develop new products and new ideas. We see in our creative industry sector, we see ideas and people are willing to take risks and do something that, quite frankly, 9 months ago wasn't even there. These are people who are willing to do these things. These are people who are the future of Northern Ireland. These are the people who are going to transform our economy. But this should not come as a surprise to anybody, and particularly the Minister of the Economy or the Economy Department, because this ecosystem has been growing steadily, not because of what the Department of Economy and Economy Ministers have done, because basically they've had to do it on their own. And they have succeeded in ways that very few people have seen. But right now, because of a system that and implications of a pandemic that they have no control over, that ecosystem is being killed off. And we hear about papers, we hear about proposals, we hear about bids. But we're 8 months into this process. Many of these people have already gone to the wall. How many times as us as MLAs have we listened to people saying, look, I've gone to the bank, and the bank says, unless you get any support, we're going to have to pull the plug? Certainly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the member giving way. Would the member agree with me that the Minister actually supported the very point made by my colleague, Ms O'Dowd, when she outlined that 50 additional jobs have been created in the IT sector, because that's a flourishing industry at the moment, and yet that is where the #1 bid is in relation to her bids to the Executive?
Thank you very much indeed for your intervention. And I was very struck by the remarks that were made by the Permanent Secretary of the Department of the Economy that was made to the committee. And I find it extraordinary that even a sentiment by a senior civil servant in Northern Ireland would be that some of these businesses are not worth saving. For somebody who's on a superannuated salary, who has pension, and is the Permanent Secretary of the Department that we can say the least has not had a stellar record in promoting jobs or in good governance, for somebody to say that is absolutely shocking. And I think the Minister should go back today and have the Permanent Secretary in her office and ask him to come back and apologise and make sure his remarks are changed, because that sends a message out to every entrepreneur in Northern Ireland. And we have another example in that other... Yes, please.
A very important point. The Minister today had the perfect opportunity to disavow those cavalier comments by the Permanent Secretary. Didn't take that opportunity. Does that create a fear that, in fact, those comments are driving the approach of the Department still?
Thank you very much indeed for your intervention, and that takes me on to the next point. It's about the culture within the Department of the Economy, and it's about the culture about what we're trying to do to be able to support small businesses and entrepreneurs, because they are asking for our help. They're not asking for our help because they just want another handout or they want to do something else. They want our help so there is actually these companies and these entrepreneurs still here when we get to the end of this year. Certainly.
For giving way. Talking about those small businesses and those entrepreneurs, would he agree with me that this entire House should be appalled by the statement which the Minister made in her statement when she described them as, quote, a difficult choice? It's her job to deal with difficult choices.
And I thank you very much indeed. And again, one of the things we have heard through here is we want to see some leadership. We have had 8 months of committees, groups, papers, whatever. What we need to see is some leadership. We need to see somebody going out and saying, we need to be doing this. We don't want a minister who goes around and gives £53 million back without asking some fairly substantial questions about what extra resources are needed and what are we doing to try and sort out this particular part of the economy. To hear this in the United Kingdom and to hear this from a minister who sees very clearly what happens in England, Scotland and Wales, and in some way Northern Ireland is different. The answer isn't righteous indignation and demanding more money and doing this. The answer is, let's form another committee. Let's send another paper. This is not what the people of Northern Ireland want to hear. And I was very disappointed to hear from the Minister today, because I thought the Minister would have seen where the concerns are here. I thought she would come to this House and say, these are substantial issues that need to be sorted out. I have heard. I want to do something. I want to do something for 99% of our economy. That is what the size of our economy is, the SME. Yes, certainly.
But And just on Monday, or it may have come out that the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister was going to bestow powers on a different minister. Now, I need to know where they come from, how they come out. So rather than give out the grand scheme, there are powers that sit within your department, Minister, that you're not acting on, and you're asking them to be moved to a different department. I hope you can leave it on that.
Thank you very much indeed for that. But here's a question, and I think here's a question everybody in this Assembly should be asking. Is the Department for Economy fit for purpose? Is it capable of doing its role? Now, we have already heard evidence from the Economy Committee about the language being used by the Permanent Secretary. But we're seeing something else here, and this is the fundamental bit. Where is that support out there for our SME sector? Where is that support there for an entrepreneurial sector? Does nobody actually in the Department of the Economy or the Minister actually understand what our economy is built on? Because I'm not hearing any understanding from the Minister. I have heard absolutely no... Certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. Just with regard to the language and understanding used by the Department and the Minister, would you agree with me that generic written responses outlining all the government financial support that the business is not eligible for and pointed to NI Direct when their individual circumstances are raised with the Minister could be described as nothing more than a kick in the teeth?
I think one of the most disappointing things, Mr. Speaker, is the number of times people have been told the computer says no. And the fact is, oh, you don't meet this criteria, you don't meet that criteria. Mr. Speaker, we're coming to the end of the time, and I could continue on pointing out the inconsistencies of the Department of Economy and the Minister. Certainly.
Because he has been very generous in his giving way, unlike the Minister, it has to be said. And I would ask the member if he agrees with me. This is the bread and butter of Northern Ireland. In constituency offices, we will all be aware of the nature of these businesses. They're very often family-owned, and it is the fundamental building blocks of our economy. I had hoped that this motion may have nudged the Minister in the right direction. I'm bitterly disappointed that it appears not to be the case. And I do take the member's point that we really start to move into the realms of, do we understand our economy?
Members, about 10 seconds.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, it will come as no surprise that I think every member of this Assembly should be supporting this motion. But my final appeal to the Minister is show some leadership. sort out your department and do something for the entrepreneurs of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Members, I could ask members to take your ease for a moment or two.
Order. Can I ask those members leaving the chamber to do so? The next item on the order paper is a motion on mental health crisis support. I ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises the importance of collaborative and well-resourced services which support those in mental health crisis across Northern Ireland. Notes with concern a COVID-19 survey conducted by the Stress, Trauma and Research Conditions Laboratory at Queen's University Belfast, which found that 1/3 of people locally met the criteria for depression, highlights the success of the multi-agency triage team partnership between the health and social care sector, the PSNI and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service in providing on-the-spot mental health support to people in emotional crisis, and calls on the Minister of Health to commit urgently to the expansion and funding of this project to all health and social care trusts.
Thank you. I call Mr Alex Eason to move.
Moved. Mr Deputy Principal.
Just 1 second. Thank you, Mr Eason. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call on Mr Alex Eason to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. As everybody knows, we as an Assembly have been recently very much united on the need and urgency to tackle mental health in our society. We are all aware of the significant increase in mental health issues due to COVID-19 and the results of lockdown. In order to try to tackle this, a recent study conducted by Queen's University called Stress, Trauma and Research Conditions, or STARC, has recently been undertaken, and the results are extremely worrying about the state of our mental health across our population. Some of the statistics and findings are as follows. 470 people were surveyed, with 3 out of 10, which is 30%, meeting the criteria for anxiety, and 1 out of every 3 met the criteria for depression. On COVID-19 related post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, 20% met the criteria. 41% were extremely worried about becoming infected with COVID-19, and 64% were extremely worried about infecting others. Concerns were also expressed about the following. With health service concerns, with 72% of individuals being highly concerned about the ability of the health service to care for COVID-19 patients if the situation became worse. On job security, 28% were highly concerned about their job security because of COVID-19, and 50% highly concerned about the financial implications of COVID-19. Concerns about school closures, with 41% being highly concerned about the impact of school closures on children during the COVID-19 pandemic. Concerns about government, with 49% were extremely worried about the government's ability to manage the COVID-19 situation. Overall, the findings showed that those with prior mental health condition and those who had high exposure to COVID-19 related information via the media, the young and those highly concerned about being infected, and key workers suffered the most with mental health issues. I found it very interesting how our media has been identified as contributing to affecting the well-being of our population, and that is something to think about. The following recommendations were made in the study, and I believe the Health Minister and his department should look at these, and they probably already have. There are groups of individuals who may be more vulnerable to experiencing mental health issues during this time. Government bodies and other relevant decision makers must be mindful of these groups when creating or amending COVID-19 related policies. Given the impact of COVID-19 media exposure on mental ill health, clear media guidelines on the reporting of COVID-19 information should be drafted and implemented. There should be a public health campaign to educate the public on reputable sources of COVID-19 information in the media and how to manage their COVID-19 consumption. And on this point, I recently mentioned to the Health Minister at the Health Committee about how we can promote the COVID-19 vaccine when it arrives, as there is a clear mistrust within some in the wider community due to misinformation, lies and other factors. Concerns around the financial implications of the pandemic include job security must be carefully considered by government. Priority at policy level should be a plan efficiently and effectively for how a potential increase for mental health services will be handled in light of the pandemic. The study also reports that service provision will be important to improve outreach of services to those who may have difficulty accessing them due to the nature of their diagnosis, those with concerns about social distancing or infection, individuals who are considering or are considered at high risk and may be shielding for prolonged periods, and those who may not be able to access services digitally. Academics and clinicians must work together in order to help bridge the gap for those who are unable to access services. This includes the implementation of more regular follow-ups with clients. Further consideration from both a research and service provider standpoint should consider how positive mental health and well-being could be fostered during periods of isolation. Mental health organisations, particularly in the charitable sector, will need to be adequately funded to ensure easily accessible mental health support is available when needed, and that they are supported with the resources needed to deliver services. Funding should be considered for a mental health workforce to support the potential influx of individuals needing mental health support, such as psychological wellbeing practitioners, which may free up waiting lists for higher intensity mental health services. The Department of Health launched their Mental Health Action Plan in response to COVID-19 on the 19th of May. The strategy outlined key points which are supported by this report, including using innovative approaches to service delivery, the importance of helping and supporting those who have been negatively impacted as a result of COVID-19, and the importance of multidisciplinary and multi-sectorial collaboration. It's important that going forward this strategy is well coordinated, well-resourced, address those in need in hard-to-reach groups, and ensure that the mental health workforce is well supported. Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, I now want to go on to discuss the multi-agency triage team called MAT. The multi-agency triage team partnership operates between the health and social care sector, PSNI and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service to provide on-the-spot mental health support to people who are in emotional crisis. Mental health practitioners and paramedics work alongside police officers, accessing and assessing and responding to calls made either to the police or ambulance control using 999 or 101. This has had the associated benefit of reducing their reliance on hospital, ambulance and PSNI resources. MAT has been operational in the Belfast and South Eastern areas since the start of July 2018. It has been supported by the Public Health Agency. More than 55 skilled staff across the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, PSNI and the South Eastern Trust who volunteered to take part in this project initially. After COVID-19 related disruption, it resumed operating on the 12th of June. A team of 2 police officers, 1 paramedic and 1 mental health practitioner are on duty over a 12-hour night period shift on a Friday and Saturday night. It was initially funded until March 2020 under the Department of Health Transformation Fund. The Minister previously stated that he also wanted to urgently examine the potential for significant expansion of the multi-agency triage team partnership between the health and social care sector, PSNI and Northern Ireland Ambulance. The status remains unclear as to the future of MAT, and we would like to see more regular reporting. As recently as the 10th of September, the Minister referenced the project as part of the Department's initiatives to prevent suicide. We would like to see that continue, Minister. The reality is that MAT provides a vital and essential intervention at a most critical point, and it should be maintained. However, building resilience and taking a preventative approach to the roots of mental illness taking hold is just, if not more important. So that we do not neglect the need for a holistic approach. However, as we continue to exist with this virus and look to the Minister as he leads on the mental health strategy and action, continuity of services will be critical. The crucial role of voluntary and community services must also be recognised. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we must recognise the impact of COVID-19 on our population's mental health, recognise the importance of MAT, and calls on the Minister to commit urgently to the expansion and the funding of this project to all health and social care trusts. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Orlea Flynn.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of this motion today. And I'd like to thank Alex and Paula for bringing such a crucial issue to the floor of the Assembly. As the motion refers, the topic of poor mental health has been identified, and I think it's fair to say universally accepted as an area of concern given recent events the populations have faced right across the world due to COVID-19. And while I'm glad to see this area of health receive the attention that it deserves, what we need to do next to help those in crisis must be more than just positive mental health slogans. It must be more than interdepartmental working groups, reports and recommendations. It needs to be the delivery of true parity of esteem between physical and mental health. Strategies need funded and communities need services. But importantly, if a person is unfortunate enough to find themselves in that moment of crisis and wanting to end their own life, help needs to be accessible. A great example of how on-the-ground crisis support and intervention can do just that, can help save a person's life, is the example of the multi-agency triage team.
Thank the member for giving way, and we spent a lot of time together on the mental health and suicide prevention APGs and the recently facilitated one through a member from East Londonderry on dual diagnosis. But you mentioned about the need for collaboration and for agencies to work together to tackle this problem, and it is absolutely true. Would the member agree with me that it is to the detriment of some departments within this House that the Desert Creek College did not go ahead, given that a lot of the time spent together between these services is multi-agency, and a training opportunity would have been really useful so that they can actually be better at their job when they're on the street serving the people of Northern Ireland?
Before I call you, Ms Flynn, the Ulster Unionists have only given me one name. If the member wishes to make a speech, I could add his name to the list. The member has an additional minute.
Okay, and I'd like to thank the member for his comments, and I think the important thing to focus on now is moving forward into the future, and thankfully we now do have that recognition that it is going to take a lot more intervention, cross-departmental working, and that's obviously including the agencies on the ground that's doing that brilliant work, so thank you. And as I was about to just come on and reference, I'm sure that all of the agencies involved and the respective ministers can appreciate the value of sustaining such partnerships and interventions, just like the multi-agency triage team, and hopefully this can continue into the future. I'm also pleased to comment that since taking up my role as an MLA and as chair of the Assembly All-Party Group on Suicide Prevention, that the members of that APG, along with many cross-community groups and organisations from statutory, community and voluntary backgrounds, that we all wholeheartedly supported and encouraged this model. We all recognise that emergency departments are not a suitable place or appropriate environment for anyone who is suffering in a state of crisis. We all recognise that when it comes to helping someone in a mental health crisis, that working in silos, whether that be within the justice system or within the health system, that this does little to de-escalate or effectively assess and treat the person who needs the help. In fact, many with lived experience will advise that it can have the opposite impact and it can make that person feel worse. The Department of Health, I know, is conducting a review into crisis services as part of its mental health action plan, as already referenced by the previous speaker. And I'd also like to highlight that other crisis services do currently exist in the models of the crisis centres in Derry and Belfast, in the CAMS crisis teams and adult crisis services, in the Lifeline 24/7 crisis helpline, and last but not least, in the vast network of groups and individuals who are rooted within their communities and who people instinctively think of when they need help. Therefore, I'd like to make a direct call on the Minister of Health following that review to invest in crisis services and to invest in communities. The expansion and funding of this project for me would signify another small step in the right direction towards genuine parity of esteem for mental health. More progress towards the full implementation and funding of the suicide prevention strategy could signify hope to someone who might be watching this debate at home today, to someone who might have lived through such experiences or indeed are currently living through such an experience. It's important to note that although this multi-agency model, which is made up of the ambulance staff, PSNI officers and CPNs, has successfully operated within the Belfast and South Eastern Trust areas, which indeed lies within my own constituency, so I do know it well, but it has only done so at a limited capacity, operating over the weekends. The reality is that a mental health crisis can take hold at any time, and therefore it's right to have access to such services throughout the week. It's also important to note to members that one of the key aims within the suicide prevention strategy is, quote, to ensure suicide prevention services and support are delivered appropriately in deprived areas where suicide and self-harm rates are the highest. And this includes, and rightfully so, both our urban and our rural communities. At present, with the multi-agency team only servicing 2 out of 5 of our trust areas across the north, there is definitely room to expand. So, to bring my remarks to a close, the most striking feedback that I've received about this project has been from both families in receipt of the service and from the ambulance and policing staff who have went out to visit people within their homes. The staff have spoken of a sense of confidence in working together to help someone in what can be extremely difficult, challenging and complex circumstances. And families have described a feeling of understanding and compassion for the person receiving the treatment in what is a much more safe and familiar environment to them.
I think that's probably the very best point at which I'm going to have to bring your comments to an end.
Okay, Gormila Mayoga, thank you.
Mr. Colin McGrath.
Much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this motion today. This is an incredibly important discussion that is being held in homes, in schools and in workplaces the length and breadth of the North. No matter what your age, your job or your background, all of us are affected by and must give due consideration to our mental health. I agree with the spirit and the content of the motion before us today. Never has a collaborative and well-resourced mental health service been more needed. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, we are in the midst of a mental health crisis. The most recent health survey for Northern Ireland presented some distressing statistics. Around a fifth of respondents scored highly on the GHQ-12, suggesting that they may have a possible mental health problem, and the motion makes reference to a more up-to-date figure of 1/3 meeting the criteria for depression. The report also highlights that the most deprived areas continue to be more likely to have a higher score, almost 25%, than those in the least deprived area, where it is only 12%. We do need a committed and adequately resourced response to this issue. We all accept, for example, the need for a mental health champion and how important the role is, and I welcome Minister Swan's recent appointment of Professor Siobhan O'Neill to the post. I have met with her, and there is no doubt that she is committed and ready for the task at hand. But maybe I would ask generally, just is the executive committed to that as well? I mean, she has no budget, no staff and no direct authority. And that certainly isn't about playing politics or who's to blame. I think it's just about ensuring that we get the best possible outcome. And maybe if she does, it would be great to hear about that. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is clear that the voluntary sector are taking the lead on this and achieving some phenomenal results. I looked at my own area in South Down and see the fantastic response being done on the ground by My, Life Changes Lives, PIPS, Newcastle Community Outreach. These are some of the groups that I work with, and I'm proud to try and help and support them with what they do. And this is nothing to say about the great work being done by the GAA, the IFA and many other sporting groups. But why should organisations and charities have to struggle year on year to pick up the slack and to struggle to find that funding and to find volunteers? Why are we leaning so heavily on the voluntary sector and not supporting them more? I spent 18 years of my life working with such issues as a youth worker. I have seen firsthand how this problem has evolved, and I can tell you that we are failing our children. We need further support for perinatal mental health care, early intervention for primary and post-primary school anxiety. We have no legislation on cyberbullying, despite the NSPCC highlighting how important this is. Our children are being exploited in the most heinous and horrific way, and we need to find legislation to combat this online scourge and not to minimise the abuse that they suffer. In the last year before the formation of the Education Authority, £1.5 million was spent on post-primary school counselling services and nearly £2 million spent on primary school counselling services. That's £3.5 million. Last financial year, EA only spent £2.3 million to cover all primary and post-primary. Why is this? Has there been a change in budget or a change in priority? Perhaps maybe the Health Minister could liaise with the Education Minister to try and find this out. Being impacted by other issues such as addiction to drugs, alcohol and gambling mean that many of the young people in our society are not equipped with the skills to sustain a job or a housing agreement. And social deprivation in some areas results in third-generation unemployment. And what do we do? Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, last year we had nearly 15,000 children and young adults under the age of 24 being prescribed and dispensed with diazepam. Nearly 3,000 prescribed and dispensed with pregabalin. Throw a pill at something and hope the issue go away is not going to cut it. Because the issue is not going away. In fact, too many are being left to be seen by our trusts. And the Health Minister has told me that nobody should be waiting more than 9 weeks for access to either adult or child and adolescent mental health services, or 13 weeks to access psychological therapies. Yet in one trust, I've been told some children are waiting 57 weeks for an appointment. And the average waiting time in one trust to access adult mental health services is 92 weeks. Does this scare you? Because it certainly frightens the life out of me. Mr Deputy Speaker, I know the picture I'm painting is a bleak one, but the picture does not compare to the darkness that envelops all too many in our society. We must do more, we can do more, and I wholeheartedly support this motion before us.
Thank you. I call Mr Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. It is a stark fact that 1 in 4 people across Northern Ireland are likely to suffer from poor mental health. It can strike at anyone, young or old, strong or weak, rich or poor. It can have a trigger point or none. For far too many people, it is an unspoken illness. The message that it is good to talk is one that can't be repeated often enough, yet for too long it wasn't given the focus or the resources that is needed or deserved. There is an unlimited body of evidence to show that mental illness is associated with greater risk of physical illness. Physical illness, in turn, increases the risk of mental illness. One should no longer be viewed in isolation from the other. That is why, when the Ulster Unionist Party took up the health portfolio, after it was passed over in this House, sometimes repeatedly by other parties in January, we said we would make mental health a key priority. The COVID-19 pandemic has underlined the need for this area of health care to our community and its absolute importance of supporting the mental resilience of all our citizens. And despite the immense challenges of recent months, the Ulster Unionist Party have been able to deliver on a number of our key manifesto priorities. Minister Robin Swan established the position of an interim mental health champion for Northern Ireland, and his choice of Professor Siobhan O'Neill has been widely supported. He also moved quickly to publish the Mental Health Action Plan, along with 38 actions within it. And given the immediacy of the challenges associated with the pandemic, it was only right and proper that it was accompanied by a COVID response plan detailing the psychological well-being and mental health response to it. In addition, there has been more progress made in relation to specialist perinatal mental health services, the development of managed care networks for child and adolescent mental health services, and improving the role and profile mental health in primary care in the last few months than in the years before it. But despite the progress, nothing could have prepared us for COVID-19. I fear, therefore, that some within our society will be living with the consequences of anxiety and depression well beyond the immediate physical risk. Longer term, we need a service fit for purpose and one that is funded to meet the often complex needs of our population. But short term, we also need a service in place that can provide immediate and urgent mental health support. The work of the multi-agency triage team is one such form of support, and having been piloted successfully, it was little wonder that it was quickly extended to cover the Belfast area as well. At a time of COVID, with all the additional pressures it puts on our hospitals and our staff, there has never been a more important time to avoid unnecessary attendances at our emergency departments. By putting in place preventative and early intervention practices, that is exactly what the multi-agency triage team does. And of course, it's not just the service users or the health service it benefits, but it also provides clear benefits for the PSNI. Before I sit down, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I will once again repeat the phrase that it is good to talk. No problem exists in anyone's life that can't be resolved. No weight on your shoulders that can't be lifted. No bad thoughts that can't be eradicated. Just sitting down with someone, a professional or a trusted friend, to talk about your issues can be the start of the journey to recovery and taking back control of your life. There is no shame or sign of weakness in doing so. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the proposers for bringing this motion to the House, and also, regardless of our political differences, to take this opportunity to thank Mr Easton for being so open about his own mental health challenges during the summer. That took immense courage. But I have no doubt that by doing so, you helped a lot of people. Naturally, I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support this motion. Its wording is very clear, and I hope the response to it from the Minister is as positive as last week's. The report of the Stress, Trauma and Related Conditions Lab was indeed stark, but it was also in many ways unsurprising. As long ago as March, Lord Alderdice, speaking from a position of direct professional experience, raised the prospect in Parliament of a mental health pandemic caused by the sheer inhumanity and thus inevitable severe psychological impact of what we were asking people to do. Going without human touch, without social contact, and without anything which delivers the sense of camaraderie and belonging which makes us all human, particularly of those who live alone or in isolated households or communities, will have deep psychological impact. A word such as loneliness seems relatively tame, but it has profound impact on our mental health. Being detached from social contact and social norms leads to a proven disturbance in the ability to assess others' intentions and thus maintain and build human relationships. One consequence of that will inevitably be, in some cases, be symptoms of PTSD. and disorders which seem to be associated, such as borderline personality disorder. And the Stress, Trauma and Related Conditions Lab report endorses that view. As we have heard, 1/5 of people studied, and therefore more likely 1/5 of the entire population, have exhibited symptoms of PTSD associated with the experience of lockdown. Nearly 1/3 show symptoms of depression and anxiety. Indeed, I believe this could be an underestimate. What lockdown asked of us, as fundamentally social animals, was necessary to manage our initial response to the virus, but it was inhuman in the literal sense. Therefore, I'd like to take this opportunity to re-emphasise that in every response to the coronavirus restrictions legislation, my colleague Paula Bradshaw cautioned that it must remain in place for not a second longer than necessary. There are many reasons for this, but the main one is the profound and appalling impact on mental well-being. I would also caution against anyone making public statements about reinstituting lockdown. We need to be sensitive to people's experiences of it and recognise that if we are tightening restrictions in a targeted way, that is not remotely the same as reinforcing lockdown. It is important for our collective mental well-being that we get this phraseology correct and do not create wholly unnecessary fear of a return to where we once were. I'd like to put on record my frustration that the mental health strategy has been set back from its original timescale. In fact, it is now more urgent than ever. We can be clear here and now that one of the defining aspects of the pandemic, when we look back on it in a few years' time with hopefully it firmly in the rear-view mirror, that it will be the mental health issues arising from it. We will need to proof almost everything we do for its impact on mental well-being. I have to say, this is the time for speeding up that work, not delaying it. The MAT partnership that others have spoken about, which began in the South Eastern Trust 2 years ago, seems to me to have been a clear success. What it does, as much as anything, is reinforce the need to consider mental health and well-being in everything we do, and to have people trained to deal with it in their everyday lives, particularly in professions such as the health sector and the police. I have no hesitation in recommending its rollout across the whole of Northern Ireland, and indeed the experience of the last few months only reinforces the urgency of this. Although not mentioned in the motion, I expect the Minister will be working with education to ensure the mental health and well-being of our young people will also be supported, given their young lives have been so impacted. We don't want their legacy to fall onto health. I hope we can get some clarity on this from the Minister, and my colleagues in the Alliance Party, of course, support this motion.
Thank you. I call Ms Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Before I move to my remarks, I declare that I am a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board and on the Advisory Committee of East Belfast Survivors of Suicide. I am immensely grateful to my DUP colleagues for bringing forward this timely motion. For all manner of reasons, a significant section of people in Northern Ireland have poor mental health, and without doubt, the restrictions arising from COVID-19 have served to exacerbate what was already a bad situation. From a policing board perspective, those who serve on that body are all too aware of the time officers spend dealing with those in mental health crisis. Many shifts for numerous officers are spent in A&E, either guarding a vulnerable person who presents a danger to themselves or others, or searching for a vulnerable person who has left hospital grounds. Often several hours can be spent on such a search. The police return the person to hospital, and at the first opportunity, due to desperation and despair, they run away again. And so the circle, which ultimately helps no one, continues, as does crime. To be clear, it is absolutely not that the police or the board begrudge such time or resources, but rather that the police often find themselves in circumstances of last resort, filling a gap in provision that's not really theirs to fill, but no one else wants to take responsibility. And that's not good enough. There's an infamous photograph showing a room that looks like a break room in a police station after a significant event. Many officers are standing, some are seated, some are sipping on hot drinks. All are waiting, apparently to resume their task at the finish of their break. But this is no break room in a station. Rather, it's a hospital corridor. That is no place for police officers to spend their shifts when there's so much more going on outside, which they must also address. There has to be a better way, and Matt may well be that better way. I've been delighted to see its implementation. From personal experience, I know it is a terrible and frightening thing to come upon someone deep in crisis. One wrong word could have immense consequences. Hence, this partnership approach not only addresses numerous problems, but most importantly is a preferable way for a vulnerable person to be given the immediate treatment and support they need from professionals equipped to deal with such a scenario. Members will be aware that last Thursday was World Suicide Prevention Day. Those who represent Belfast will also know that City Hall was lit up on 2 consecutive evenings to raise awareness of the issue. And thanks should go to the Lord Mayor, Frank McCoubrey, for obliging that request. I also commend and thank those who give so selflessly to voluntarily come to the aid of those who find themselves in crisis. This is far from easy work, but they can only do so much. For the long-term approach to this matter, it was a welcome development to have seen the much-awaited Protect Life 2 strategy published, and superb news to hear of Professor Siobhan O'Neill, with whom I've worked at East Belfast Survivors of Suicide, being appointed as our mental health champion. Additionally, I was grateful to hear the First Minister speak yesterday during question time of the scoping exercise to understand the full extent of the mental ill health problem in Northern Ireland. I do not envy that task, and quite honestly, I'm nervous of the result. But fear is no reason for inaction, and movement on this issue is desperately needed and long overdue. But that's the long term. Belfast, and East Belfast in particular, in recent weeks have seen a number of people reach the end of their tether. Their crisis has become absolute, their coping mechanisms exhausted, and with the most tragic of consequences. So today, I also implore our Health Minister to give consideration to a short-term, urgent intervention in Belfast to prevent more lives being needlessly lost to suicide and before ideation takes hold. We're all somewhere on the line between good and bad mental health. Some of us in this chamber will have had personal experience of struggling and just not doing so well. For those who have not, then the mantra must be, there but for the grace of God go I. Because how dreadful it must be to reach crisis point, to feel like you just have no options. Matt has proven to work well, and I suspect the Minister has little to lose and much to gain by the expansion of this project across Northern Ireland. Accordingly, I urge him to take this action as a matter of urgency.
It's one of the parts of the job you hate when someone's doing well. I'm really sorry, but rules are the rules, Joanne. I call Mr. Colin Gildernew.
I thank the members for tabling this to Fáilte Road Urshaw, this very important motion, and for bringing a focus to this particularly challenging area of mental health. And I have to say, I've already in the short time been deeply impressed with the genuine empathy with which people here are taken on this issue, and I think that's to be welcomed. I do want to declare my own interest in the sense of, in terms of my own social work career and work in this area, and in particular, invaluable training which I received on placement working with one of our home treatment crisis response teams. The North's long-term record in terms of levels of mental ill health, high numbers of suicide and low spending on mental health are well documented and have been considered by the Health Committee. The pandemic has no doubt exacerbated mental ill health for many, whether through isolation, through loss, through bereavement, and loss of income, and the virus itself, and the fear and anxiety that the virus has created. While since January, most of the committee's time has been focused on issues arising from the pandemic, rebuilding services, as well as the broader transformation agenda, the committee has raised mental health aspects of the crisis during this period and has indicated that mental health is an issue to which it intends to return in some detail as soon as we possibly can. Having been re-established in late January, one of the committee's first sessions was with the Children's Commissioner, Kula Yusuma, in relation to children's mental health. And one of the commitments cancelled due to the pandemic was an informal meeting with the Mental Health Policy Group, which we hope to rearrange as soon as we can. Mental health issues have continued to be threaded throughout all of the committee's work, with members raising issues around the percentage share of the budget allocated to this area and acknowledging the inclusion of perinatal mental health within the action plan. In May, to mark Mental Health Week, the committee discussed the increased hardship suffered by those with addictions due to COVID-19. The North of Ireland Drug and Alcohol Alliance, NIADA, advised the committee of an increase in desperation among substance users, long waiting times for access to opioid substitution treatment, and regional variations in access. They also highlighted the lack of local content testing services for new street drugs and the difficulties that brings with it, the difficulties for that group of engaging virtually, as well as the challenge of accessing PPE, and warned that their experience is substantial, suggests a rise in substance abuse often accompanies recession. On a more positive note, we did hear of some effective support from the PHA to the organisations within NIADA and good partnership working across organisations and imaginative solutions during the difficult period at the start of COVID, which we welcomed. The committee made follow-up inquiries to the Department on the matters raised, including issues outside the Department's immediate remit, such as availability of broadband, which can have a significant impact on access to services and healthcare, particularly given the current reliance on virtual engagements. Remaining to be scheduled are the committee's consideration of the Mental Health Action Plan and a future mental health strategy, and we intend to engage with the mental health champion to that end. Consideration of the mental health care also links to the review of urgent and emergency care. The committee wrote to the Minister recently to seek an update on this work, as we know the pandemic has increased the pressures on our emergency services and departments, impacting crisis response times and capacity. In closing, in relation to the Health Committee, I assure members that the committee is very much aware of the range of mental health challenges we face and the collaborative, interdepartmental and cross-agency working that is required to address them. The committee hopes to play its part in delivering the change we need in that respect. I want to briefly touch on the issue of media guidelines, and I think it has been mentioned as well, but I know the Samaritans have produced very extensive media guidelines in the reporting of suicide, and an alarming issue has raised its head again this week in terms of reporting figures, sometimes inaccurate figures, and sometimes on social media not engaging in a way that's helpful. And indeed, it can sometimes be deeply hurtful to those families who are impacted and also to those who are working within that sector day and night to try to work with these, and I think we should acknowledge their input. The other aspect I want to touch on is the need to recognise that this project is one of the many health transformation projects which will only work properly if properly funded and if co-production is applied. I'd like to acknowledge the debate taking place later today in terms of the crisis response service in Derry. It's important that we provide services in a way that meets the needs of people and communities that are accessible and meaningful to them. And actually, in relation to Colin McGrath's comments in relation to the 9 weeks, which is obviously not even being reached, but 9 weeks can seem like a year. 9 weeks can be too long, and I think we need to try to deliver services in an accessible way. So I welcome the developments with the Minister that the Minister for Health has put into this area and the appointment of the Mental Health Champion, and that the Executive have committed to a significant. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on this topic. And I would like to thank the members here for bringing this important motion forward. As our party's mental health spokesperson, I can say it's definitely most needed, and I too wholeheartedly support it. I am sure that members right across the House can agree it is extremely distressing when a constituent approaches our offices about waiting lists, lack of counselling support, and there is so little that we can do. I would like to recognise the value of the multi-agency triage team. Their work reinforces the need for the on-the-spot mental health support and shows the importance of collaborative work and policies in the delivery of mental health care. In my time serving as a councillor for Derry and Strabane District Council and now as an MLA for East Derry, I have been greatly impressed by the work and the commitment to mental health care from local and voluntary groups that I have met. They are providing vital services to their local communities in the midst of our ongoing mental health crisis and during COVID-19. One such service is the Community Crisis Intervention Service provided by Extern in the North West, which provides a safe space for those in that area who suffer from mental ill health and often suicidal ideation. It operates an out-of-hours service on Thursday evenings right through to Sunday mornings, and I welcome the debate later on today about CCIS. While last week's news that they have now secured funding until next March is most welcome, longer-term funding must be ring-fenced for organisations as crucial as this. Since CCIS opened up in January of 2019, it has carried out 467 time-critical and immediate interventions, saving lives. The Mental Health Action Plan published earlier this year noted that crisis services requires close work between officials and services going forward. This includes de-escalation services. It is therefore disappointing that CCIS continues to fight for long-term funding. We cannot put a price on work such as this. Last week, I chaired the first meeting of the All-Party Group on Addiction and Dual Diagnosis, and I thank all the members here today who helped me to establish the group. It just shows the support in this House for an important topic such as this. My hope is that the APG will bring together a wide range of stakeholders and continue to better inform all of our work on the sensitive and complex topic of mental illness and addiction. After speaking with the Northern Ireland Alcohol and Drug Alliance, I am mindful of the members of society who come in contact with the criminal justice system. They have unmet health needs, with mental ill health and addiction often being a primary issue. As we work towards removing the stigma from mental illness, I ask the Minister to please continue to keep mental health at the top of his agenda. We want our young people to grow up in a better, improved and inclusive Northern Ireland. They look to us as politicians to lead on the topic of mental health, so that is what we must do.
Thank you. Given that it's 12:53 and 30 seconds, if I was to call another speaker, they wouldn't have time to take an intervention and reach 1 o'clock, which the Business Committee is meeting at. So, and Mr McGrath wants to run down to the basement to get some lunch, I understand. So, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today, and I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when the sitting resumes will be question time for the Minister for Education. This debate will resume after question time and the urgent oral questions that have been tabled, and the next member to be called will be Karen Mullen. The sitting is suspended. Thank you.
Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
The sitting is resumed. It is time for questions to the Minister for Education. Agneshiram Sir Philip McGuigan. I now call Philip McGuigan.
Question number 1.
Thank the member for his question. I believe that my department has maintained a simple, clear and consistent message that it is strongly recommended that all pupils using school transport, irrespective of age or form of transport, should wear a face covering. This has been widely publicised through a range of communication channels. It's currently mandatory for all people aged 13 and over, unless they are exempt for a medical reason, to wear face coverings on public transport. The distinction between dedicated school transport and public transport services are because members of the public do not use dedicated school transport, which means that there is an overall lower level of risk. The guidance took account of the advice of the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor, who both input into the drafting process and did not recommend that face coverings were made mandatory on dedicated school transport. While I do believe that the current position of strongly recommending their use is appropriate, the advice will be kept under review and will continue to take account of the expert evidence provided by the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor.
Philip McGuigan. Supplementary question for Philip McGuigan.
Last can call you. And I hear what the Minister's saying about clear guidance. I mean, I don't accept that its guidance is clear. I mean, parents and young people have expressed concern about the inconsistency around the issue. I mean, we have mandatory face coverings for over 13s in public transport. You yourself advised the use of face coverings in communal areas and post-primary schools. Surely you would agree with me, Minister, that it makes more sense to make face coverings mandatory for post-primary students travelling on a bus to school?
I agree with you in relation to make it mandatory. We'd have made it mandatory. I think where we need is a balance of things. We need to ensure that what is the appropriate advice within circumstances, and dedicated school transport is on a different basis to general transport because there is not that same mix of ages. The big problem, particularly with COVID, in terms of the risks, are not, generally speaking, between children, where we know that there's a relatively low risk, but it's actually that mixture of children and older adults therefore being particularly more vulnerable. Because of the fact that school transport is dedicated, and that dedicated side of it purely to those that are using it for that purpose, that there's a different approach taken. But also I think it's appropriate that a balance is also struck. That if we have something that is mandatory, but in practical terms it's not enforceable, I think that then it becomes a little bit of a paper exercise in terms of saying, here's something which has to happen, when actually, from a practical point of view, there will not be school children who will then be either subject to fines or to any level of punishment as a result of not wearing face coverings. And I think if we simply say something is mandatory but have no then means or indeed practical measures of enforcement, then it does become, there is a slight danger it becomes a little bit of a toothless tiger on that basis. But as I indicated, I'll be, as indeed there have been adjustments being made to advice on a range of issues. I will always be closely liaising with the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Officer. So, for example, as part of the process, there was a change made in terms of movement around schools. That was on the basis of advice that was received from the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Officer. So I'll always be guided by what's there in terms of public health, and we will always be trying to be responsive. So the advice on a range of things will have to be agile.
Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for his answer. Face masks are one form of prevention. Would the Minister be confident that enough time and facility and resources being made available for the cleaning of buses during and after use?
Well, there has been, I'm sure there are always things that can be done more perfectly. As part of the overall provision that was made in terms of restart, around about, as the members are aware, about 42 million was made available. There's around about 3 million of that, off the top of my head, I think, is on the issue of school transport. That is in both to try to ensure that there's additional cleaning of buses, that there's further action taken in relation to that there are additional transport provision that is made to try to ease the burden. We've also sent out, I think, a very clear signal that, where possible, I think that parents should be exploring, where active travel, for instance, is doable, where, in the absence of that, parents are able to take children to school directly themselves. That those are all measures which will mitigate the pressures that are there in terms of school buses. So I think the member, in many ways, for this question, makes a very valid point, that if we purely hone in on one particular aspect of things, we miss the wider picture. And as with all measures that are trying to be done to try to combat the threat of COVID, it's about providing, call it, a cocktail of measures, all of which have a role to play in terms of trying to deal with the threat that is there.
Iram Sir Jerry Carroll, when you cashed. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I disagree. The Minister has been anything but consistent. He's performed U-turns left, right and centre all over the place throughout this crisis. But following recent changes announced by the Executive, can the Minister explain to me in the House how this virus spreads in the home but not in the school?
Well, look, I think from the wider context of that, I'd perhaps be more worried if the member was getting up and saying he agreed with me on something. Then I maybe would start questioning my advice at that point. The position in terms of the wider, and this may be a wider question for the executive as a whole, in terms of in terms of the situation, first of all, I think the executive as a whole has taken a view that the education of our young people and the damage that would be done to our young people if schools were not performing on, if you like, being made available as much as possible, as normal as possible, that there's major damage to the education of our young people. That also actually impacts on issues not simply on their education, it is a wider implication for society. It actually has wider implications in terms of mental health, and in terms of the fact that if we don't, in the long run, provide education for our young people, that will actually fuel poverty. It will, in and of itself, have both financial, economic implications, but also health implications in relation to that. In terms of the he mentions about the homes, obviously within the context of specific geographical areas in Northern Ireland, the executive has taken a view for additional restrictions that will apply within a home environment. That in part has been fuelled by the fact that in comparison with either a school or indeed a business where there is a very controlled environment, that the opportunities for those who will, for the spread of the virus, it's a lot more of an uncontrolled environment whenever it's in a home environment. So the measures that have been taken by the executive is ones to try and alleviate the spread of the virus. As with a lot of things, it means that there are a level of restrictions on people who are behaving perfectly well and observing every conceivable action to be able to prevent the spread of this virus. But unfortunately, the irresponsible behaviour of some is creating problems, I think, for all of us.
Sir Colin McGrath, when you cast, I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much. Question number 2, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The purpose of awarding AS grades this year, indeed it was made clear that whenever the revised arrangements were put out in terms of grading, was to enable those young people who are not planning to continue to the full A level in 2021 to at least have an outcome that would enable them to progress to the next stage. The learning at AS level is an integral part of developing the necessary knowledge and skills, regardless of the assigned arrangements. And I suppose in terms of the issues regards the cohort, indeed the position taken is common with other jurisdictions. The normal procedure in terms of AS levels towards A levels in Northern Ireland is therefore that you can take a percentage of a particular mark that was received at A level, and then you add that to a percentage of the mark taken at the A2 part of A level. So effectively you're combining 2 marks. I think it becomes a lot more difficult, indeed impossible, if you're trying to have a percentage of a grade, and particularly an assessed grade, and trying to combine that with a raw mark. You're trying to effectively contain a percentage of a letter grade with a numerical value in terms of that. So to marry in the two, I think, is very difficult. And I think there would also be a range of issues around equality that would be put in place in terms of many of our students doing A levels as well. There are implications if the two were trying to be married in together.
Colin McGrath, supplementary question for Colin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that answer meant something. You lost me halfway through it there. Is there not just simply a change whereby pupils have done an awful lot of work over the past year in ordinary circumstances, that work and that effort that they would put in would then contribute to their result next year, and that this year that is not the case, which renders people, young students that have spent the full year doing work which would normally contribute to a grade, is now not being considered, and all of their pressure is going to be on 1 year's worth of work going forward?
Well, look, we are in very unusual situations, and therefore the awarding of exam results this year were not what any of us, I think, would have wanted in connection with that. But it is also the case that we are now in a position that next year, in 2021, in terms of A-level results, that will be the same for everybody, irrespective of where they come from. Now, in Northern Ireland in particular, it is important, and certainly that is in line with what is happening in England and Wales, the approach that's been taken, for instance, in terms of the hires in Scotland. And A-levels, more so than any other qualification that will be faced, are ones in which our students are in a direct competitive position with those from other jurisdictions. That means that the comparability of our A-levels and the portability of our A-levels are absolutely critical, because we represent around about 2.5% of the overall number of A-levels that are coming into being. So it is critical that we don't have a situation that universities or UCAS say your A-levels are not of the same standard because they are not based upon the objective evidence of exams. They are not based upon, they are based in part the level of assessment. We cannot risk a situation in which ours are downgraded, in which they are considered of less worth than their counterparts across the water. But it is also the case, and not only is there a direct competition there, but we also need to make sure that our students in Northern Ireland are treated equally with each other, because there would be the direct control in terms of what happens with the A-levels that we have over the CCEA grades, which represent roughly about 80% of A-levels. But 20% of the A-levels done in Northern Ireland are done by English and Welsh boards. So if you have them on a completely different basis in which they are being awarded to the others within Northern Ireland, you're not creating equality between students. Indeed, you're not even creating necessarily equality between the different A-levels that particular students will get. They may well end up with getting 2 CCEA grades and maybe one from Pearson or AQA or OCR or some of the other awarding bodies.
I call William Irwin.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister, are there any plans to decouple the AS levels with the A-level permanently?
No, I mean, this has been a situation in terms of the reflection, and when it was made clear back in about March or April of this year that there would be the particular arrangements for 2020, that the implications of a one-year decoupling would take place. I think there is good merit in having a situation. I think the ideal situation is having those AS level examinations and the mark within those contributing to the A level. So I think that is, generally speaking, a sound system. So this is, if you like, dealing with the particular circumstances of COVID. And I think that if we can get back to a situation in which there's a greater level of normality within the exam situation, then I think that is all the better. And as such, certainly the intention is that the actions that are taken as regards to the AS levels for 2020 will be a one-year solution in relation to that. And it's not something I would like to see pertain any longer than has to be the case.
I called Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you very much for your questions thus far. You have mentioned already that other jurisdictions are doing the same here. Can you absolutely guarantee that that will not change throughout the year? Because there are a number of our students who don't just sit CCEA, they do sit exams from other areas. And if the other areas take the AS, then that would have a detrimental impact.
Try and make sure, as the member thinks, I can't give a guarantee as to what other jurisdictions will do. That is clearly the case. And so therefore, from that point of view, we'll always have to keep an eye on what is happening elsewhere and keep in close coordination. I think the overriding concern is not simply to ensure that there is that integrity of examination results, but in particular that none of our students in Northern Ireland are in any way treated in an unfair basis compared to their compatriots elsewhere, or indeed, as the member rightly indicates, than those students within Northern Ireland who are taking examinations from other bodies outside of Northern Ireland. So there will always be an examination of what is happening within that, and I will make sure that at any stage that our students are not disadvantaged when it comes to A-level results. And as I said, more so than any other examinations, A-levels become both a national and international gateway towards university places in particular. More so than, for example, the JCSE market, which is largely, it's a lot more self-contained within Northern Ireland and is principally, but not exclusively, would be used, for example, both in terms of progression within Northern Ireland and for employment within Northern Ireland. So I will certainly give this assurance that we will make sure that we are on sort of a level playing field with other jurisdictions. Now, I suppose with the dilemma sometimes will come as if different jurisdictions also go in different directions. But the one thing I'm certain of is that Northern Ireland, particularly given our size, and particularly because I don't want to see any student in Northern Ireland disadvantaged, it would be utterly wrong for Northern Ireland to go on a solo run as regards A-levels.
I call David Hilditch.
Speaker, question 3.
The COVID-19 pandemic had a very significant impact on society. In seeking to get pupils back into education, my department provided guidance for schools on how to achieve that while enacting measures to minimise risks. So, whereas I suppose that there wasn't a direct role in terms of the discussions between Carrick Grammar and Mid-East Antrim, I did have the opportunity to visit the school to see the arrangements that have been put in place. I think that is part of a wider, deeper partnership, which both was able, I think, to use the use of sort of nearby council premises, which were then able, effectively in arrangements made, to be able to relieve some of the pressure directly within the school. I'm also aware from that visit that there was also is good work that is ongoing, which I think is at planning stage in terms of shared facilities as regards sports pitches. So I think that, whereas the individual arrangements that are there between schools is one that I probably can't comment on. I welcome that cooperative arrangement that is working between local government and between, in this case, Carrick Grammar.
Mr Hilditch for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. As he alluded to there, it's only one of a number of projects which have taken us to a new level of cooperative working between educators, local government, elected reps and other agencies like Sport NI. In my constituency, the project was due, of course, to the current pandemic situation, but would the Minister agree that these partnerships could really be the new norm, reflecting previous reports?
Well, I'm always wary of the phrase "the new normal" in that regard, given the events of the last number of months. But what I would say is that level of cooperation, of co-design, of working together, I think, is very much a shining example. I was very impressed by the work that had happened in Carrickfergus between the council and the school. But it's undoubtedly the case, I think, that while none of us have a crystal ball to be able to gaze into the future, I think that particularly as we move ahead in what may well be a fairly tough financial situation, ensuring that we get the best possible delivery for society and for communities as a whole will more and more, hopefully, at least if there's one good thing to emerge out of COVID, if it can help break down some of those barriers and make sure that across government, across different institutions, there's less of a silo mentality, and that indeed we're looking to see where there can be the best possible benefit for schools and indeed wider delivery for the public. I think that serves as a good role model, and I think it's something that I would encourage others to look at the example of what's happening at Carrick Grammar as a shining exemplar of some of the things that can be done in the future.
Sir Catherine Kelly, when you cast, I called Catherine Kelly.
Minister, can you tell us if your department is undertaken to look at potential of utilising community and other civic buildings for schools in the event of localised outbreaks and school closures?
We'll be liaising with schools, with the EA and others in relation to that. I mean, to some extent, it's something which can then be drawn out at a later stage. I think if we're talking about localised lockdowns, and again, I think we've seen what has happened, for instance, in the last week or two, the aim must be to try to protect schools as much as possible from that happening on that basis. I think there is a strong willingness and comment. For instance, I know we've already received indications from different groups, for example, that if next year, in terms of examinations to enable them to take place, if there's a need for a greater spread of pupils, I know there are people within the community who have been in contact saying we would be happy for our local hall of whatever description to be used. So I think there is an opportunity that can be utilised. At the moment, it's not one that needs to be actioned. And I suppose where there's been the direct impact of further spread of COVID virus within schools has been where particular pupils have then been asked, or indeed staff members have been asked to self-isolate, which in and of itself means that people are going to be at home rather than using additional facilities. But we're certainly very open to those sort of solutions.
Call Rosemary Barton for a question.
Thank you. My department does not provide the transfer tests, and so it's a matter ultimately for the Association for Quality Education Limited and Post-Primary Test Consortium, who provides the GL test, to determine the most appropriate way in terms of the delivery of the test, including the consideration of a single transfer option. However, I certainly would have great sympathy for the question. If we can reach a point where there is a single set of tests, I think that would be an advantage. I understand that there has been some work that has gone on between the organisations. Whether that has been slightly delayed or slowed by COVID, there may be a question mark over that. And I know from the point of view of provision I think normally there's roughly about 1,000 pupils each year will tend to do both sets of tests. So it is, if you like, a subset that is there. But if we can reach a point at which they're at least, because I suspect, to be fair, and we could spend all day talking about transfer in relation, but one thing I would say with certainty is I don't think there'll be a consensus in this House on the subject, but at least if the two organisations providing it can work together to provide that single robust test, I think that would be something that would ease the pressures for a lot of our parents.
Mrs Barton for supplementary.
Thank you for your answer so far. Indeed, it is in the best interests of children to find a way forward that is inclusive for all children. Would you envisage, if there was a single test eventually established, that this would be cost neutral to parents?
Well, we're probably going a little bit down the distance in relation to it. I suppose one of the issues to some extent would be that the overall level of cost that would be there would be considerably reduced on that basis, because the mechanisms of having two sets of tests wouldn't necessarily be there. Ultimately, there will be some level of cost, and assuming that these are still private tests, there would then be the balance to be struck between what would be provided by those schools who are using it, if you like, to provide for their children, and whether there's a contribution that can be there from parents. I suppose that's an element of detail which could prove part of that. I think the more that we can create a situation in which there's not a direct financial burden on the parents, I think that is something that would be, I think, be welcomed by everybody.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Northern Ireland Council for Curriculum Examination and Assessment is consulting on proposals for an alternative approach to GCSE, AS and A2 level curriculum and assessment for this academic year due to exceptional circumstances. Can I ask the Education Minister why he supports this, albeit out of time, consultation for an alternative approach to these examinations, but is dogmatically opposed to any such consideration of alternatives to requiring 10-year-old children to sit 5 examinations for post-primary transfer during a global pandemic?
Well, I admire at least the ingenuity of being able to engineer in transfer tests into the latter part of that question. Because if academic selection is something that is legally allowable, and I think it is right that schools have the opportunity to use it, the only robust way that this can actually take place is with tests. I think we showed, whatever one's view, particularly even on the examinations or the awards during the summer, the tests are clearly highly more preferable than having a situation in which there is any form of, whether it is CCA-based or centre assess-based than assessment in that regard. And the reality is there's not simply a methodology from a primary school level at which assessment could take place without tests. Now, if at the heart of this, and I have perhaps more sympathy for the position of the SDLP or Sinn Féin, who are, I think, abundantly very clear in terms of where their position is. If the member is saying, let us abolish academic selection completely, let us end the grammar school system, because that is the logical output of what he is saying. And, the member cannot have his cake and eat it. If he wants to say on the one hand that he's pro-grammar, but anti-academic selection, then those are a matter of intellectual gymnastics, which the member may feel that he is able to pull off, but I don't think it's fooling anybody. I admire, at least, while I don't agree with it, the much greater level of openness of position of those parties that are simply opposed to academic selection. Make that very clear.
Iram Sir Karen Mullen, Fanya Cash, call Karen Mullen.
Good last caller. Minister, you recently announced £5 million for schools to support our young people's mental health and well-being. Whilst this was very welcome, it is at odds with the pressure of academic testing. Is it not time to bring an end to academic selection and stop putting this pressure on our very young children?
Well, again, maybe sort of a little bit more closer to centre in terms of question. At least I admire the member's ability to work that in. No, look, I believe that while there is a right for academic selection, that, first of all, needs to be respected. I think there is both strong support and strong opposition to academic selection, but I think it needs to be facilitated while it's legally the case. I would say, and I think obviously we're coming on, I think the next question from your colleague is on the broader issue in terms of the wellbeing initiative, so I'll try and pick up that detail more when Mr McHugh raises it in the next question. But no, I don't think this is the time, and I'm sure the member would be very surprised if I suddenly said yes, it was the time.
Call Justin McNulty.
Thank the Minister for coming today and for his answers thus far. Minister, the transfer test has been postponed until January. Is Christmas cancelled for young people and families of the children who are affected?
No, it isn't. Look, the position in terms of the dates, as I indicated in terms of the opening response to it, the dates in terms of the tests are ones that are set by AQ and PPTC, so it is their choice as to when they could do that. The role of the department, and indeed arising out of the areas of implementation from the Education Authority, is whether or not, from the point at which tests are done, is there sufficient time to be able to process the processes to ensure that everybody is able to transfer on time. And it is clear that either on the basis of the earlier tests in terms of November, December or January, that the response that we have got from EA is that that can be done in time to ensure that everybody transferred. And so therefore, the choice has ultimately lay with the test providers, but it is able to be done within that. Look, there are mixed arguments in terms of what the best possible date is, and I appreciate from some parents who've said, our children are ready, we're ready to do it in November, December, they prefer to do it. There will be others who will say, actually, given some of the interruptions that have been there, a bit of additional preparation time is beneficial. In many ways, it's a slightly moot point, because the choice lies with the two organisations that are setting the tests.
Iram Sir Melissa McHugh, if on your cash garage, I guess Fragrant garage as well. As we call Melissa McHugh, if we can, quick question, quick answer, just about to fit it in.
Good morning, cash ever Coig in this.
I'm making an assumption that's question number 5.
Yes.
I'm not 100% clear. I'm assuming the member, because unfortunately perhaps the 5 million figure has actually been used. There's two different contexts to the 5 million. I presume the member is talking about the 5 million as part of the wider package on Restart. And it's anticipated that £5 million education restart wellbeing project funding will be allocated directly to schools subject to business case approval. And by receiving their own allocation, schools will be able to benefit from having the flexibility to use the money to provide health and wellbeing support, to draw down support for their pupils and staff. There is also separately, previously it was mentioned as part of the overall budget, an addition of £5 million in general initiatives in terms of wellbeing. I believe that we'll be able to, with some support from our health colleagues, make that a slightly bigger picture in connection with that. So it means there will be two streams of money that will be made available. One will probably go to particular projects that will support the school sector. One is likely to be directly allocated to schools to be able to decide where they feel it is best to deploy that resources and to use their knowledge from the ground.
Cash Darlene, Melissa, brief supplementary, just we'll get you in.
Good morning, and Fragra. It's of the utmost importance to take into consideration just the emotional health and well-being of students now that they are back in the classroom. So how will the CCEA's consultation on the curriculum and the exams take that into consideration, i.e. mental health and well-being of students? And in a sense too, that's very much in relation to the previous question, i.e. in terms of the 11 plus and that, coming from a community in fact where people have long memories. They remember how children done on the 11 plus whenever they don't know how they graduated or the likes of it after.
Very brief answer, Minister.
I think on all 3 points that are there, look, I think it is important, as time, I think time is effectively gone, that actually there is that level of support, and that's why there's separate funding for the Engage programme, which will deal with academic catch-up, but also that it's important that simply wasn't just done in an exercise in and of itself, but also there was directly specific money for well-being. And I think for all of us, being able to establish the impact in terms of well-being that has taken place because of the interruption of COVID, I think even today there's probably not an absolutely clear picture.
Minister, we've run over a wee bit there, so that ends the period for listed questions. I now move on to topical questions, and we have one withdrawn, that's number 4. So I now call Mr Doug Beattie.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for the answers you have given thus far. And I fully appreciate the pressures that you and your department are under in regards to COVID-19. But I hope you'll forgive me if I go back to a local but very important issue. Given a report back as far as 2015 identified there are serious safeguarding and educational output issues in respect to the Lurgan campus of Craigavon Senior High School, can I therefore ask the Minister for an update on where we are in dealing with these issues and the school estate?
Yes, if the member will give me a minute or so. The position in terms of the situation as regards the Craigavon campus, I have had the opportunity to think both when I was previously Minister and also I think in between then to visit the Lurgan campus, and I would be entirely aware of some of the safeguarding issues that are there and also the physical state of the building. As the member will be aware, there was a development proposal which was brought, which was then effectively stopped by way of a court case. That has meant, I suppose, that matters have had to go back to a previous situation, and as such, as I understand it, so the EA have agreed a range of options. So they will update a draft case for change consultation document which reflects the JR ruling. That's been completed. That the EA officers will update the data contained within the draft case for change. That EA, indeed, and in conjunction with the Controlled Schools Council, will meet with the Principal and Board of Governors at the end of August, which has happened in terms of that updated case for change, and will then seek approval then to rerun pre-publication consultation once put forward. Now, I suppose where I feel I am somewhat constrained in giving an answer in terms of any development proposal, that ultimately will come back to the department and to me as the final legal arbiter. And obviously then I am constrained that I can't make any comment which is either favourable or negative towards any DP without potentially prejudicing the process.
Mr Beattie for supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister, and I absolutely do understand the constraints that you are under, Minister, but you'll know that working class families and children in the non-selective education in Lurgan, who deserve the same standard of education as those who are in the selective sector, do not see a 2-year post-primary school. The only one in the UK, I have to add, as a way of improving their educational attainment. Neither busing them to Portadown will help them either. Therefore, could I ask the Minister if he would be willing within the next month to meet with parents from that school to discuss this issue, free from politicians and the spin that in some way this is damaging the Dixon plan?
I'll be happy to meet with whoever. I suppose the only issue which is, and look, I can't comment on any particular aspect of any proposal. And so if in terms of either solutions within Lurgan, solutions within a wider Craigavon context, it'd be wrong of me to comment on the merits of that. What I would say, I think it is important that for all our children they get the best possible opportunities. And I think that where we are in terms of the current position with regard to Lurgan is one that has not been helpful in terms of that. And I suppose there is a need, and I appreciate there are different views in this, to try and bring as much certainty as possible to that. I don't have any problem in terms of, in principle, meeting with whoever on that bit. I suppose I would just need to check on the propriety of any meeting, because I know that whenever a DP process is initiated, there is a period of time at which the Minister can meet various individuals, can receive representations, for example, and there are periods of time when the Minister is barred from doing that. Subject to me not being barred from having a meeting, I'd be more than happy to have a meeting.
Éireann sir, Emma Sheeran for Ceist, I call Emma Sheeran for question.
Gora mai get Lash King Corlia. Minister, schools have been open for quite some time now, and I'd like to commend the staff and parents alike for the extra work that they've put in to allow that to happen. But for many, the anxiety that they felt at the onset of this pandemic hasn't abated at all. Can I ask you what your department are doing to engage with parents who haven't yet sent their children back to school, either because themselves, their child or someone else in the family home has an underlying health condition that they're...
Well, look, we're working there is a small range of children that have very specific medical conditions in which the EA will be working, and indeed ourselves, with them to ensure that resources and online learning can be put in place. I suppose there are two aspects to this as well. The level of return, and it maybe showed the advantage that we took in Northern Ireland of taking that little bit longer to put things in place. That where we saw in some other jurisdictions that for example, returned to school at an earlier stage, they had a large percentage of parents and children staying away. The figures would suggest from Northern Ireland that at least in terms of the willingness of parents to be there, and I think I saw the member's colleague from along there expressing sort of great joy whether it was his own family getting in. I'll not comment on whether he was just keen to get rid of his family or whether that was just keen to see schools resuming. It's undoubtedly the case that if you look at the figures that were produced in terms of the first week or two, that the levels of school attendance are, broadly speaking, very comparable to what they would normally be, which would suggest that overall the numbers of parents who feel that they have to hold back their children is fairly minimal. What I think one of the major challenges that are out there is also ensuring that the parents have the most up-to-date and precise information. That's why, in terms of which was agreed that it was sent to and work with public health, that, for example, we've produced a very simple flowchart, which then, in terms of what parents do in particular circumstances, which has been sent out through schools, because one of the issues which, and very perhaps understandably, for parents at the very start of this, as school resumed, was a large volume of calls to the Public Health Agency with concerns, did their child need a test, for example? And in the vast majority of cases, I think on the first day, it was well over 90% of those calls, there was no test was needed at all. So it is about trying to make sure that the maximum amount of information and the maximum amount of communication takes place with parents as well.
Thanks for your answer, Minister. Can you give us some assurance that for parents who are concerned and don't feel that their child should be returning to school, that there won't be a penalty and that you'll deal with each case on a case-by-case basis and treat the parents with sensitivity and flexibility?
There is a broad duty for education for young people, and I want to see that fulfilled. I don't want to, either the department or anybody else, to be seen in a punitive way in relation to it. So I think it's about a pastoral way of working alongside parents. Clearly, there is a requirement that if you're registered with the school that you're supposed to be attending that. But look, I think, given circumstances, there will be a sympathetic and understanding approach taken to that. Sometimes the message will have to be said to parents that the safest place actually for your child is within school, with the few exceptions there of where there is those medical complaints. I think we do have to give an indication, particularly to parents, that the risks to children are extremely low through the pandemic, and indeed there is statistically a greater risk of a child having an accident and injuring itself or even dying at home through accident. So that perhaps puts it in a level of context in that regard. But look, I have no desire to be punitive towards parents. And I think it is understandable that some parents will take a particularly strong reaction. And there are, as with a number of issues, and judging on the correspondence that I will get, there will be a number of parents in particular who will be at opposite ends of the spectrum in some of these issues, while the vast majority are probably relatively silent in the middle.
Call Mr. Gordon Dunn for a question.
We all appreciate the work the Minister done and his staff and officials in preparing the return to school and the processes and procedures that have been put in place. Can the Minister give us an assurance that school is a clean and hygienic place for all children who are there now and that ongoing cleanliness is maintained?
Part of the issue, which I think the member raised a very valid point, again, with a lot of things in COVID, we tend to focus in on some issues and almost pass by others. And I think that the issues around hygiene, around, if you like, good hand sanitisation, ensuring that schools are cleaned, are critical. As part of this, the overall package that the Executive agreed, and I think there was indications that it was not the final position on it, of a £42 million support. £42 million support for the restart of schools included directly money, some money specifically for cleaning, for additional cleaning that would take place, but also in the wider context for PPE. And that is not, when people think of PPE, they think, if you like, of face coverings, they think of gloves. Actually, the vast bulk of the money that is earmarked under PPE is for cleaning materials, for hand sanitisers. It has also been the case that I think, working alongside the Executive, there has been further support since that announcement to ensure that projected into the future that, if you like, those hand sanitisers, that provision is actually the #1 priority of the Department. And I think that has been something which has been accepted by the Executive as a whole, and that we will see support emerging for that. And also, where we've seen particular incidents happen, then there have been occasions in which schools have either been closed for a period or indeed partial for a deep clean, and those have been facilitated as well.
Mr. Dunn for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his response. But can he give us an assurance that the funding will continue as it is necessary, that the proper resources are put in place, that overtime is available, and indeed contract cleaners are available, and that funding of this will not fall on the Board of Governors, who are already under pressure to manage their schools with limited resources?
Say in relation to that, I suppose, is twofold. First of all, the Executive, I think, has agreed an overall package which goes beyond the 42 million, which will actually carry those cleaning materials, the PPE, beyond simply the situation as is, but have actually met the assessed needs for the rest of the financial year on that basis. To some extent, I think the broader issue of additional overtime and cleaning, I mean, there is also within the overall provision that has been made, there's a certain amount that's been made available to schools where they can actually spend, and flexibility to spend that money themselves in terms of additional pressures as they see fit. To some extent, obviously, what I think has been put in place will carry us through so far. There will probably be at later stages need for more additional support from the Executive, and I'll be making that clear in bidding for that money. To some extent, it's a little bit of a false dichotomy as to whether a particular resource comes from, here is sort of a budget out of the Department of Education or the EA or an individual school, because ultimately it comes out of the system as a whole. So I think it's wrong of us sometimes to draw that level of sort of probably a slight level of false division between that. There's a need for resources to be applied, and I think the health and safety of our pupils, the health and safety of our staff will be the #1 priority. And I said that is why whenever additional money was being sought from the Executive in the last couple of weeks, in terms of the ranked order priority, that level of PPE, including the hand sanitisers, including soap and cleaning materials, was actually the highest point in our bid within the Executive.
I call Mr. Christopher Stalford. Quick question and quick answer should fit you in.
Okay, thank you, sir. I've been a member every year that I've been a member of this House. The Aurelian Nursery School in my constituency has been turning away children. This year, I and the principal of the school sought a temporary flexibility request for 8 additional places, and this was refused by EA on the ludicrous pretext that there wasn't sufficient demand. Will the Minister take a direct interest in this matter and ensure that any child who applies for a place at Aurelian Nursery School will be in a position to get one?
I know perhaps I've been more accused of being Orwellian than Aurelian in terms of my approach to things on it, but look, it's probably wrong without the information to comment on an individual school. We'll obviously look into the wider situation as regards to the nursery school. There has been, I suppose, in terms of preschool, traditionally in terms of policy, a slightly different approach that has been taken, which has suggested numbers then are a lot tighter, and there will also be a case that sometimes in the broader preschool side of things, there will be a level of restriction on what numbers can be there, which wouldn't necessarily be the case in terms of primary and post-primary because of restrictions on what safely can be fitted in. But certainly, as a Minister, we'll be happy to look into the situation as regards to the nursery school.
Very brief supplementary. Very brief.
Very briefly, can the Minister outline for the House if he has any plans to review the criteria that are used for allocating nursery school places to ensure no one is discriminated against when applying for a place for their child?
I don't want to see anybody discriminated against in relation to it, so as part of a wider range of things, that will be something probably that will be looked at. As members can probably appreciate, particularly with COVID, there's probably been a certain level of backing up of issues which normally would have actually maybe been a little bit ahead on the agenda. So it's a question of working through a wide range of issues, but obviously in terms of nursery provision that will be there, that will be something I'll be keen to look at.
Thank you, Minister. Members, could you please take your ease to allow the Minister and members to come into the chamber for the next item? Thank you very much. Are we? Okay, members. We will now move to questions to the Minister for Minister of Finance. I call John Stewart to ask the first question. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Question number 1.
Agus Nishiram Sir Naira Agadish on Fragata.
The Executive has accepted in principle the recommendations of the RHI inquiry report and, in line with the NDNA commitment, established a subcommittee to consider the recommendations of the RHI report in full and to oversee their implementation. This subcommittee met for the first time in July. Subcommittee heard that significant work has already been done in response to the evidence to the inquiry, including new code of conduct for ministers and special advisers. The Executive Subcommittee is due to meet again in October and will bring a full report on the actions taken and proposed for each recommendation to the Assembly before the Christmas recess.
Mr. Stewart for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, in the spirit of openness and transparency identified within the RHI report, for which he is the lead minister, will he publish in full all unclassified emails which refer to the known order of PPE made by his department with the Irish Government, in particular as these may have relevance in the forthcoming Northern Ireland Audit Office report?
I have no difficulty in supplying the committee with information that it has asked for, and we did supply the committee with information that it asked for. And of course, I'm happy to comply with any of the guidance and regulations in the Ministerial Code of Conduct or the Code for Special Advisers.
Sir Cal Boylan for your case. To call Cal Boylan for a question.
Just could ask the Minister just in relation to that. Could he give us any further updates in relation to the RHI Executive Subcommittee?
Well, as I said in my answer, the subcommittee did meet in July. It's an executive subcommittee. It's made up of a number of executive ministers. Work had already been undertaken in advance, even of the conclusion of the inquiry, reviewing risk management across departments by group internal audit and fraud investigation services, revised guidance and project management, initiation of project delivery profession within the NICS, NICS People Strategy, review of business case and expenditure approvals, initiation of reviews and record management policy and the electronic record management system, review of whistleblowing, institute of more senior grading for private secretaries, new practice guidance for private office. All of that work began and in advance of the subcommittee sitting. So we will, and obviously the work was done in relation to the Ministerial Code and the Special Advisers Code, which is published and adopted by the Executive. And of course we will analyse that work and the work that is yet to be completed as per the NDNA commitments and the inquiry recommendations which the Executive have agreed to accept in full and to implement. And as I said, the intention is to sit again in October and to bring a report before the Christmas recess.
Sir Matthew Toole for Honeycash. I call Matthew Toole for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Given what the Minister has just said, and given in the next few days we're going to see the appointment of a new head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, what conversations will he and the First Ministers be having with that new appointee about implementing urgently the findings of the RHI inquiry? Because, Minister, you will agree with me that the public in Northern Ireland have yet to be convinced that we're seeing real structural reform in our civil service following the scandal of RHI and other things.
Well, if a person is indeed appointed in the next couple of days, that person, from what I've seen of the shortlist, will be a permanent secretary, so they'll be very much cognizant of not only the outworkings of the RHI inquiry, but the Executive's clear view in accepting the recommendations of the inquiry and undertaking to implement those and the work that has been done to date in terms of various codes. Of course, there's a wider piece of work that he references in terms of reform of the civil service, and that's something that will fall to my own department. It's work that we have already started. We have begun the discussions with senior civil servants in relation to it, and I intend to bring that work forward to complement the findings and the outworkings of the RHI inquiry.
I'll call John Blair for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask, flowing from the RHI report, if there is in existence a list of targeted recommendations with actions that have deadlines and that those actions have owners that can be identified for progressing those actions?
Yes, I think it's not, bear in mind the RHI report and the outworkings of the inquiry about restoring confidence, and about ensuring things which were done which caused the RHI scandal aren't done in the way they were before, to ensure that there's a different way of approaching things, and there are a huge amount of lessons within that. So it is important for public confidence that is seen that the recommendations from that are implemented, and they are implemented in a timely fashion and with time and urgent action attached to them. We've already undertaken and implemented some of the recommendations. Some of the work began before the inquiry had even reported. I'm not sure if he was on the working group prior to the executive being reformed, which was already 5 parties looking at some of these issues and making recommendations. So a significant amount of work has already taken place, but we want to ensure that confidence is restored in the working of this institution. The experience of the RHI debacle deeply dented confidence in that working, and so the recommendations and the actions flowing from that inquiry and from the work that the RHI subcommittee is doing need to be done and seen to be done in a way which restores public confidence.
Call Mr Jim Allister for a question.
Question 2.
With your permission, last Concordia, I want to group questions 2 and 6. The Executive has received £2.2 billion of funding from Treasury as part of its COVID-19 response.
Mr Allister for supplementary.
In addition to that, of course, Minister, there would have been the extensive support for the furlough scheme. The Economy Minister told the House this morning that up to 250,000 people benefited from that. So when we add in that direct aid, is it a reasonable assumption to conclude that there must have been aid of the order of about £5 billion to Northern Ireland since the onset of COVID, of extra funding? And is it the case that £800 million or thereabouts remains unspent at the centre?
Well, I can't attribute the level of funding that he does to the employee retention scheme, and of course we have the scheme for self-employed as well. I think it was about 78,000 people benefited from that, but we don't have the exact figures for that. So I know he's extrapolating in terms of we had the figures that we were allocated for this executive to dispose of was 2.2 billion, and he's correct. There is, perhaps not in total that, but there is in the region of that. 600 million of that is with the Health Department and was allocated as part of its COVID response. And we are working with the Health Department to ascertain whether they will spend, that's to be spent within this financial year. And obviously the Health Department are quite rightly preparing for the distinct possibility of a second surge in terms of COVID and what will be required to meet and manage that. And they have other challenges then as a consequence of the COVID experience and other health services that they provide. And so we're working closely to examine with them whether they will need all of that, whether they will be able to spend all of that, and if so, can it be surrendered and spent on other priorities for the Executive. And it's my intention then to bring a paper to the Executive on Thursday, which will allocate the bulk of the remaining money that he has identified this Thursday, although there will be some held, because as he will know, there are some sectors that as yet there hasn't been an agreement as to how we would support them, and there has been some movement on that, I understand, between Deputy First Minister, the Economy Minister and the Infrastructure Minister. So rather than allocate, we've decided to hold back a certain amount of money to be able to deal with some of those sectors who have missed out thus far. But the bulk of the money resides with health at the moment, and once we find whether they will be able to spend all of that, then we will know whether that is catered for or whether there will be more returned to the centre for further distribution.
Call Mr William Humphrey.
I thank the Minister for his answer so far. It's already been said the Northern Ireland Audit Office announced on the 2nd of September £2 billion extra had come from Her Majesty's Treasury, another benefit of being part of the Union. Can I ask the Finance Minister, has he had further conversations with Her Majesty's Treasury in terms of the furlough scheme being extended in Northern Ireland as it comes close to its end, and has he the support of the Finance Ministers in both Scotland and Wales for that?
Yes, I have had discussions with Treasury in relation to the furlough scheme. I think I've made no secret of this publicly that I think it's premature to end the furlough scheme in October. When it was originally envisaged back in March, April, whenever it came in April, I think it was, clearly people would have hoped to be well beyond the COVID experience by the end of October, but quite clearly from the experience both here and in Britain, in the last number of weeks. COVID is going to be with us for some time, and we may well experience a resurgence. And then I think we have had figures shared with us today to say that the number of people on the unemployment register has doubled in the last while, and I noticed that a lot of that's been attributed to young people who are becoming unemployed. So clearly, to abruptly end the furlough scheme at the end of October, I think is premature, and I've made that representation to Treasury on a number of occasions. I wrote on behalf of the Executive a week or so ago, just to reinforce that view on behalf of the whole Executive, to argue for an extension of the furlough scheme, and I have spoken on a number of occasions and will be speaking again actually in the morning with the Scottish and Welsh Finance Ministers, and we collectively will make that point to Treasury as well.
Call Mr Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Minister could oblige me by providing, if not today in writing, a per capita breakdown of COVID support for the people of Northern Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic. And should the data evidence that the people of Northern Ireland are receiving above average support, would he concede that there are benefits for Northern Ireland being part of the United Kingdom?
If the member's idea of selling the union is that we are dependent and will always be dependent on handouts, then I'm not sure that and particularly on a government which members on the opposite benches have accused of betrayal on a number of occasions, then to put your eggs in that basket in terms of your advancing the argument for the union, I think is rather a weak one. Of course, we are taxpayers, and we've received a share back as the government in Britain has distributed COVID response money. I can get him the breakdown that he wishes, but I have to say, if I was a neutral, which I'm clearly not in this argument, the idea that we'll get handouts and we're dependent and we will always continue to be dependent is not one which is sell the union to me.
Éireann Sir Declan McAleer for Honeycast. I call Declan McAleer for a question.
Grandma, thank the Minister for his answer. Given the fact that we're just over 100 days away from exiting, with the company and loss of EU funding for rural development programmes, could the Minister give us any update or he would have from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund and the possibility of getting this transferred for here?
Well, I think one of the associated frustrations with how Brexit has been handled in London is that we have no clarity as yet in relation to Shared Prosperity Fund, and that view is shared by colleagues that I speak to in both the Scottish and the Welsh administrations as well. And we had expected some degree of certainty. The Executive have a very clear view that the commitment to replacing like with like in terms of lost EU funding, that the Executive wants to be in charge of designing the programmes and distributing the money for that is one which is shared right across the Executive. So we continue to press that case in relation to Whitehall, but as yet we have very little clarity in relation to how much and how that fund might be operated.
Question number 3 has been withdrawn. Initiatum Sir Philip McGuigan for Honeycast. I now call Philip McGuigan for a question.
Question number.
When setting public sector pay policy for 2021 at the beginning of this month, I have required all public bodies to actively consider how pay awards can be targeted to ensure the payment of the Living Wage Foundation's living wage. My officials will shortly begin to engage with each of the departments to examine the practical implications for the public sector in taking this forward.
Ceistóir Líontach, ag Philip McGuigan. Supplementary question for Philip McGuigan.
Last can call your Irish. August Minister, and further to your response, Minister, would you agree with me that with regard to wages, terms and conditions for workers, that the Executive should be an exemplar of good practice and a model for other employers to follow?
Yes, I think we should. I think if this is a policy that we, and it's part of an NDA commitment, which all of the Executive parties signed up to in terms of the living wage, then of course it's one which the Executive has an obligation to set a standard. The vast majority of civil servants are paid above the living wage, but nonetheless there are other public bodies which I think we can encourage along that regard as well. And as I say, in terms of setting the pay policy, I give the flexibility for different departments and public bodies to meet this, and an encouragement to meet, as I say, the Living Wage Foundation's living wage, which is above what might be considered the national living wage.
Next year, Sir Pat Catney for Honeycast. I call Pat Catney for a question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answer so far. Does the Minister agree with me, as the furlough scheme comes to an end, workers in certain sectors will be hit harder than others, And will he outline if any further targeted wage support schemes to help workers in these struggling sectors are planned? Thank you.
Well, as I said in answer to Mr Humphreys, that the continuation of that employee retention scheme, which is commonly known as the furlough scheme, is one that I have raised with Treasury on many occasions and argue that it's premature to bring it to an end in October. And of course there are sectors in particular, and we have argued that if they're not to continue it in full, that they certainly should look at specific sectors which are going to continue to struggle in the conditions that even with a partial reopening of the economy or an attempt to reopen it as fully as can be, there are sectors that are going to continue to struggle, and we have seen the unemployment registers dramatically increase. So that's evidence already before the end of October comes of the impact that there's going to be out there. So of course I agree with them that we need to continue to target that, and we will continue to raise that with Treasury. My intention is to try and have more direct engagement perhaps over in Treasury before the end of the month, if that can be arranged, and I'll continue to engage with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts. Indeed, in the morning I'm speaking to them, and we continue to sing off the same hymn sheet in relation to the need for continuation of that scheme.
I call Dr Steve Aiken for a question.
When officials began examining the options for establishing a fiscal council earlier this year, but work did not progress as intended, given the need to focus on the immediate COVID-19 response. However, my department is now actively refocusing on the issue, and consideration is being given to what the Council's terms of reference might be and how members could be appointed. I will be able to provide further update on this once this work has been sufficiently advanced.
Dr Aiken for a supplementary.
And may I thank the Minister for his reply so far. Could I ask the Minister, bearing in mind it's 8 months since New Decade, New Approach, and the fact that we are having significant issues getting details of budgets, what is happening with money supplies, what's happening within internal departments as well, and the fact that there isn't an economic plan as yet to get us out of COVID that we have, members of the Assembly have seen sight of, can you expedite the formation of the Fiscal Council so that we're able to not only hand in glove of bringing an economic plan to get us out of COVID, we're also in a position where we can look at it and monitor it carefully to make sure it is in fact affordable and deliverable?
Well, I agree we have all lost time as a consequence of COVID, and I'm sure if he has questions to all ministers from all departments, work that we had all envisaged doing, particularly work which was related to NDNA commitments, which the Fiscal Council is one, has suffered in terms of time lag because people have just been so busy trying to respond in the first instance to the COVID challenge. And of course we are picking that up, and we will pick it up at pace. It's important, though, to get it right. It's important to get the right powers in terms of reference for a fiscal council and to get the right people into it. So, in one regard, where we don't wish to delay any further and get this done, and it is a commitment which I intend to fulfil, we need to make sure that it is done correctly. Of course, in terms of the difficulties, we have been on a cycle of annual budgets. We're now in a cycle that has been interrupted by COVID response and trying to deal with the additional money we put across, trying to spend that quickly, trying to get it out there and make sure it's properly audited and accounted for. But following the spending review, which has begun now in Whitehall, I hope to be in the autumn in a position where we can announce multi-annual budgets, and then we have much more clarity, advanced sight of how departments will spend money, and allow committees like the Finance Committee and others to provide the appropriate level of scrutiny to departments.
Called Kelly Armstrong.
Very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to hear the Minister saying that we are working towards multi-year budgets. Does the Minister believe that a Fiscal Council needs to be up and running prior to the introduction of a multi-year budget?
Well, I don't think the two events are necessarily linked. We intend to, as I say, we are told that there will be an autumn statement or an autumn budget event in London. That could be as late as of November, because sometimes these autumn statements have run into December even. So we're not in control of that timetable, to be quite honest. But I think our intention is to get the Fiscal Council with the right people and the right terms of reference appointed, up and working properly. And there is a linkage in terms of the British Government in doing that, because they have a role involved in that. So that process is not entirely of our own doing. And as I say, trying to time it in terms of what may emerge from Whitehall in the autumn is something we don't have no control over. So I think if we get the right council in place and give it the right remit, then hopefully the two things will coincide, and they should be in roughly the same time frame. But as I say, we can't exactly say when either of them will happen.
Sir Gemma Dolan fáinne cash to call Gemma Dolan for a question.
And I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Could I ask the Minister for an update on Fiscal Powers Commission?
Well, similarly, it's another piece of work what I was undertaken to do when we came into office in January. Another piece of work, unfortunately, given the emergency that we were faced with in terms of the COVID pandemic, as with a lot of other departments, that work we had intended to do has slipped in the time frame. But similarly, we are back looking very actively again at the Fiscal Commission, at agreeing in terms of reference, looking at who might be on that, how they may be appointed, and making sure that the Fiscal Commission can look at the idea, as they have done already in both Wales and in Scotland, of what other tax levers and financial levers that the Executive might request be transferred over here, so we can have much more control over our own spending power.
I can see Sir Matthew Toole for your cash. I call Matthew Toole for.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Further to that point, two quick questions. Can you confirm both the Fiscal Council and the Fiscal Powers Commission will have real economic forecasting powers, because simply bean counting won't be enough to solve the structural challenges that face this place? Number two, what conversations has he had with his counterparts in Scotland and Wales and elsewhere, including inside the Executive, about the appalling powers being taken in the Internal Market Bill to undermine the core tenets of devolution, not just in this part of the world but across the UK? What is he doing to stand up with other finance ministers for what the UK government is doing to breach the fundamental basis of devolution across these islands?
Well, can I say in relation to the remit of both the Fiscal Commission and the Fiscal Council, that is yet to be decided, but yes, we want to make sure that both can do the jobs that we expect of them. And in relation to the other matter of the legislation currently going through Westminster, of course he will know that the Executive is divided on that. We have very different views in the Executive in relation to Brexit in its entirety, but in particular to that bill. And I do share the concerns that he has expressed. It is on the agenda for my discussion tomorrow morning with the Scottish and Welsh finance ministers, and I know in advance that they share the same concerns that we have in relation to that, the implications for devolution, and that they share those concerns that we have as well. So there will be an opportunity, I think, tomorrow for both ourselves, Wales and Scotland, to agree a position and make that position together to the British Government.
Question number 6 has already been grouped with number 2. Agus initiatum Sir Melissa McHugh for your cash. I call Melissa McHugh for a question.
The Executive agreed that a review of arm's length bodies is again another commitment in the New Decade, New Approach agreement. It committed us to carry out a review with a view to their rationalisation, also their efficiency and effectiveness. The number of arm's length bodies being considered is 116 in total cost of approximately £11 billion, an estimated staff and complement of 135,000. So we have initiated a two-stage review, and the first is gathering information from departments, background information, the bodies themselves, the budget, the staff and the functions, internal and external board members and their remuneration, frequency of meetings, etc., details of what the ALB has achieved, when it was subjected to review and the conclusion of that review, where the ALB is located. The second stage will involve looking at the rationale for the arm's length bodies, considering whether the functions it carries out can be delivered in the department itself. Do they require political impartiality? Is it a technical function which would be inappropriate to be carried out by a government department? Is there overlaps with other ALBs? Has it outlived its purpose? Should it be abolished? Does it have sufficient transparency to the public about its activities, and could this be improved? Now, that work is progressing well, and it is my intention that it will be brought to the Executive for consideration in the near future, and that will include proposals for the rationalisation, efficiency and effectiveness of arm's length bodies considered in the review.
Melissa McHugh, supplementary question for Melissa McHugh.
Minister, would you agree with me too? This actually will provide an opportunity for both good governance, increased accountability and democracy, and improving service delivery, and will reduce unnecessary bureaucracy in relation to arm's length bodies.
Well, I think that I agree with the member that the purpose of this review was in around efficiency and effectiveness, and the review has already identified emerging themes around the area of governance, including regulation of boards, relationships with sponsorship officials, accountability to ministers and regular reviews, and we're considering all of these issues. The outcome of this should be better public services delivered in a more efficient and a more effective and a more transparent way. That's the overarching principle, and we want to see that achieved. So, as I say, that work is ongoing, it is progressing very well, and it's my intention to bring a report to the Executive in the not-too-distant future.
I call Mr Paul Frew.
Mr Speaker, given the fact that I think we all support the review of armed lance bodies, can the Minister assure this House that he will review his own department with regards to governance and transparency, and indeed the department's information management policy, so that his department is completely transparent and accountable, and so that scrutiny committees do not have to threaten court action in order to get information?
Well, because I say the retention of information policy is a civil service-wide policy. It's not the department's policy. It's one which was adopted by the civil service some time back, possibly when even one of your colleagues might have been Minister for Finance at the time, and that's the policy that pertains today. It's my view that the department is transparent and accountable and, of course, responsive to the committee, and it has always been my position within the department that committees are entitled to information they request, and that should be provided in an efficient and effective manner.
I call Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the Minister if he would consider reviewing or extending the review to local government, and whether additional functions could possibly be added to them or transferred to them.
Well, I'm afraid it's not within the remit of this particular investigation. We wouldn't consider local government an arm's length body because they have their own degree of autonomy. They're responsible in terms of management broadly of local government and departments and communities. But I do think she makes a fair point. The local government big change has now been in place for some time, and I think it is perhaps an appropriate time for an executive to look at the powers that have been transferred to local government, what has worked, what perhaps hasn't, and I'm always open to the idea of transferring further powers to local government. I think, particularly, I think they had an opportunity in relation to the response to the pandemic to step up the plate, and they have done so very, very well. And I think increased cooperation and collaboration between government here and local government is a very good thing. As I say, ultimately we are about providing better services to the public, and we're both in the same place in that regard. So I think it could be timely, and I would certainly be supportive of an idea of reviewing the powers of local government, but it's not part of this arm's length body review.
Move now to question number 8. Mr Robertson, we have time for quick question and quick answer. Okay.
Question 8.
The Executive is rightly considering the impact of COVID-19 as it made allocations firstly in response to the pandemic and then to aid our economic recovery. Alongside that, the Executive has considered all the other pressures faced by departments in the context of the resources available, and allocations were made in the June monitoring round. In that round, the departments were given extra flexibility to reallocate budgets, and that will again be the case in the October monitoring round. The additional flexibility will assist ministers to respond dynamically to the impact of COVID-19 in their respective departments.
Can I ask the Minister, because of the serious financial impact COVID-19 could have on our finances, is there a possibility that it will have to lobby Treasury for additional block grant funding finances before the end of the financial year?
Well, I think in the first case, we want to have an assessment of what departments have spent. As in one of the earlier questions, we were discussing the COVID allocation money that we had in terms of response to that, and we have spent a very significant amount of that. There will be more allocations this Thursday, and there is money in health, hopefully sufficient to meet the challenges that they need, and perhaps even more. So we need to look at that. We need to look at where department budgets are sitting, because departments will not have been doing the business that they were intended to do in the first half of this financial year. We had some returns in June monitoring. We're currently in the exercise of October monitoring, and we should be bringing a position in the next number of weeks to the Executive in relation to that and to the Assembly, and we'll see how departments are spending the money they have. Some of them will have additional challenges because of COVID, but others will have money that they otherwise would have spent that they won't be able to spend because of the pandemic and the way things have closed down. So I think in the first instance we need to look at our own resources and see what we have before we decide for further interventions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That ends the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. We have one withdrawn, that's number 8. But I now call Mr William Humphrey for a question.
Minister, in terms of the review he talked about for arm's length bodies, in terms of efficiencies, in terms of effectiveness, governance and transparency, can he advise this House as to when that piece of work will be completed? Because in conversations and discussions we've had with the Northern Ireland Audit Office at the Public Accounts Committee, this is an issue which, across government, has huge implications in terms of finance, in terms of budgets, money that can be used perhaps in many departments much more efficiently and effectively.
Well, as I said in the answer to that question, I think it was something like 116 bodies, £11 billion worth of budget and 135,000 staff attached to them. And the question he quite rightly asks is, can some of that work be carried out within departments? Arm's length bodies, there is no formula for their creation. If you actually look into them, you find completely different times that were set up. Most of them, I would imagine, come from the direct rule era, when there was an attempt to create some veneer of local democracy or local democratic input into decision making. The question is, post Good Friday Agreement and devolution, is that still appropriate at this time? And of course, we need to look at all of that, the efficiencies, the effectiveness, the transparency. And we have had conversations and continue conversations with the Controller and Auditor General. I had a conversation when we were starting this exercise to outline our view on this and to take his feelings in relation to some of these, because like himself, I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee many times, and I know the questions that have come through it. So I think we're very cognizant of their view in relation to that, of what the outcome needs to be, and I think it's well beyond time we had a really long, hard look at some of the arm's length bodies and what they're required for in the future.
Supplementary, Mr Humphrey.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the Minister, and thank him for his answer, in relation to the efficiency and effectiveness and cost effectiveness in terms of north-south bodies, will it be included in this piece of work?
Well, I would argue that the north-south bodies probably haven't been able to get, for various reasons, to their full remit, and some of us indeed have a view that perhaps better and more efficient and more effective north-south bodies should have been created back in 1998, 1999, but that's another argument. But clearly they are a joint agreement between this administration and the administration in Dublin, so they're not singularly a matter for review by this administration in itself.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. And can I ask the Minister to provide an update on considerations within his department or any work that might be ongoing with the Department for Communities in relation to the potential financial plight of local councils due to income deficits caused by the COVID-19 crisis?
Well, I have to say we have a very good working relationship with communities, as we do with all departments. Finance has that role in that we work closely with every department. And we have had many engagements with the Minister and the Department for Communities. I think we have another meeting scheduled for Thursday morning. And we've already given, I think it was 20 million additional money to councils this year already in terms of their COVID response. And I'm on record in response to previous answer acknowledging the role that councils have played, how they've stepped up in relation to assisting the public response in relation to the pandemic and the public service response. I will be making an allocation on Thursday from some of the remaining COVID money. There has been a bid in relation to councils, and I hope to be making a proposition to the Executive in relation to that.
Mr Blair, supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for that. Can I ask further to that if he can detail any scoping or investigation which is being done on behalf of his department with the council representative bodies to assess the level of help needed as we move towards another financial year as well?
I had the opportunity, I think, on Friday to address an ILGA delegation and to take questions from a range of councils right across all of the 11 councils and have that engagement. I think that's hugely important. I think the closer the working relationship between central government here and the local government, I think the better public services we will collectively provide. I know my own department through LPS and others are working with the council in terms of rates, and that engagement is going on in terms of the council spend and projecting the council spend over the financial year. So I think, yes, absolutely, I want officials to continue to work. Of course, communities have a role there as well. Continue to work with councils to assess their needs and make sure that there is, bearing in mind the limited pot that we have to go around all departments, but that they are supported as best we possibly can.
Call Mr Mike Nesbitt for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What happened to the 33 million of COVID support money for the arts?
Well, as the member will know, money which comes across as a Barnett consequential is unhypothecated. Therefore, it's not ring-fenced for any particular area. In and around that time that money came across, we did make a £4 million allocation for some resilience money to the arts. I am making a proposition to the Executive on Thursday, in which, as with the bid for local councils, local government, there has been a bid from the Department of Communities in to support the arts. I see it very much as economic support as well, because arts venues are very much part of our tourism product and our economic product here as well. So I'm very sympathetic to the arguments that were made, and I intend to bring a proposition to the Executive on Thursday in relation to that.
Mr Nesbitt for supplementary.
I thank the Minister. On the 31st of March, the Minister informed this House that his strategy for coping with the COVID crisis was, and I quote, "We can be flexible and agile in our response." And further, "We have allowed people to be agile. That is what the public would expect of us, to be as agile as we can, to be on our toes." What is agile about sitting on £33 million for 2.5 months when the arts sector it's supposed to protect is crumbling?
Well, what we have been endeavouring to do over the summer months is to get an agreed economic recovery strategy from the Executive. And I have said that I want to allocate the money, the remaining money, because we have a limited remaining pot of COVID money. The Treasury have made it very clear that's it as far as this financial year is concerned. Of course, we have the money sitting with health, but in terms of what's at our disposal, that's it. And I wanted to make sure that it was allocated against economic recovery proposals that the Executive had endorsed. We hadn't got those over the course of the summer. We now have those, and I'm in a position to make an allocation this week, and I will be bringing a proposal to the Executive on Thursday.
Call Mr Thomas Buchanan for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what progress has been made in seeking to secure funding for the victims-related pension scheme?
Well, as the member will know, the scheme, according to the own statement of funding policy from Whitehall, the party that proposes the policy, that legislates for it, carries the cost of implementation of that policy. That's the Executive's position, and the people who have done that are the British Government and the NIO. Now, what they have legislated for and the policy they have put forward is not what was agreed at Stormont House. It's different from what was agreed at Stormont House. Therefore, they own it. And it's my clear view, acting on behalf of the Executive, and it's a clear argument that I've been making to Treasury and to the NIO on behalf of the Executive, that they are responsible for paying whatever, and we have as yet have no clear figures as to what this would cost, that the Northern Ireland Office and the British Government are responsible for paying out in relation to this scheme.
Mr Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister accept that it was totally absurd of his party to seek to block this scheme, resulting in a court case, and only give this House a commitment this afternoon that he will now do all that he can in his position in order to seek to secure the funding for the scheme so that there's no further delays?
Well, I can assure the member that that's what I've been trying to do, is to seek the secure fund. We don't know what the funding is going to be. We don't know what the cost is. The Minister for Justice put out an estimate, I think, that perhaps up to £800 million. That's completely different from the estimate that the Northern Ireland Office gave us a number of months back. And so we don't have, and I have been attempting to secure the commitment from the British Government to live up to their own statement of funding policy, which is part of their own rulebook, that they created the policy and legislated for it, therefore they own the cost of it. And that's what I intend to do. The idea that the NIO were trying to steamroll us into to accepting responsibility for it, of course a department here has to be designated to carry it forward, but the real argument in relation to who pays for the scheme itself is still to be accepted by the British Government, and that's what I intend to pursue, and that's what the Executive have asked me to pursue.
Éireann Sir Declan McAleer for Hunyakash. I call Declan McAleer.
Gurmagat, has the Minister any plans to make changing places mandatory in building regulations?
I'm committed to incorporating the change in places toilets into local building regulations as soon as possible. During the summer, I had the opportunity to meet with Christine McClements, who has campaigned tirelessly for changes to building regulations in respect of changing places toilets. Following my meeting with Christine, I invited her to be part of the technical working group, and I am delighted that she accepted that invitation. The Department is now working through the necessary changes to make changing places toilets a requirement in new buildings that meet the specified criteria. Working with the Buildings Regulation or Advisory Committee, the Department is developing proposals for the mandatory provision of changing places toilets.
And Tuastal McAleer for Hunye Cash-Torlinta, Declan McAleer for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response. Given your responsibility for this estate, will you provide changing places facilities on the Stormont estate, on the grounds of the Stormont estate?
Well, I'm pleased to say that works are also progressing to install a changing places toilet near to the Momullum Play Park, which is a fantastic facility on this estate. And I believe that the promotion of changing places toilets represents an important step in dignity and equality for all. I mean, I have had the opportunity to speak to Christine and to other campaigners. I'm very aware, and there are members in the chamber here who have been campaigning on this issue as well, and particularly in relation to play parks. I mean, you see the wonderful facility that is there, but the fact that some children cannot access it or cannot access proper toilet facilities while they're accessing that facility is clearly an equality issue, and so I'm very pleased that we will bring that forward in building regulations, and we will take our own initiative in the state that we have authority over and doing that right away.
Old Kelly Armstrong for question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, one of the outcomes of the COVID pandemic has been the issues that face-to-face coverings and lack of face-to-face meetings have had on people like myself with hearing disabilities. I would like to ask you if your Enterprise Shared Services section could work or are working on delivering video relay service, or to come up with a bulk way of buying clear masks for customer-facing services across the civil service.
I actually share the members' difficulty because I have a hearing difficulty myself, and I also find it difficult now with the wearing of face coverings to engage, and I also find Zoom meetings difficult at times as well in terms of trying to hear what people are saying. So it is a real challenge for those who have a hearing impairment. I'm not certain as to what work has been carried out, but I'm very happy to take her question back to the Department and provide her with a written answer to it.
Supplementary.
Actually, I'd like to just use my supplementary to thank the Minister to get to question 6 and topicals.
Thanks very much. I guess Kate Cash-Derla Shin for Hunye Cathal Boylan.
The Minister, of course, is aware that 9 months on, money deducted from the health workers' pay due to their justifiable strike action has not yet been reimbursed. Can the Minister provide some clarity on when this will happen, please?
Well, the Executive agreed back as far as I think May to provide £1.6 million to reimburse health workers who had been striking as they went back into face the front line of taking on the COVID pandemic. I made that money available to the Department. Of course, then it is a matter for the Health Minister to allocate that money.
Very quick supplementary.
Thank the Minister for that, and it's incredible, Minister, that these health workers are working at the front line through COVID, and the Minister's now, the Health Minister, is saying that this matter lies within the Executive. Can you just clarify where the actual matter lies? Does it lie with yourself or lie with the Health Minister?
Well, the Health Minister has asked further questions of the Executive in relation to what he sees as a repercussive element to this. I'm of a very clear view, and I think the Executive, when they endorsed the proposition to make the funding available, viewed the health workers, and particularly in relation to those heading in to face the COVID pandemic, as a unique set of circumstances, and one which was worthy of our support, and one which doesn't apply to any other circumstance in terms of employment in the public sector. Of course, the Health Minister will want to satisfy himself of any questions that he has in this regard, but I'm very clear as Finance Minister, and I think the Executive is very clear in relation to the paying of these people.
And members, that concludes our business. The time is now up, so if you would just take your ease while we prepare for the next session, please.
Members, Mr Cathal Boylan has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Infrastructure. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically for supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for Infrastructure why she announced the decision to approve planning for the North-South electricity interconnector on social media rather than in the Assembly.
And I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member may not be aware that planning decisions have never been announced in the Assembly in the past. The long-established procedure is that once the Minister has fully considered the application and taken a decision, it is normal practice for a letter indicating the outcome of that decision to issue to the Speaker of the Assembly, the Chair of the Committee and all MLAs. That is the process which was followed, and my officials went over and beyond this to give early indications. At 12:10 and again at 12:15, my officials telephoned the Business Office to advise that a letter was coming for immediate issue to all MLAs. At 12:25, my official telephoned the Infrastructure Committee Clerk to advise that a letter was coming. At 12:45, letters issued from my private office to the Speaker, to the Chair of the Committee and to the Business Office for all MLAs in this Assembly. At 13:22, I thereafter announced this positive news via social media. As this timeline sets out, the process was correctly followed.
And I call Cathal Boylan to ask a supplementary question.
Could I thank the Minister for coming to the House to give a response, but the Minister is well aware that this is a major infrastructure project. There have been major concerns relayed by numerous members of the community in terms of house values, in terms of health issues, thousands of objections. So could I ask the Minister, in relation to those concerns, how will the Minister reconcile those concerns with the decision she has made today, and what interventions or any options is she going to provide to address those major concerns? Because in Newry Armagh, there's a number of groups that are very, very concerned about the introduction of a 400 kV pylon, 400 kV electricity wire pylon that hasn't happened here in this part of the country before.
I thank the member for his question. I acknowledge the concerns of residents and the local community. Interested third parties were given the opportunity to present evidence to the PAC and have all issues debated at the public inquiry. The PAC carefully considered and reported on the issues raised, but concluded that the various objections raised by third parties had not all been sustained. All issues were addressed in the PAC report. The Department has also independently considered those issues, as well as all new representations made since the applications were remitted back to the Department in light of the Buick judgment, and considers that a grant of planning permission is the correct decision. I recognise the strength of feeling in the community and the concerns around this proposal. A development of this nature is such that it cannot be delivered without some impact. However, this has to be balanced against the imperative need for the development. I maintain my position that the need for the development outweighs any potential impacts, and on balance, planning permission should be granted subject to appropriate conditions to protect the surrounding environment.
I call Michelle McIlveen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I do share the concerns of Mr Boylan in relation to the manner in which this was announced. And regardless of the merits or otherwise of the decision, I suppose the fundamental issue really is here that given the scale and the implications of the announcement, that it perhaps warranted, at the very least, a written statement. Will the Minister, who has been known to chastise others, give a commitment that any future announcement on this scale will be brought to the Assembly in a timely manner?
I thank the member for her question, and as I outlined, at 12:25 my official telephoned the Infrastructure Committee Clerk to advise that a letter on this issue was coming. At 12:45 my private office issued a letter to the Speaker, to the Chair of the Committee, her good self, and to the Business Office for all MLAs. There is a long-established process for doing this. My predecessor, Chris Hazard, took two planning decisions, one to approve a major mixed-use development in Cumber and one to refuse a mixed-use development at Crescent Link in Derry. In both cases, he issued the relevant letters and no announcement was made in the Assembly. This is the same process that was followed in this instance and that has been followed by all of the former ministers.
And I call Steve Egan.
I thank the Minister for her replies thus far. Can she tell the Assembly whether anyone in her department had briefed Sony Airgrids or the Department for Communications, Climate Action and Environment before the Assembly was informed, or before any of the MLAs or any of the committees were informed?
The answer to that question is no.
I call Dolores Kelly.
And I welcome the Minister coming before the House, but I'm sure she will share my concern, but not shock, of the double standards emanating from Sinn Féin, a party whose senior figures are under investigation for alleged breaches of this very House's health COVID regulations. So does she share my concerns?
I am the Minister for Infrastructure. Part of my responsibilities is to take decisions on strategic planning applications. As I've outlined in my answer to the original question, processes were correctly followed in this instance. I cannot speak for or be held responsible for the actions of any other minister in this House.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the planning decision that was made on the back of the Executive Committee Functions Bill, which would give the Minister permission to take this decision. Can the Minister outline what implications the lack of any devolution for the last 3 years and the failure to form an executive has had on the ability to take these decisions?
I very much share the member's frustrations in this instance. On the issue of applications, on the issues of policies, we could be much further advanced in terms of improving the lives of our citizens if we had have been in doing our job for the 3 years that we were suspended. There are planning applications of various levels of interest to all parties in this House, and I have no doubt that all would have been at a much greater advanced stage if we had have had a functioning Assembly and an Executive.
I call Claire Bailey.
And I thank the Minister for being here today. And I'm just wondering, with the environmental impact of this new interconnector and the expense of the construction, as well as the recent drop in supply demand by up to 290 megawatts, and Sony predicted that will be the case until about 2029. Is the interconnector still our best option, or could public funds be better spent on greener generation schemes such as the Camlock hydro pump scheme?
I thank the member for her question, and there is still very much a need for this interconnector. It is of huge strategic importance, not just in the area of the security of energy supply, but in terms of enhancing our ability to maximise our potential from renewable energies. In addition to that, it will provide an important boost to the construction sector during the construction phase, and subsequently we should be able to see an increase in employment opportunities within the whole area of renewable energy also. I think that has been confirmed by the level of support right across all sectors, including the renewable energy sector, following the announcement yesterday.
I call Paul Fruit.
Can I ask the Minister how often it would be the case that the Department of Infrastructure tweets out planning decisions and links in the applicant to that tweet? And is the Minister assured that, given the issues currently ongoing with Sony's governance, which has indeed been investigated by the utility regulator, that the Minister can be assured that she has been provided with all the information, all the relevant information, and that information is accurate from the applicant?
I thank the member for his question. The member will be aware that I have to give very careful consideration to the planning application that is before me. He will also be aware that this has undergone a rigorous process and was subject to detailed examination at the public inquiry. So I do believe that there has been a rigorous process and that all of the statutory processes that are required have been completed. In relation to the departmental tweet, that is obviously tweeted out through the press office in my department. I don't suspect that there is any difficulty with that, but I couldn't say if that has always been done, but can provide that information to you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Can the Minister confirm whether or not it was the Executive Committee Functions Bill that allowed her to announce this decision? And if it was the case, are there any further decisions on the scale to be announced by her department in the coming weeks and months?
I Thank the member for his question. The member will be aware that the Executive Committee agreed that a bill be brought forward by accelerated passage before the summer recess to address the implications of the Buick judgment. The bill received royal assent on the 21st of August. Now that royal assent has been received, according to the clear legal advice received by my department, I, as the Minister of the Department, can take planning decisions without referral to the Executive Committee and prior to the updating of the Ministerial Code. In respect of other applications, the member will understand that a number of applications are currently being considered, and for sound decisions to be reached, we have to ensure that all due processes and statutory processes are completed.
I call Jocelyn McNulty.
Thank the Minister for coming to the House today on this important issue. I'm devastated today, Minister, for SAIT, for local communities, for local campaigners, for local businesses, for local farmers, for local householders. There's going to be a terrible scar across our beautiful countryside in Armagh. I'm pleased today that we're able to meet here with the lights on. If you were listening to the arguments presented by Sony, the lights would be off here today. I believe the interconnector should be underground. Airgrid has recently demonstrated they're undergrounding the cable in Kildare and Meath. Why is this not possible in Armagh and Tyrone? This ugly line of unsightly pylons is going to be unacceptable through our beautiful countryside. We're all too aware of the lack of a coherent energy strategy that has held up our economy and our government. This plan application is a result of an energy strategy decades old. Has the Minister and our officials considered the impact of this approval on the new energy strategy, which is still to be consulted on? Does she consider that this decision is premature? And why is this not being undergrounded?
I thank the member for his question, and his passion on this issue is clear, and I know it reflects the passion that's felt by many people in his local community. I can only deal with the planning application that is before me, and this application was for overhead lines. In respect of the energy strategy, the new energy strategy is unlikely to be published until late 2021. Decisions on these planning applications must be taken within the prevailing policy and strategic context. Also, the Department for Economy advised that the need for the second North-South interconnector has not changed, and it is still considered a vital piece of energy infrastructure. The call for evidence document assumes increased interconnection and makes specific reference to the benefits of the new North-South interconnector in terms of security of supply, facilitation of renewables and downward pressure on costs for consumers. This is consistent with previous energy policy.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Notwithstanding the local concerns on this issue, would the Minister confirm that this decision has been widely welcomed by business and industry on both sides of the border, is the most significant piece of strategic all-island infrastructure in generations, and is also an important tool to delivering on our climate change commitments?
I do agree with the member. This project is of strategic importance at an international, a national and a regional level. And as I have said, it is about improving the security of our energy supply. It's about improving our ability to maximise on renewable energies and reduce our reliance on reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. And it is a strategic all-island project. And as I said, I recognise concerns locally on this issue. But we could see the reaction yesterday right across the island, where people were recognising the strategic importance of this project, the economic importance of this project, and also, as a member rightly points out, its importance in terms of tackling the climate emergency.
I call Roy Beggs.
Speaker, can the Minister quantify the degree in which this project will assist renewable energy? And also, how can she assure us that generators in Northern Ireland will be playing on an equal playing field when they compete against generators in the Republic of Ireland, where presently their favouritism is being shown towards new generation within the Dublin area?
I thank the member for his question, and it has been confirmed that it will maximise our potential to draw down and utilise our renewable energy by building capacity and ensuring the free flow and connectivity of energy. In respect of the other issues that he raises, the job for me as the Minister for Infrastructure is to give very careful and detailed consideration of the planning application. That is, the planning policy and considerations and other material considerations. He may wish to direct those questions to other parties.
And I call Mark Durgan.
I again fully understand local concerns and objections to this application, and indeed heard some of them during my own tenure as Environment Minister. I recognise the difficulty in making major decisions such as this. We have heard today of the huge benefits that this will bring to businesses and the welcome that the approval has received from businesses. Could the Minister outline to us what this approval will mean for ordinary people?
For ordinary people, what it means is that they will have a secure supply of energy. For their homes, it means that businesses will have access to a secure supply of energy. We are working against a predicted backdrop of a deficiency in energy supply at 2025. So this is a big strategic project of great importance. That importance is at a high level, economic level, at an all-Ireland level, but it will also have a hugely important impact in people's own homes.
And that concludes this item of business, members. Could I ask members just to take a raise for a moment or two? Thank you. Okay, members, Ms Pam Cameron has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health how he plans to meet demand for GP appointments and mitigate obstacles encountered by patients seeking to contact their local doctor or practice during the COVID-19 pandemic.
I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Speaker, I want to stress that GP practices are open and providing face-to-face appointments for those patients who are assessed as requiring them. I've made sure all practices have been provided with a supply of PPE to allow them to do so safely. And information from the Health and Social Care Board shows that figures indicate that the number of face-to-face contacts have increased from approximately 4,500 contacts per day in mid-May to just over 8,000 contacts per day by mid-August. Members will be aware that GPs also have a contractual responsibility to provide core services to the registered patients, and the current pandemic does not negate this. GPs will, however, use their clinical judgment to decide how best to prioritise patients to provide this core service whilst maintaining patient safety. GP practices are currently operating a telephone-first triage system, which allows patients to seek medical advice from their GP for both routine and urgent problems. The GP then uses their clinical judgment to decide if the patient can be safely managed over the telephone or whether a face-to-face appointment is required. There are measures in place to assist GPs to identify those patients who may be infected with coronavirus. These patients can then be referred for face-to-face assessment to one of the primary care COVID-19 centres. This ensures that these patients do not attend the GP practice or community pharmacy and are seen in an appropriate environment, as well as ensuring that GP services are maintained with minimum disruption. Those COVID centres are now seeing the highest number of referrals since early May, and it is increasing. The Health and Social Care Board wrote to GP practices in Northern Ireland on the 30th of July, asking them that if this had not been done recently, practices should undertake a review of arrangements for patients accessing their services in order to ensure that they are continuing to provide services at times that are appropriate to meet the needs of patients. Practices were advised to communicate to patients about the practice services that are available and how to access them, with the recommendation that these communications make clear that GP practices are open. On the 7th of September, Mr Speaker, GP leaders from the Health and Social Care Board, the Royal College of General Practitioners and the British Medical Association issued a statement to reassure patients that whilst patients may be seen in a different way by phone or video link, GP practices are still open to treat patients, provide advice and issue prescriptions. Similar communication was also issued to MLAs. Finally, Mr Speaker, members will also be aware that GPs are responsible for the administration of the majority of the flu vaccines given during the annual flu programme. Given the importance of this year's vaccine, along with the significant extended lists of those groups who are eligible for it, GPs are already making plans for this, which may include hiring larger venues or arranging additional flu vaccination sessions. As part of that, earlier today, I've signed off an additional £1 million funding for general practice. Mr Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to relay the message to all those listening. GP practices are open. It may be slightly different at the moment, but if people have symptoms or an unexplained illness, or they have any reason to be concerned, then I would encourage them to, in the first, pick up the phone, because GPs are there and they are there to help.
Thank you. And I call Pam Cameron to ask a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far. And at the outset, let me be very clear that I absolutely do value the work of our GPs and understand that the need to operate with much caution in order to ensure GP services remain in place and open. Minister, my office has been inundated, as I'm sure most MLAs here have been too, with complaints around access to GPs. And we're entering the winter flu season now, and it's unlikely that we're going to avoid a second wave of COVID-19. It's imperative that GPs are seen to be open for business and not just for emergency cases only. It may well be a perception, but it is certainly a problem for the EDs and indeed the pharmacists, who feel like they are bearing the brunt of the lack of access to physical or remote to primary care. So does the Minister recognise the very serious concerns, especially in the case of the more vulnerable and very elderly patients, and that some people aren't always as capable of fully communicating their health problems to their GP by telephone, and that more availability of face-to-face GP appointments are absolutely necessary to properly diagnose whatever their issue may be?
And I thank the member for for the comments in regards to the pressure the GPs are currently under as our primary care providers. But I also thank her for bringing this urgent question to the House today, because I think it is important for the specific issue that she raised, is that of perception. And I think that was particularly useful when the Royal College, the BMA, issued that joint letter and that joint communication at the start of last week to reassure patients that our GP practices are still open. In regards for that cohort that can't use telephone triage or isn't comfortable in using that, it's been clear that GPs should be open and accessible to those patients who need that face-to-face appointment. So in regards to that ever-increasing accessibility to do the face-to-face, I think in my opening answer, we realise the number of face-to-face contacts that have been had in the last number of months, and that continues to increase. But we want it to be done safely, both for the GPs, for their staff, but especially for the patients as well. But they've always been clear, and our GPs have been clear as well, that for those people who need to see them face-to-face, will get that face-to-face appointment.
I call Colm Giller now.
And thank you, Minister, for coming today to answer these questions. Like the Deputy Chair of the Health Committee, I have been, and I know all MLAs are getting increasing anxiety around the access to GPs. Could the Minister advise, my colleague Martina Anderson asked in July in relation to what steps were being taken, could the Minister advise what steps are now in place to improve the situation and also to deal with the issue of flu vaccinations, given the winter months are coming in and distancing requirements?
Okay, I'll answer the Chair's second question first, and I covered that in my opening statement. Earlier today, we have been working with the BMA Committee of General Practitioners and the Royal College of General Practitioners on how we support them in delivering the flu vaccine, because we've always been clear that the uptake of flu vaccine, especially this year, will be critical. So we've been working with them as to how that can be done. One size will not fit all general practices, so that's why we're making that additional funding available today, both for the supply of equipment, the need, the hire of additional venues, because we will be looking, drive-through centres, large spaces, so we can ensure that our GP services and our GP practices don't become overcrowded and social distancing doesn't become a problem. In regards to how we address the issue that the Member's Party colleague issued, the issue that the Vice Chair has raised here today, I think it's about engagement with the general practitioners, with the BMA and all those other representative bodies, just to reassure them that they have this House's support in ensuring that the delivery of the service is done as safely as possible. But we would encourage them to make sure that those people who do need that face-to-face appointment can get it. So it's about operating through the electronic changes that we've seen, but also making sure that they have the support and the ability to use their facilities, the additional PPE, to ensure that we can get anybody who needs that face-to-face appointment gets it. Because I've said in this House before, it's not always the reason that somebody goes in to the GP is the reason they go to see the GP. It's the comment as they turn with their back to go out the door and say, by the way, there's one other thing, doctor, I'd like to ask you about. Our doctors know that, our GPs know that, and I don't think there's any of them who are deliberately not seeing patients, and I think that's a perception that is important that we dispel today, Mr. Speaker, as well, because our GPs are there to help and they want to help us in the nature of the profession they're in.
Okay, and I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his attendance and answer to the questions. It is indeed an increasing and more common complaint that we're getting about people having access to their GP. It is creating a lot of frustration and worry, and especially amongst those in our older community. You have mentioned the COVID centres that were there, and I'm just wondering, are they having any direct impact on the ability for GPs to be able to deliver their services, or are there some mitigations in place for them to have that cover in their service whenever they're out covering the COVID centres? And while you say that they are certainly at their most busy from last May, for some of those COVID GP centres, that was a very, very low workload. And is there any way of them sharing some of the burden that there might be in some of the GP centres?
And I thank the member, because I think I do remember when we last discussed this, he was one of the ones who was actually advocating that we close the COVID centres. We didn't at that stage, and I think that has proven to be the right decision, because we're actually seeing a significant increase as to the number of people who are now presenting to COVID centres, so we can ensure that safe access to GP services for those people who need a safe access, one that's not threatened by COVID or the potential of COVID-positive patients. For the week ending the 15th of September, those COVID centres saw 733 people across Northern Ireland. The week before, they saw 427. Now, that's nearly 100% increase in the period of 1 week. And where we're seeing that most significantly is the areas that we've now put in additional restrictions in. So for the centre, it's actually in Ballymena. That weekend on the 15th of September saw 65 patients. The week before it was 20. So those COVID centres are proving useful. Our GPs in general are supportive of them. There are some GPs who are reticent about them, don't see them as being fit for purpose. But that's in any nature, any walk of life, any profession. There'll be always those people who don't see the benefit of a COVID centre. But we're getting the information and the guidance I'm getting from the BMA, from the Royal College of General Practitioners. COVID centres are proving useful because it allows GP practices to stay open for non-COVID patients or non-COVID symptomatic patients.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. At the All-Party Group on Cancer this afternoon, one of your departmental officials advised that there has been a 17.5% reduction in red flag referrals from GP surgeries, and I'm wondering, are you going to put in place some temporary short-term measures to try and reverse that and get the people in through the system? Thank you.
I thank the member. I haven't had a readout yet from that All-Party Group, but the departmental officials who was attending, I think it was the Chief Nursing Officer probably was attending that group today. So any information that comes from an all-party group gets fed back in. But in regards to the red flag referrals coming from GPs, it's one of the things that I was always adamant about, even during the height of the pandemic. If anybody needed to be seen, they should be going to the GP to be seen to make sure that they got that referral into the system. Because one of the things that we have seen through the pandemic is a far closer and a far better working relationship between primary care and secondary care, and I want that to maintain, so that when we look at how those referrals to be made, there's a personal understanding, there's even a personal contact that we have lost within our health service over a period of time, that the GP doesn't know who the consultant or the local consultant is and they don't have a direct line of contact. That has been broken down in the large over the past number of months, and I think it's something we can build on to improve our service.
I call Jim Allister.
I'm afraid I don't share the Minister's confidence that all is as well as he says with the GP service. We've all had cases of people despairing about not being able to see their GP. One case from my office comes to mind, a lady who'd been waiting for weeks to see her GP, contacted my office. She shouldn't have to contact an MLA to get to see her GP. Saw her GP the next morning. The symptoms detected meant she was rushed to treatment for cancer at the City Hospital. Now, how many cases, what sort of a harvest of cancer cases are we going to have post-COVID? That, I think, is a real concern, and I think the impediment to ready access to GPs is contributing to that.
If the member doesn't think I share those concerns, he's mistaken. That is why I'm trying to get all the parts of the health service up and operational that we can, but also done in a safe way. In regards to the constituent that the member refers to, should not have to wait that number of weeks to see a GP. That's what I'm saying here today, and the guidance and the support that they're there for GPs who operate as independent contractors to the service. Our guidance is clear. See as many people you can. See them face to face, because that's when, if someone needs to be seen face to face, they should be. And that's why the triage system is there. That's why that personal contact is there. And as I said before, there's not a GP out there that I believe that is doing anything intentionally that would deny a patient access to the medical services that they provide and they need.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I was attending a meeting at lunchtime with some representatives of GPs, and they they certainly appear to be working harder than ever, and I got the impression that morale remains high, and certainly their professional dedication is continuing to shine through. I'm sure the Minister recognises the sterling work being carried out by this sector of the health service. And would he agree that COVID centres are actually taking more pressure off GP practices rather than imposing additional unacceptable work on practices?
And again, I thank the member for his acknowledgement for the work that GPs are doing. And I think they themselves will recognise it's not perfect out there at this moment in time, because many of them aren't doing what they want to be doing in regards to getting that face-to-face contact with every patient that comes forward and does present to each practice. And I think in the answers that I gave to Colin McGrath earlier on in regards to the numbers, when we see that almost doubled from the week ending the 8th of September to the week ending of the 15th of September, shows the service that those COVID centres actually do supply, because it's a very specific cohort of people who come through the triage system are identified as having COVID symptoms that are sent there. So in the fact that there were 733 people triaged through our primary care service to those COVID centres in 1 week, almost double the previous week, shows that they are providing a service that keeps the rest of the GP practices open to those people who are presenting with non-COVID symptoms.
I call Claire Sugden.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for responding to the House. As a follow-up to your comments to Mr Allister, I don't think this is about intent of what GPs will or won't do. I think it's about capacity. And you spoke of the triage system in a number of your responses. Chance would be a fine thing if you could actually get through to that system. I'm hearing daily reports where constituents are unable to get through on a phone call, maybe taking them up to a week to actually make that way through. And when they do get through, they're being told that those appointment slots have been entirely filled, and then they're being referred to A&E. So what, in effect, we are doing is creating a bottleneck in other services, whether it is A&E, whether it is pharmacy, or whether it's other local provision. And I appreciate what the Minister is saying, and I do recognise the challenges that everyone is facing in respect of the response to COVID-19. However, how is the Minister ensuring that GP surgeries are fulfilling their contractual responsibilities and not passing those services on elsewhere, which is putting pressure that we may need to bring you back to the House to discuss at another time?
And I think what the member refers to is our urgent and emergency care procedure, and how the review of that ties hand in hand with how primary care interacts and supports with secondary care. I think, as I said earlier on in an answer, it's the breaking down of those silos. That is something that we need to work on and ensure is embedded in our health service. In accessing GP services and that continual having to phone, it's not good enough. The GPs themselves know that. And it's about the time that's now been taken up by receptionists actually triaging as well. So there's a piece of work going on to further enhance that through the GP provision. That's been worked on with the Royal College and with the British Medical Association as well, to ensure that what we do is in step with what our GP services want, because there's no point in us as a department delivering a service that is non-deliverable within our GP practices. Because I think one thing that every member of this House will realise and acknowledge is the personal understanding that a GP has of their own patients is paramount as to how they're guided and how they're treated in the first instance.
Paul Given.
Speaker, and can I thank my colleague Pam Cameron for bringing this timely question. Access, as members have commented, is an issue, but there is an issue as well that I think the Minister I know will be cognisant of, but that is those constituents of mine who, because of the messages that have been communicated around protecting the NHS, ensuring capacity, they believe that when they have a problem that they feel they can manage themselves, are not presenting themselves and are not contacting the GP. I think it's critical that messaging that goes out, that in every measure that's taken to contain COVID-19, that there is also a message that people must come forward, that their good intention is leading to very poor outcomes, and for some, that will be fatal.
No, and I appreciate the member's comments, because it follows on from the Vice Chair of the Health Committee. It also follows on from the very clear messaging that myself, the Chief Medical Officer, were giving at the daily briefings. If you needed to see a GP, if you needed to attend hospital, please do it, because what we don't want is a backlog of those cases building up within our health service, especially at primary care. And I think that is why the interaction and the statement that came out from the British Medical Association, the Health and Social Care Board and the Royal College of GPs at the start of last week, and making clear to the general public that it wasn't me saying it. This was the representative bodies of general practitioners saying it. We are open for business. Please come and see us if you need to.
I call Orlia Flynn.
Could I ask the Minister if he has any plans to expand the number of the COVID-19 specialist centres, and if that is the case, how he intends to staff them given the pressures that GPs are currently under?
I've no intention of expanding the current number. We've 10 working across Northern Ireland at this minute in time. As I say, the number of people attending those is increasing, and the way they have been set up, they're done by local GP support as well through local GP federations. So it's about making sure there's the buy-in and the support from the GPs in the local area for the COVID centres that are already working, and that the triaging of patients going to those COVID centres is appropriate as well and proportionate to the people who actually need there. As I said earlier, to make sure that anyone who has COVID centres isn't entering a GP practice alongside non-COVID or non-COVID symptomatic patients.
Could I ask Jocelyn McNulty?
I thank the Minister for coming here today to speak with us and for his answers thus far. I had to attend my own doctor's surgery during this pandemic in a heightened time of lockdown in McVerry and McAvoy in Uri, and whilst GP surgeries, their modus operandi has been completely disrupted, I found it to be very efficient and very effective, and thankfully I didn't even have to see the doctor, I was just triaged via a nurse. But some people have contacted my offices and they're concerned by the fact that they haven't been consulting me with their doctor. They've been sharing their medical conditions with people who are not their doctor, which makes them feel uncomfortable, and others have contacted me about the delays in accessing their GPs, and that they haven't been specifically necessarily in Uri and Armagh, but how can you give them people assurances about what they should expect going forward?
And again, I thank the member, and I'm glad he had the experience that he had, because it is replicated by many people across Northern Ireland, and the support that the general GPs have been able to provide. The structure of general practice has been changing over the last number of years, with those multi-professional teams and the change of roles of those who are actually working within the GP practice. So, as the member indicated in his own experience, it isn't always necessary to see the GP. There may be somebody else in the team. Should it be the nurse? Should it be a physiotherapist? Should it be a pharmacy? Depending on where that GP practice is, should it be sitting as part of one of those multidisciplinary teams? So it's not always necessary when you phone a GP to talk to the GP, but it's making sure that the patients who are contacting are triaged and signposted to the right individual to provide the right level of care that they need.
Cameron Dolan. Liz Kimmins.
Cont'd, and again thank the Minister for coming this afternoon to clarify on quite a number of issues, I suppose, that we're all getting at the minute, and I think it highlights the vital service that the GP practices provide, and without them the implications for other services, as one member rightly pointed out regarding A&E. I just wanted to mention, you've mentioned the need regarding additional PPE, and I know the BMA have expressed concerns about a second wave potentially. So it was just to ask the Minister, are you content that the systems are in place for PPE and contact tracing in the event of a second wave?
And I thank the member. In regards to PPE, it's one of the things that our party colleague, the Minister in Finance, and myself have been able to work very closely in regards to even looking to local manufacture of PPE so that we're not reliant solely on overseas provision. And one of the things that we have continued to do as a department is make sure that we have a stock of PPE. When we entered this pandemic, back at the start of the year, our normal running procedure was to have 4 weeks supply. We're now up to 12 weeks supply, and that's where we continue to maintain that. Recently I signed off on an additional business case for 3 additional warehouses so that we can ensure that we have that storage and stockpile of PPE. The supply chains that we were able to put into place for our GPs through our business service organisation proved effective. They were difficult, they were bumpy at the start, but when we got to being able to deliver to them, we were getting them and meeting their needs. And again, those continued supply lines are there, the PPE is there, so it's a piece of work that we continue to do. So that should we get into that second phase, and I still think we can prevent it if we come together and work together as a people across Northern Ireland with our health service. But those supply chains and those reassurances are there.
And that concludes this item of business. Could I ask members just to take your ease for a moment or two? Thank you.
Order, members. We now return to the debate on mental health crisis support, and I call the next person on my list was Karen Mullen, but she doesn't appear to be here. I'll call her once she arrives. I call Mr. Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board and also of the Ards Suicide Awareness Group. Some time ago, I was alerted to the fact that Mondays represent particular challenges for staff in the emergency departments of our acute hospitals, and apparently there are well-rehearsed reasons for that. It gave me cause to ask if I could spend a Monday night as an observer in the emergency department of the Ulster Hospital at Dundonald. And what I saw was endless demand. Whether it was 10 p.m, midnight, 2 a.m, 4 a.m, endless demand met by unceasing professionalism, care and courtesy. And while we were discussing trends, I made the mistake of saying that the big issue was people who presented with alcohol on board. And the staff, the professionals, almost scoffed at me because they said, "We have been dealing with drunks since the day and hour the health service opened its doors. The real issue today is patients with mental health issues. Even the physical structure of the emergency department of the Ulster only has one side room set aside for mental health patients. So when the second mental health patient arrives, as they inevitably do, it's a huge, huge challenge. And that's not a matter for the Health Minister here in the Chamber. It's a matter, of course, for the senior management team of the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. And I want to speak in praise of that management team because, of course, when the multi-agency triage team was being formulated in experimental mode, the Trust were first in to say they wanted to take part in what we now know is an incredibly successful initiative which deserves to be rolled out. I also had the pleasure of engaging with the senior officer of the PSNI who was tasked with their input into creating the MAT team. I was halfway up a ladder putting one of my election posters up on a lamppost in the centre of Ards when he pulled over to chat to me. And I thought, I'm going to get arrested for some sort of breach of public decency and taste here. But he was just full of enthusiasm for his role in tackling mental health. And what he said was, of course, the typical police reaction, the traditional one, is not suitable. Take Shaftesbury Square on a Friday night, late at night, people pouring out of the pubs, somebody's misbehaving, The typical or standard police reaction would have been to put them in the back of a squad car, take them round to Musgrave Street, and maybe make them spend a night in a holding cell. But if the underlying reason for their behaviour was mental health and well-being issues, a police cell was probably the last place that you would want them to spend the night. In fact, he said, you know, if the person had a broken leg, we wouldn't be taking them to a police cell, so why make this distinction between physical health and mental health? And so this multi-agency triage team gets it right, because within that team you have individuals who, in combination, have all the experience, knowledge and skills to deal with people with mental health issues. And I think that multi-agency approach must include the voluntary and the community sector, and that ARD's suicide awareness group has done great work. Civic-minded people coming together, going into our schools, going into our retail outlets, talking to taxi drivers. Just before lockdown, we were engaged with Hospitality Ulster to try and get training to bar staff, because if you have regulars, you're in a good position to know when they're not themselves. And with a bit of training, you don't become a counsellor, but you do know the right questions to ask and how perhaps to signpost them to professionals for help. So what I would like to see is not just multi-agency approaches, multidisciplinary approaches, but we need a multi-departmental approach from the executive. And I'm delighted to see that the Minister has encouraged very much green shoots of multi-departmental work in this regard. Because it's not all about the Health Minister and his department. This is an issue to be faced by every department of the executive. And so I welcome the Health Minister here today, and I look forward to what he has to say. I look forward to his response, and I congratulate him for his fine work to date on the issue of mental health and well-being.
Thank you. I call Ms Karen Mullen.
And apologies for arriving a wee bit late. I also want to thank the members for bringing forward this very important motion today and support the call for collaboration and properly resource mental health services that includes crisis intervention across all the trust areas. To effectively support mental health and wider emotional well-being, and to address the rising levels of mental health issues, we must get serious about cross-departmental working and collaboration, as has been highlighted here by all our members today. Someone experiencing mental ill health is not doing so in a silo. So in our approach to supporting them, we shouldn't be siloed either. As my party's education spokesperson, I am thinking particularly of the children and young people and the role that our education system and the Department of Education has the potential to play. The partnership process of developing an emotional health and wellbeing framework for children and young people by the Departments of Education and Health, Public Health Agency and Social Care Board and the Education Authority is an example of the joined up working we need to see from now on when dealing with these issues. Minister, I ask that when you're reviewing the existing crisis intervention services such as MAT, that the Dairy Crisis Service pilot be part of that review and form part of the recommendations going forward. I want to highlight and recognise the contribution and work of the agencies involved in this project. Partnership working is not always easy, but it can have great results. One key partner that maybe doesn't get the full recognition is the community and their needs. Behind every person who is in a state of despair or crisis, there is a reason or reasons, and there is also a community that needs support. In concluding, I fully support the motion and welcome this afternoon's adjournment debate on Derry's Crisis Intervention Service. The next step must be a joined-up approach providing an equity of mental health and emotional support services across all trusts with the inclusion of a fully funded crisis intervention service.
Thank you. I have the name of Mr Chris Little on my list, but obviously he's not in his place. Ms Bradshaw, were you intending? Okay, that's okay. Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the members as well for bringing this motion and the important issue to the floor of the House. Quite rightly, we have been focusing on tackling one pandemic, COVID-19, but there has to be time, energy, resources devoted to discussing another pandemic that has been with us for many years, suicide and mental ill health. People have expressed to me recently, Mr Deputy Speaker, why there hasn't been the same focus and resource invested in tackling mental health compared with COVID-19. Whilst I don't think that it's an either or, I think there's a fair point people have raised when raising that with myself. Like my colleague Colin McGrath, I want to welcome the mental health champion being established and wish her well in her new role. And whilst the Minister has obviously put focus on mental health, it's a priority for him as he started the role. I think that there's a question to be asked, is enough being done at this time? Do we have enough resources going into tackling mental health problems? And when the department spends roughly £10 million per year on suicide prevention, I think we have to say that not enough, nowhere near enough is being spent on certainly suicide prevention. And I think if we're to really have a zero suicide strategy, I think we're spending too little on prevention with that in mind. And we know around 200,000 people here have a mental health problem at some point in their life. That's around a fifth of the adult population. Mind Your Head have stated that 57% of people surveyed are worried and stressed about COVID-19. And on top of that, we've seen a 50% increase in significant stress for those people who are working with people who have had COVID-19. The people front and centre tackling this crisis have seen their stress levels increase because of the work they have been doing and the pressure they have been under. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's no accident that my constituency, West Belfast, and the neighbouring North Belfast are consistently the highest areas for suicide rates and self-harm. I say no accident because it's precisely these same areas and others across the north that suffer the highest levels of poverty, deprivation and inequality. And despite general political talk of moving forward and the talk of a new Northern Ireland, these communities and its constituents have been left behind, ignored and fundamentally failed. And that's not to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that middle class or wealthy individuals cannot be affected by mental health problems. Of course they can, but it is more acute, concentrated and higher in areas with high poverty levels. And in fact, worryingly, the suicide rate is around 70% higher in deprived areas than non-deprived areas. That's a very, very shocking, worrying statistic indeed. And we know, I think it may have been,
Mr Carroll, Ms Flynn.
The member agree and welcome the fact that, as quoted earlier, the Protect Life 2 strategy now quotes one of its key aims is to ensure that the appropriate services are available for the constituencies, exactly like the ones that you quoted, that are most deprived. That's something that wasn't in Protect Life 1, 2, and it's now in Protect Life 2. Thanks.
Mr Carroll has an additional minute, but please don't use it because Ms Sugden's looking very anxious over there.
Okay, I'll do my best to answer and to finish my comments. But I agree with the member, and she knows all too well in West Belfast people who have cried out for services that haven't got it. So I agree with her on the need for that. And men under 50, the leading number of leading cause of death, is for those people. And just following Orlea's point, that too often I have heard, I'm sure she has as well, of people who have been told to reach out to ask for help. They've done that and the help hasn't been there, or they've been told to wait a few months for services or treatment. And I think you have to imagine somebody who doesn't feel valued or has a low self-esteem, they are doing the important and difficult step to reach out to their GP or whomever to be told that they have to be wait and we'll come to you when we can. And I think that's too many people, Mr Deputy Speaker, failed by an underfunded system. Just to conclude, the furlough scheme obviously is due to come to an end in the next few weeks. We have to ascertain how this will impact on people's anxiety, insecurity and mental health problems. And the motion rightly talks about the need for a collaborative approach, but I think the Economy Minister, the Finance Minister, has an important role as much as the Health Minister does as well. And just I'll leave the final words. To a writer, US writer, Mike Davis, who said about the coronavirus and mental health. Indeed, the combined effects of fear, confinement, income loss and the potential destruction of family savings augur a mental health crisis on an even larger scale than the pandemic itself. This isn't simply collateral damage, but rather an integral and extremely dangerous part of the health threat that has so far been neglected. Consider solidarity an essential vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for East Londonderry, Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion. The reality is that many people across Northern Ireland, disproportionately so compared with other regions, are suffering from poor mental health now. What has led to this cannot be undone, and therefore support, as described by others in this debate, is entirely necessary. That said, in parallel to this support, we should have a wider policy vision of how we address our mental health issue. Upstream, long before it becomes a crisis for the individual, their families, societies and public services. Like many issues in Northern Ireland, we tend to treat the symptoms rather than understanding and addressing the issue. We spend a lot of public money at the most expensive part of the process, fixing what is broken. Even if we succeed in fixing, there remains a weakness and usually more cost. So surely it makes sense in strengthening so things are less likely to break. I do not mean to be crude about money regarding this issue. Of course, we spend it where it helps, especially if it saves or improves a life. That is all of our jobs. However, how many lives could we save? How many could we improve if mental health did not become an issue? I appreciate the Minister taking lead on this issue, and I do welcome his intervention since his time in office. The Minister of Health, however, cannot tackle this issue alone. He needs support from his executive colleagues, justice, education, communities, even DARA. Mental health in Northern Ireland is its own pandemic. A vaccination will not fix it. Washing hands and socially distancing will not prevent it. If anything, it might even be making it worse. Because as humans, we are tactile, social beings who want to feel loved and touched, and preventing that is having an impact. I'm not criticising the public health response of COVID-19. It was and is necessary to save lives. However, I do worry about the consequences of what the public have had to endure, the sacrifices they have made, and most of all, the lasting mental health effects. I'm not surprised by the findings of the Queen's report. I see and hear the anxiety, depression and fear that exists because of the pandemic every day in my constituency. I see people angry and frustrated, which in itself is an outworking of poor mental health. So even more reason that we need to get a grip on this problem by tackling the issue at the source. And Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I believe that source is trauma. As a post-conflict society, I find it extraordinary that we have not addressed the inevitable trauma arising from 30 years of conflict. And it's not just those who directly experienced the conflict. It is the couple who strode through Korean and a day later an explosion in the very spot they walked. It's also nurses, paramedics and the girl on the bus. The body keeps the score. It absolutely does. And I am quoting the title of a book by Bessel van der Kolk, please forgive the pronunciation, and it recognises the impact of trauma on both body and mind and how it leads to mental health and addiction issues. From personal experiences and experiences of my previous role, I have no doubt this is the case. Trauma perpetuates a cycle, often manifesting into a mental health, addiction or domestic abuse issue, which then is traumatising others. They then take on their own mental health burden and so on. We must break the cycle, and the most effective way of doing that is tackling the abuse. Trauma is a fact of life, and we in Northern Ireland know that more than most. A generation, and sadly subsequent generations because of intergenerational trauma, are living with painful aftermath of the conflict. Over 30,000 victims of domestic abuse a year, children raised in alcohol and drug-addicted homes. Are we really surprised that we have a mental health issue? Poor public services also add to that problem. Women not being supported after a traumatic birth, communities given no aspirations, so drugs and paramilitary gangs seem like a better option. I feel like this executive is keeping a lid on it until the next election. I hear nothing of a programme for government, nothing about outcomes-based accountability, nothing of cross-departmental strategy. And I find that disappointing. I hope I am wrong. I hope that ministers are setting a direction that truly encourages better governance and not simply going along with how we have always done it, because that's not working. Increasing figures of mental health, Statistics of those who have taken their life. How we have always done it is not working. Minister, there is no point emptying the sink if we do not turn off the tap. And I appreciate this motion and I appreciate your efforts so far, but I really encourage you to lead on a wider vision alongside good work that is only scratching the surface of what we need.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to respond, and he will have 15 minutes. Mr Swan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would again like to thank the members for proposing this motion, which provides us with the opportunity to consider the importance of the mental health crisis service. The Stark study illustrates the impact COVID-19 pandemic is having, and I think it's well named, Mr Deputy Speaker, because from the statistics that was quoted from the report by the mover of this motion, the contributions from many members around this House today are stark, and they need to be, because this House needs to be listening to what is being said. I need to be hearing what is being said, and the Executive needs to be reacting to what is being said in the whole. So to pick up on this, Mrs Sugden's closing point, this is about a whole Executive approach. It's about a whole Assembly approach, and it's about a whole society approach as to how we tackle our mental health situation here in Northern Ireland. Because the pandemic and the pandemic in regards to mental health will continue to have an adverse effect on our population's mental health and emotional well-being. And there's no better time to discuss now how to optimise outcome and the use of resources. Since taking up the post as Minister of Health, I've been very clear that mental health is a priority for me, and to underline that commitment, I recently published the Mental Health Action Plan, which aims to kick-start the transformation of mental health services and includes the commitment to create a new mental health strategy. And I think it was one of my first meetings of the Health Committee when Ms Flynn actually asked in regards to how we tackle the pandemic and mental health. Alongside that, I gave her the commitment then that mental health remained a priority through the pandemic. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that my actions has proven that I have kept that commitment and continue to make those steps. Because I did appoint Professor Siobhan O'Neill as the interim mental health champion. And again, just so Mr McGrath isn't accused of misleading the House, that her office has 5 full-time members of staff. She has her own budget with her own ability to spend. The money's in it. So she's not there acting on her own. The first member of staff, I think, was appointed last week with a recruitment process now ongoing. She stands alone. She's not controlled. Her spend is not controlled. But one of the things that the Executive did, and I think it was a commitment and a dedication to where we are in regards to mental health, that office, although a mental health champion, is financed and supported by every Executive Minister equally. Because that's one of the things, and I've said this before to this House, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Executive as a whole has really taken on the challenge of mental health, and even in regards to the establishment of the subcommittee on mental health, well-being, resilience and suicide prevention. And I don't mean to, I'm not talking out of school about the rest of my Executive colleagues. The first meeting of that subgroup was one of the most human engagements I have seen at the Executive, because there was an understanding, there was a compassion, and there was a wanting to do more by every minister who was present at that meeting. So I think the commitment is there. There's many other things on the agenda, but the fact that that committee continues to meet and continues to engage with other societal representative groups, I think is a testimony to the commitment that is there. Because our mental health service exists to provide care and treatment for those who suffer from mental distress. And this covers a large spectrum of services, from early intervention in primary care to compulsory admission to a mental health inpatient facility. Whilst these services are wide, it is right that we now discuss crisis services. They exist to provide some of the most vulnerable patients in a very difficult time of their lives. But before I go any further, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all those who are dedicated to support those who suffer from a mental health crisis. Staff in the health and social care system, staff in the independent system, community and voluntary sector, and the many people who volunteer to help those who need help and their family members as well. So many of the members who contributed today referred to that sector. They're vital to our response because of the work they do, the commitment they have and the knowledge that they have. So I want to thank them, and I thank them on behalf of the entirety of this House. Because this motion calls on us to recognise the importance of collaborative and well-resourced services to support those in mental health crisis, and I could not agree more. If we get crisis services right, we can provide timely and good help and support to those who need it, when they need it. Not only will this provide better outcomes, it also allows the already stretched mental health system to work more effectively. It is accepted and has been noted by many that the COVID-19 pandemic will have a negative impact on our population's mental well-being. The Stark survey does indeed provide concerning outcomes, with evidence of high levels of anxiety and depression amongst the respondents. Since the start of the pandemic, I have ensured that there is a strong response to the mental health needs of the population. Included in the Mental Health Action Plan published on the 19th of May is a dedicated COVID-19 mental health response plan. This plan provides the mental health response to the pandemic and provides specific actions, such as the public health messaging, which is including a dedicated website for mental health support and advice, an online apps library to help and support self-help, the rollout of psychological first aid training, free stress control classes online, which have been available since May and will continue to be available until the end of this year, bereavement guidance, and a workforce framework and dedicated psychological helplines for our frontline staff. Because the impact of the pandemic on mental health of the population will undoubtedly create increased demand on mental health services, including our crisis services. Currently, all trusts have arrangements in place to provide an urgent mental health response within a targeted 2-hour time frame to adults presenting in crisis in emergency departments and to referrals from patients' GP. But Mr Nesbitt was right, the emergency department is not the right place and many of these individuals should be presenting. Similar services are also available to children and young people. I think one of the members mentioned or asked what more we could do in regards to working with our schools. In regards to collaborative working with the Minister of Education, we have recently approved an additional £1.5 million Department of Health funding for mental health in schools, and that piece of work is now progressing with the Department of Education. Because where a young person presents in crisis outside normal hours, all the trusts have arrangements in place to respond if necessary, and the young person may be admitted to the regional inpatient unit at Beechcroft. These urgent mental health response services remained available throughout the pandemic. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, we must acknowledge that our crisis services are not always configured as well as they could be. That is why we are continually looking for improvements. The multi-agency triage team pilot commenced its service on the 6th of July in 2018. It was a collaborative project which involved 2 police officers, a community mental health practitioner and a paramedic working together to respond to people experiencing mental health crisis aged 18 and over, who have accessed either the 999 or the 101 system. The pilot was initially established as a 2-year initiative in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. However, following positive feedback from service users and MAT staff, the service was extended to cover Belfast Health and Social Care Trust in August 2019. MAT aims to assist in the de-escalation of crisis with signposting to appropriate services and to reduce presentations at accident and emergency departments, because its key objectives are to reduce attendance at emergency departments for those who are presenting with self-harm or suicide intention, to provide prevention and early intervention approaches to reduce numbers of attendances at EDs, resulting in fewer people requiring secondary mental health care services, to reduce the allocation of card before you leave appointments, to free up urgent appointments in mental health assessment centres, to provide the appropriate signposting and support to enable access to services for clients, and to reduce the number of detentions under the Article 130 of the Mental Health Order, and also to improve service users and their families' journey through the emotional crisis. MAT is considered to be a positive alternative to the usual way of responding to individuals experience a mental health crisis. It has positive support from mental health staff, and MAT has already been very positively received by service users. They have felt treated well. They found the response to be calmer, and the avoidance of having to attend an ED a much better outcome. I understand that immediate access to mental health professionals has been of great benefit to those service users, and that they feel appropriate decisions are being made for their personal onward care. The success of the service has been in part due to collaboration between the trusts, the 3 service providers, and a willingness to learn from all involved. However, it is worth reflecting that the evaluation also identifies areas that would require further examination, such as remote access and the compatibility of IT systems. The fact that staff operating the system have been doing this on an overtime basis, in addition to their substantive roles. So in addition to the location of the MAT team may not be the most appropriate, as it can only be accessed when a police officer is available, these are the kind of issues that are expected to be brought to the fore in a pilot. And that is one reason why it is important to evaluate what is good, what can be done better, and what hasn't worked before we extend MAT further. I am sure that members will acknowledge that improving mental health is a cross-cutting issue, as many have today. That will require collaborative work across all our executive departments, and that the MAT service clearly provides benefits for both the PSNI and the health and social care sector, and indeed wider across society. Whilst I am supportive of the MAT team and value the great work that is being done, it is important that the development of the crisis response service is part of an integrated part of the wider mental health system. The Mental Health Action Plan is intended to kick-start the transformation of our mental health services by building on the good work that has already been done, and by preparing the ground for the new mental health strategy that is currently in the making. In my department's Mental Health Action Plan, I have included an action specifically looking at the configuration of crisis services. Specifically, Action 8.2 is included to provide better mental health crisis response and aims to reduce the number of people who are attending emergency departments in a mental health crisis. Because specifically, the action seeks to evaluate alternatives to emergency department for people in mental health crisis, to evaluate the rollout of the multi-agency triage teams, to consider the interactions between different crisis response services such as MAT, the home crisis teams, emergency departments, 999, the police, primary care multidisciplinary teams, and similar. And it also furthers to develop the liaison between mental health services across all our trusts. Through this, I am committed to further rollout of the multi-agency triage teams, but it has to be done in an integrated way as part of the wider development of our mental health crisis response. The MAT team cannot exist in isolation and must be supported by effective integration with emergency departments, statutory mental health services, primary care, the police, and the community and voluntary sector. I would like to say that my officials are currently working to finalise the details for the review into crisis services, and I expect this work to commence in the coming weeks. As in all mental health policy work, I am committed to co-production, and the review team will include at least one person with lived experience, at least one crisis professional, and at least one representative from the community and voluntary sector. A first report is expected in December, with a final report in by the end of March 2021. This report will provide a clear map of crisis services across the health and social care system and the community and voluntary sector. It will include an evaluation of best practice and what works, including user experience and professionals' views, and clear options for the future of crisis services. This will provide the way forward for crisis services and ensure that those in crisis will receive the help and support they need in a timely manner. It will also provide a strategic approach to the further rollout of the multi-agency task teams, MAT. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, as I have said many times, mental health is one of my top priorities. I am honoured to be in a position where I can drive strategic change and improve mental health services and crisis services in particular. But this will take, as many have said, a collaborative approach across the entirety of the Executive, and at this minute in time I am content that we have that support. I am therefore happy to support this motion, and I am thankful for the members who brought it to the House.
Thank you, Minister, and I call on Pam Cameron to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Mrs Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Last week we marked World Suicide Prevention Day, and it was once again a reminder of how mental health remains a major challenge for our society. When we consider the prevalence of suicide in our communities today, it is a battle that I fear we are losing at times. When on almost a daily basis my office is contacted about the latest life lost in my constituency, my heart sinks. What greater priority can we have as legislators than to protect life, from the youngest to the oldest, from the womb to the grave? Better mental health must become a greater priority. We pay much lip service to this, but we need to see actions that back up these words. In Northern Ireland, 1 in 5 adults will suffer from poor mental health at some point in their lives. My fear, and I believe it is well grounded in reality, is that this prevalence will only increase because of the impact of COVID-19. That is why I welcome this motion brought to the House today. It represents a call to action, and it is action that we know works. That helps those who need help and ultimately saves lives. It is not a standalone solution, but a piece in a jigsaw that we need the Department to set out, to piece together, to create an overall picture of how our mental health pandemic is going to be defeated. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you're like me, and with regard to all our first responders, we do regard them as heroes, and that is right. It is not an easy job, but in MAT, the multi-agency triage team, we really do have an example of heroes, mental health practitioners and paramedics working alongside police officers, assessing and responding to calls made either to the police or ambulance control room using the 999 or 101 numbers. In many parts of Northern Ireland, the MAT team is leading the crisis intervention response to the human impact on our mental health pandemic in Northern Ireland. And I want to thank every member of staff for their contributions to date in what are increasingly challenging times. But saying thank you doesn't go far enough. Staff deserve to have the confidence that they will have the right funding and resourced support to promote better outcomes and ultimately to save lives. So what do we want to see? We want to see the workforce consolidated, the service expanded and the funding arrangements placed on a sustainable and solid footing. We want to see the fair and equitable rollout of the MAT project in order to benefit all communities and households. It cannot be a postcode lockout to this life-saving service. So, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I do urge the Minister to look favourably on this, and I know his commitment to tackling mental health issues in Northern Ireland is clear. So let us build up a suite of measures to tackle this. MAT, Lifeline Services, de-escalation pilots in Belfast and Londonderry, and resilience and wellbeing programmes across our schools and educational establishments, using our community and voluntary sectors to dovetail with such programmes to continue to help those who engage with MAT, to keep that intervention going beyond that first point of crisis. Enough homes have been destroyed by poor mental health, enough lives broken and sadly too many lost. Let us all take the steps necessary to stop this, and I believe this motion highlights just one worthy example. So, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I am very pleased that all speakers from across the Chamber today have supported this motion on mental health crisis support tabled by my colleagues Alex Easton and Paula Bradley. It is clear that the subject is very much recognised, and it is good that we do keep speaking up and ensuring that the issue never becomes taboo again. Turning to the members' comments, Alex Easton proposed the motion and spoke in detail about the COVID-19 survey conducted by the Stress, Trauma and Research Conditions, or STARC, undertaken by Queen's University, and the statistics uncovered around the impact of mental health in Northern Ireland during this trying time. Most notably that 1/3 of people locally met the criteria for depression. He mentioned that it was interesting that the media reporting had a role in the impact of mental health and referred to the recommendations, including those around drafting clear media guidelines and a public health campaign. Alex also touched on the negativity and commentary around the discussion of potential vaccines with the amount of misinformation that is out there. He spoke about the success and value of the pilot, which has not been fully rolled out to date, and about the benefit in terms of reducing impact on resource of all agencies involved, namely the health and social care sector, the PSNI and the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, who have been providing the on-the-spot mental health support to people in emotional crisis. He also spoke about the status of the future of MAT being unclear and talked about the vital and critical intervention provided by the multi-agency service, and ultimately asked the Minister to commit urgently to the expansion and funding of this particular project to all trust areas. Orlea Flynn spoke next. She said that mental health was universally accepted as an area of concern. She talked about the need for more than positive mental health slogans, the need for parity of esteem with physical health, and the need for collaboration for agencies to work together. Orlea is the chair of the APG on suicide prevention, and the APG is supportive and encouraging of the model of MAT. She spoke about the lived experience of individuals and recognised the many mental health groups which offer help in the community, and stated that more funding and progress was needed on the suicide strategy. Colin McGrath was next. He spoke of the debate being an incredibly important discussion that we're all affected by and should give consideration to our mental health. He referred to the most recent survey that the deprived areas are more at risk. He welcomed the appointment of Siobhan O'Neill to the post of Mental Health Champion and the need for staffing resource to support her work, and we welcome the clarification from the Minister on that subject. He spoke favourably on local mental health groups locally and of his own experience as a youth worker in the past. He also referred to his questioning of the reduction of money spent within the education system on counselling over the last number of years. Alan Chambers said that 1 in 4 will suffer from poor mental health and it affects all walks of life, and how true is that? He spoke of the mental health impact on physical health and vice versa, and of course of his own party's commitment to make mental health a key priority, mentioning the appointment of the interim mental health champion and the production of the mental health action plan. He did say that no one could disagree that despite the progress that has been made, nothing could have prepared us even for COVID-19, and that there was never a more important time to avoid ED attendances. He said it's good to talk and that no one should feel shame or see it as a sign of weakness for talking about their own mental health. Kelly Armstrong thanked Alex Deason for his personal contribution to the debate by talking about his own mental health. She also mentioned loneliness and being detached from other social contact and how damaging that is. She spoke of how 1/5 of the study showed symptoms of PTSD and reiterated that COVID restrictions should not remain for a day longer than necessary, and I certainly agree with that, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. MAT seems to have been a clear success, and she had no hesitation in recommending the rollout of MAT across the trusts. Joanne Bunting, as a member of the Policing Board, spoke on the impact that mental health has on policing, and that many shifts were spent amongst the corridors of hospitals when supporting those in crisis or in search operations for those who go missing. She said that the partnership approach addressed numerous problems and commended voluntary workers for their efforts in the same area within the community. Joanne highlighted that last Thursday was World Suicide Prevention Day and welcomed the appointment of Siobhan O'Neill, and was nervous of seeing the results from the scoping exercise being undertaken. She called for a short-term intervention in Belfast to face the current level of crisis. Colin Gildernew was next, and he thanked the members for tabling the motion and was impressed by the genuine empathy shown by members from across the chamber. He spoke from his knowledge and role on the Health Committee about the long record of underfunding of mental health. He also spoke about the work of the committee and the desire to return to the subject urgently in committee in light of the pandemic's demands on committee time. Colm also raised the issue of broadband availability, especially given the reliance of remote technology at present. Cara Hunter was next, and she spoke of the distress when dealing with constituents who require services, and we can all relate to that. She spoke of her time at council and about the good work of local voluntary groups like Extern, and that the longer-term funding is vital for these groups to continue. Cara is also heading up as chair a new APG on addiction and dual diagnosis, another vital area of concern which has the full support of all parties within this building. She asked the Minister to keep mental health at the top of his agenda, and I'm sure he will do that. So, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, there were some more comments. I'm not going to get through them all, so I won't try to. We had Mike Nesbitt, Karen Mullen, Jerry Carroll and Claire Sugden, and some very good commentary from across the chamber today. So we very much welcome the support that's been given to this motion today, and we thank the Minister for his response to the motion and understand the issues that have arisen there. But hopefully we will see in the very near future a full rollout of the MAP project, which has been so successful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Cameron. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. If members will take their ease for a few moments, the next item on the agenda is an adjournment debate standing in the name of Mr Gary Middleton. Thank you.
Okay, members, item 4 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, I have given leave to Gary Middleton to raise a matter of funding for the Crisis Intervention Service in his constituency. The proposer of the topic will have 15 minutes, and I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Members will be glad to know I don't intend to take the full 15 minutes. It is timely that we can discuss this adjournment motion following on from the previous motion that we've just had, and it ties in very nicely. 5 years ago, Mr Speaker, I made my maiden speech in this chamber on the issue of suicide prevention within my own constituency. We're back here this evening debating the issue of the Crisis Intervention Service and the need for long-term funding. A lot has changed in this past 5 years, but unfortunately, in many cases, that hasn't been for the better. My constituency in Foyle continues to see some of the highest rates of self-harm, with elevated numbers of individuals engaging in suicidal behaviour at the bridges and river. Statistics point to an increase of incidents. If we look at 2016, there were 309 incidents. 2018, 898 incidents. These incidents involve real people, human beings within our constituency. They're not just statistics. Recent figures will point to a similar shocking trend. Whilst there are many great organisations and charities out there providing vital services, these devastating figures make the case for the need to do things differently. Far too many lives have been lost and families devastated. One life lost is one too many. In 2019, the Crisis Intervention Service was developed. The service was developed to complement the Western Trust's 24-hour crisis response service at Altnagalvin. It was developed to help address the high rates of suicidal behaviour in the Western Trust area, which is among the highest in Northern Ireland. This service was initially run as a pilot scheme. However, this has now been extended on several occasions for a few months at a time. I do welcome the latest extension of the service until March 2021, and I do thank the Minister for listening to the concerns of us all
in the North West. It is, however, unacceptable that a fight has to be put up time and time again to have this service funded at a basic level. The Crisis Intervention Service in Londonderry, its employees, its volunteers, and most significantly, the service users deserve better than that. Last-minute funding decisions add further to the stress and the concern of those involved. The service was due to end in just 2 weeks' time. The funding announcement and extension was announced just last week. This causes serious issues for job retention of the skilled professionals involved in the service, and it also causes undue pressure on those having to work in the front line helping our most vulnerable. Again, the extension is very welcome. However, we must look at a long-term, sustainable funding model going forward. The benefits of the Crisis Intervention Service is well evidenced in the evaluation report conducted by the Ulster University. One service user, and I quote what this service user said, "I don't know what would have happened if the Crisis Intervention Service hadn't have been there for me, because all I say, I just wanted to jump in the river. You never know an impulse. I've been dealt a bad hand in so many ways, and it's time to cash in my chips. That's the way I look at it, and that's how I justify it to myself." This service is a vital lifeline to so many people in our city. The evaluation report recommended that the service should be maintained, and I think that is in no doubt. The opening hours and the publicity procedures need to be reviewed. We know that the service operates on a Thursday at 8 p.m. until a Sunday at 8 a.m. And we know that that isn't sufficient because the issues that many of those face don't stop or start at those times. They exist all of the time, and there should be a service to reflect that. And the evaluation also referenced that progress was needed on partnership among referral agencies. Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to many organisations within my constituency, Foyle Search and Rescue and the PSNI and many others, who do an incredible job at helping those in need. There are many other recommendations in the evaluation report which are relevant, but they all point to the fact that there needs to be a crisis intervention service in the area. There is also an economic response conducted by Professor Siobhan O'Neill and Dr. Adele Ennis. It clearly makes the economic case for the service. The savings that the service has to other agencies, emergency departments and the emergency services. However, this argument should not be an economic one. As I've said before, one life lost is one too many. The value of life is precious. When announcing the 3-month extension in June, the Minister stated, "The service has shown positive benefits for those clients who are in crisis, and I sincerely hope that funding is secured to enable the service to continue. It is incumbent on the Council to commission the service to secure a sustainable funding model going forward. I encourage all stakeholders to use this additional period as an opportunity to have those conversations and engage extensively with Extern to identify lasting funding options." I believe, and those who represent the Foyle constituency at all levels believe, that the Department for Health should be funding this vital service. We all agree on the significance of the Protect Life 2 strategy, yet time and time again, this service is on life support. We don't need further reports and strategies. We need funding and we need support. The Minister had said that he encourages all stakeholders to use the additional period as an opportunity to have those conversations and engage to identify lasting funding options. However, it has been disappointing that the Western Trust and the PHA have not been engaging with the Crisis Intervention Steering Group. I would be grateful if the Minister would ensure that there is representation at these steering group meetings. The Department for Health should give a view on the evaluation report and its findings. As we go forward, the challenges within our society are becoming greater. Experts have warned that the COVID-19 pandemic and any economic consequences or job losses may lead to an increase in suicidal behaviour and death by suicide. Initial data based on police records of incidents at the River Foyle shows an increase in suicide behaviour. This may be seen as the tip of the iceberg, since the majority of suicides occur in the person's home. People are avoiding presenting themselves to emergency departments at this time, which means that people in suicidal despair would particularly benefit from having an additional alternative place of support to go at the current time. As we continue to live with the virus and face the possibility of second waves, the service should be maintained as an essential component of the efforts to reduce the mental health impact. I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the Minister has championed mental health services, so this is not a criticism of the Minister, because I know that the Minister has so much on his plate, and we do support him in that role, and we do wish him well, and we will support him in whatever efforts need to be made, whether it be a bid to the Executive as a whole or whatever needs to be done. But I would plea that we're not standing here again in March 2021 making the same arguments for the same service, which we shouldn't have to make the case for. So I would urge the Minister to take on board these comments, and I just thank him for attending this debate here today, and I would urge everyone to please make their views known. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Martina Anderson.
Gormy Agat Cancoller, and I want to thank the member Gary Middleton for bringing this adjournment debate today, because as we know, from 1998 to 2018, 5,087 people have taken their lives in the north. I know the member knows that, and the Minister knows that. This means that more people have died throughout those years that have died during the 40 years of the conflict. And like the rest of the north, Derry has endured a mental health and suicide epidemic. This scourge has ravaged the people of Derry. It shakes our communities to the core, and it tears families apart. And yet a key life-saving service like the Community Crisis Intervention Service limps on month after month, receiving breadcrumbs from the Department of Health's table. Whilst the funding is welcome, the service got just enough money in June to last until the end of this month, and is now getting just enough money to survive until next March. No service can function properly with such financial uncertainty. I cannot recount the number of stories I have read or heard over the years where the Foyle Bridge in Derry, a passing jogger, motorist, local taxi driver, have stopped to bring a vulnerable person standing physically and mentally on the brink back to safety. Unfortunately, I also know stories of those who have jumped, of those whose lives have become so dark, who can see no glimmer of hope, who want nothing more than to end their suffering by jumping into the inky abyss below. Bodies missing for days. Foyle Search and Rescue, a fantastic organisation in Derry, scouring the river in search for a body, while desperate families organise search parties along the river bank to bring their mummy, daddy, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin, or their friend home. Those people who have taken their lives are not numbers or statistics. They were voices crying out for help, and it is our duty, especially your duty now, Minister, to ensure that their cries do not fall on deaf ears. That is why Derry needs a community crisis intervention service. Many people, particularly young men, who have not experienced the peace dividend of a bright and new beginning, have encountered the same lack of educational attainment, the same lack of employment prospects, and the same substance abuse that has plagued our community and society for over 20 years. It is those who are on the brink that the Community Crisis Intervention Service helps. This service literally saves lives, intervening and supporting those who suffer alone, providing timely, non-clinical and community responses to those in crisis, giving advice for those trying to cope with stress, anxiety and depression. The level of suicide rates that Derry experiences is undoubtedly compounded by poverty, social deprivation and a lack of opportunity. Suicide rates are higher in those areas that are most deprived. And whilst Derry has come a long, long way over the last 20 years, we know that we have much further to travel. We need to ensure financial resources are allocated to Derry City and District based on objective need. Part of that is ensuring the continued and long-term funding of the Community Crisis Intervention Service way beyond March 2021, because we have never needed a Community Crisis Intervention Service more. So, Minister, I appeal to you this evening. Do not allow a key service to be stripped away from Derry. Commit to the long-term investment of the Community Crisis Intervention Centre. And please, do the decent thing, the thing that I believe I know you want to do, and ensure that your department commits to this and that you're able to send that signal out to the people of Derry this evening. Go Romila Mayagov, thank you.
Thank you, and I call Mark Durkin.
Firstly, I'd like to start also by thanking Gary Middleton for tabling this motion today. As the Minister will hear this afternoon, as the Minister already knows, there is unanimous and strong political support for Derry's Community Crisis Intervention Service, and with very good reason. Often in this chamber, more so than outside in the real world, we see division or hear division over the daftest of issues and sometimes over fundamental political ideology. But this issue, suicide prevention, saving lives, is something that should unite us all and something that does unite us all. This critical, life-saving service is something that our city, Derry, Londonderry, whatever you want to call it, I just call it home, was crying out for. It was, and it is, very badly needed. The Council led the way. They had to drag the Western Trust and the Department of Health to the table. We even had to get a significant contribution from Foyle Search and Rescue, a tremendous local charity, to make ends meet. It was only after my intervention, I have to say, identifying underspend in the Belfast de-escalation service and getting it redirected to Derry, that Foyle Search and Rescue could be reimbursed their £20,000, which they can now use, or have now used, doing what they do best, saving lives and helping families in their darkest hours. The service has been a success. Don't just take my word for it. The Minister will have read the evaluation. It has saved lives, and like Gary, I have heard directly from people who say they wouldn't be here today had it not been for that crisis intervention service. It has been a success despite uncertainty over its future, staff being uncertain about their futures and lurching from one funding crisis to another. This is not the way to run any service, but it's definitely not the way to run a service of this nature. The dark cloud, or the spectre of closure hanging over it, is not just bad for the morale and retention of the diligent, dedicated staff, it's bad for the collective mental well-being of our city. I want to take this opportunity to place on record my appreciation and respect for those extern staff today. Derry City and Strabane District Council didn't embark on this pilot or on this project for the crack. The evaluation makes for stark, sore reading. The rates of suicide and self-harm in the North West are shocking. They're scandalous, and it's just so sad. My thoughts are with all those families that have been devastated by suicide, and with those individuals out there who battle with demons every day. I commend the Council on their efforts to get this up and running. They had to do it because no one else was going to do it. But now I can't help but feel this project is suffering because it was Council-led, that someone somewhere in the Department of Health is saying, that wasn't my idea, so I don't like it. If that's the case, then tell us what you don't like. help support and shape the service. Don't starve it. We need to protect life, not egos. I want to thank all of those involved in the gruelling work of suicide prevention, both in the statutory and community sector. I know many of the individuals in the Trust and the Department who work flat out round the clock under huge constraints and under huge stress to tackle ever-increasing and ever more complex cases. But there is clearly a systemic issue. It's evident still in terms of the mental health budget and in how difficult individuals find it to access the support they need when they need it. But other community-based initiatives should be embraced, not feared and rejected. It's about complementarity, not competition. My recent proposal for a North West Suicide Prevention Task Force has been dismissed as it would undermine work currently being done. I don't want to undermine it. I want to underline it, because the sad reality is that too many people out there honestly believe that nothing is being done.
The member draws remarks to a close.
This project clearly falls under the remit of the Department of Health, and will obviously support and have called for funding from other sources. While it's clearly Minister Swan's responsibility to lead on this, the Executive does have a responsibility as well. We've had ministers tripping over themselves to give their commitment or talk about their commitment to mental health. Talk is cheap. Life is precious. Saving lives is precious. And the retention of the long-term funding of this project is good value for money. It needs done, Minister. Please do it.
Thank you, and it was remiss of me not to advise members that they have 5 minutes. Thank you. I call Karen Mullen.
I also want to thank Gary Middleton for bringing forward today's adjournment debate on Derry's Crisis Intervention Service, particularly following on from this afternoon's motion. I also want to thank the Minister for being here for both today. Across the three parties here that represent the people of Foyle, this is certainly one issue that unites us. The Minister and his department has received many pieces of correspondence and questions from us and others across our city. Minister, we are all aware of the massive pressures on your department in relation to the COVID pandemic, and in fact the real pressures that were there before COVID. But I have to say it's very disappointing when I and others have written to you to meet and discuss the crisis intervention in Derry, and that could not be accommodated. It is also disappointing to have questions not answered by their deadline, and to read in the newspapers of additional funding without any detail being provided to any of us MLAs here tonight. Like my colleague across the chamber, I welcome the extension of the funding, but as said, this is not a way to provide vital services. Our job in this Assembly and in committees is to scrutinise while working with ministers and departments to deliver first-class services for all our constituents. In the case of the crisis intervention in Derry, that has been lacking. There is a big enough crisis in my city with mental health without a crisis every 6 months over finding funding for this vital service. Minister, I know how much you care, and I heard your commitment here today again, and this has also been further demonstrated by the very welcome appointment of Professor Siobhan O'Neill as the interim mental health champion, and it's good to hear today from you the resources that is attached to that office. But the people of Derry have been expecting announcements and action in relation to the future of crisis intervention and wider mental health services, given that mental health is a priority in the new decade new approach and across the Executive. When someone reaches out for help and support, they must have access to it, and my party supports the appropriate funding of and access to crisis services. The Protect Life 2 strategy identifies the need for an out-of-hours crisis de-escalation service. The Derry model has been providing that for nearly 2 years as a pilot, but yet there was no budget allocation in the strategy for 2021. Earlier today, this Assembly debated a motion on the expansion of the MAT partnership across all trusts. Minister, I asked again that when reviewing the existing model, that the Dairy Crisis Intervention Pilot be part of that review and form part of the recommendations for going forward. I further asked, Minister, that you and your officials work with us and all our stakeholders as to what those services will look like for dairy. Before I conclude, I want to pay tribute to those involved in delivering this service, like others have done tonight. Extern, Foyle Search and Rescue, Council, PSNI, Western Health and Social Care Trust, and the members of the steering group, for without them, we would not have had a local service for the last 2 years, a service that has and is saving lives. And finally, Ceann, the current cost of Dairy's crisis intervention service is £130,000 per year. Small change in comparison to the overall health budget, so it is more than value for money for the service and the support that it provides. Like others here tonight, Minister, I urge that you provide long-term funding required to ensure this life-saving service continues.
Thank you. And I call Colm Gildernew.
I welcome the opportunity to return to the important issue of the cross-cutting support needed for crisis intervention services we discussed earlier, and I would like to update members on the committee's consideration of this matter, and also to thank the member for bringing this to the Assembly. At the meeting on 18th of June 2020, the Committee for Health considered correspondence from Extern and the Derry and Strabane District Community Policing Partnership regarding the prospective closure of the Community Crisis Intervention Service. The Committee welcomed the Minister's statement of 16th of June announcing an extension of funding for the service. However, the Committee noted that this extension was short-term only and wrote to the Department to ask if any consideration has been given to longer-term funding for the service. The Minister advised of the further 3-month funding package granted and made the case for a multi-agency funding approach, given the benefits to PSNI from the service. In addition, the Committee requested details on the planned reconfiguration of mental health crisis services, as described in Action 8.2 of the Mental Health Action Plan, including information on the timeframe and any scoring system to be used in the review. We were informed that the Chief Medical Officer was leading on this and that the proposed timeframe was between September and December of this year, with the caveat that the pandemic may require an extension. The Minister also advised that the review would look at the wider context of crisis support in mental health and consider all available evidence, in addition to evaluating existing services. Closely connected to ongoing challenges at EDs and the review of urgent and emergency care, the Committee understands the review will also aim to identify improvements which will reduce the number of people attending emergency departments as a result of a mental health crisis. As I said earlier, the Committee will no doubt be keeping this matter under review as part of our wider scrutiny of transformation and rebuilding services. I am struck by today's debate and indeed the earlier debate in relation to the issue that we all know exists, whereby if you have a broken leg, people will come across the street to talk to you and comfort you and offer support and advice, whereas if you have a mental health problem, they will often at times avoid discussing it, avoid raising it or whatever. But it also strikes me that the other thing about the broken leg is that you can go and get something done about that when it happens and when you're in pain. In terms of mental health services, those same access to services at the time when you really need it do not exist, and I think until such times as we can create a network of services right across the north that deal with that, we will not be treating mental health issues in the terms of parity with physical health.
Thank you, Cormac, and I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party has long recognised the need to develop and support new innovative approaches to helping people at a time of emotion crisis. The Community Crisis Intervention Service has undoubtedly saved lives, and it's not just its absolute emphasis of a community response, but also the fact that it is focused on working during the hours of 8 p.m. on Thursdays, to 8 a.m. on Sunday mornings when some other support organisations may not be there for people. The service has been an immediate safety net, providing a short-term solution to an immediate crisis. That is why I was pleased that Robin Swan has not once but twice personally intervened to secure the ongoing provision of the service. The first was in June this year, when he provided over £32,000 for a breathing space for the Council to try to reach a longer-term funding solution. At the time, it was also made clear that it would have been useful for funding discussions to also involve the other departments and the Policing and Community Safety Partnership, given the clear benefits to the services for the PSNI. Regrettably, nothing came to fruition. So once again, the Minister intervened, but this time it wasn't just for 3 months, but for 6. Whilst other departments and statutory bodies often talk a good talk, it's regrettable that none other than Minister Swan were able to offer even a part contribution to the service. If other statutory bodies are serious about this service and continuing on a sustainable basis, they all need to step up to the plate. They need to dig deep into their pockets, and they need to help create a long-term funding package and a model that is available for even longer operating hours. I wish this invaluable service well going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for bringing this debate today. It is not my constituency, although as a former resident of Eglinton it was once, so I respond not as just as the party health spokesperson, but also as someone who has a natural sympathy for the area. My remarks will be brief, as much as the clear case for retention of the service and for placing it on long-term funding has already been made. Indeed, the clear case exists not just for retention, but extension. I so recognise that funding sources may need to be wider than just the Department of Health, but as we have heard in the earlier debate, it is essential that we do not just see money allocated to these services as spent, but rather as saved. Services such as these are classic cases of the type of early intervention which the entire process of transforming our health and social care system is all about. By allocating funding to services such as these in the longer term, we should recognise that by intervening early and therefore intervening effectively, we can turn lives around. There is surely nothing more important than that. I have spoken to my party's councillors in the area, and I would emphasise the other point that was raised in the earlier debate also, that crisis intervention should be so much more an innate part of the overall mental health service and indeed the health and social care system generally. The objective is that crisis intervention can be a fundamental part of primary care, providing a direct link for the police, the ambulance service and the fire service, rather than having to direct people to an already inevitably busy emergency department at Altnagelvin or elsewhere. This type of early intervention would see the most appropriate care provided immediately, with adequate follow-ups within a few days, and thus the most effective channel to help people in need without the need for referrals other than in the most extreme cases. So to re-emphasise 2 key points, the service cannot survive by having to chase after a pot of funding every few months. It needs a longer-term footing, but secondly, we could provide much longer-term funding. It could become a true anchor for the service and for improving mental health across the whole area, and thus potentially a model for elsewhere in this country. In closing, I wish to express my thanks to everyone who's involved in the service to date and to wish them well for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Gary for bringing this important debate forward. Although I'm not an elected representative of Foyle, I have to say my constituents do avail of external services, so I'm delighted to be here today to speak on this issue. In my time serving as a Derry and Strabane District Council as a councillor, I was greatly impressed by the work and the commitment CCIS has to those struggling with mental ill health. They are providing vital services to their local community. serving people from the outskirts of Strabane right through to Derry City and constituents from Claudy. In the midst of a global health pandemic, and as discussed in the mental health crisis debate earlier today, the need for on-the-spot mental health support is painfully apparent. We fear and have extreme concern regarding what the North West would look like without access to a service like this, a community-based programme with a listening ear, available out of hours and on their doorstep. If we cannot afford to fund this life-saving service, what kind of message are we sending to the wider public? I have spoken at length with staff at CCIS. You can tell the impact that this service has had on reducing suicidal behaviour within the wider council area. I would ask and urge the Minister and other executive colleagues to please consider a long-term and ring-fenced funding strategy for this critical suicide prevention service.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm not a member of the constituency, I'm not a dairy man, but I think it's important to be here and speak in support of this service and other services like it across the north. Too often services like this spend too much time chasing funding when they should be doing what they're best at, which is supporting people with mental health issues. And people have expressed to me that the Crisis Intervention Service in Derry is a vital amenity for the city and the North West, and I believe them and I take their word for it. And it has saved lives, as people have obviously emphasised here tonight. And on World Suicide Prevention Day, the Minister obviously announced another £60,000 of funding to keep the service going until March. Of course, this funding has been broadly welcomed. It's a service nobody wants to lose in Derry. However, the treatment of the service isn't good enough. People dependent on the service can't be sure it will be there the year after or the year after that. Workers can't be sure whether they'll have a job, and no one can make long-term plans to tackle mental ill health on this basis. Like my constituency, Mr. Speaker, Derry and the North West suffers disproportionately from a legacy of deprivation and disinvestment, and the implementation of Tory welfare reforms has had a vicious negative impact on the most vulnerable and low-paid workers in all communities there. Absolute poverty has increased, and these factors drive a tremendous mental health challenge for people in Derry and beyond. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, by not sourcing core funding for the Crisis Intervention Service, I believe the Executive is sending the wrong message to Derry and the North West. And a service that I am more familiar with, Campus Counselling, based in the Shankill, also required council intervention to save a fundamental and important mental health service as well. It's a pattern that happens too often. Mr. Speaker, the New Decade, New Approach, as we've heard already, makes a series of commitments to develop Derry and the North West. I would ask, what message does it send to people in Derry and in the North West that they are forced to organise an all-out effort every couple of months to keep the doors of this vital service open? Hundreds of millions of pounds wasted on the likes of RHI, but funding for 30,000 or 60,000 for the Crisis Intervention Service requires the big effort and investment and action by the Derry and Strabane Council and others to demand it. For me, this sends out the wrong message, and the people in Derry will tell you that. They've told me that already prior to this debate. They will tell you that nothing has changed. The new Stormont is the old Stormont when it comes to Derry and the North West. Promises but little delivery. People in Derry are fed up with a half-a-loaf treatment, and the mental health crisis is one of the greatest challenges of the 21st century, and the health pandemic, as we've heard earlier, and its socio-economic aftershocks will make it even more challenging. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, the Minister and the Executive need to use this opportunity now to identify core long-term funding for the Derry Crisis Intervention Service and make it part of the Mental Health Action Plan. The job of the Executive is to help people, not abandon them, and generate cynicism and hopelessness. Derry needs a new deal, and let's send a message today that we are serious about delivering this by making a priority of establishing core funding for this essential service. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Minister for Health, Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank Mr. Middleton for proposing this adjournment debate, which I think works well and ties in well with the debate that we've just had in the Assembly in regards to our mental health crisis support. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a testimony and a dedication to the members here tonight for those who have attended and stayed for an adjournment debate, because I know when we were in other sittings and other sessions, if you got the local representatives from that constituency to stay, it was an achievement. So I would just like to thank all the members from across all the parties and other constituencies who have stayed tonight to join in this debate and support the representatives from Foyle in this adjournment debate, because this debate provides us again with a welcome opportunity to discuss the funding for the Community Crisis Intervention Service in Londonderry. And I'll repeat, some of the commentary from the earlier debate, Mr. Speaker, because since taking up the post as Minister of Health, I've made it very clear that mental health is a priority for me and my department. So I know Mr. Durkin's phrases earlier on in regards to ego. I hope that's not directed at me or anywhere near any of my and I just want to clarify that approach, because it's not how I work, and it's definitely not how I work in regards to mental health. Because, Mr. Speaker, for far too long people have struggled to access appropriate mental health services when they need them. For far too long, suicide has cast a shadow over our communities and robbed us of too many lives. So it's important to note that suicide prevention, it's not a single issue. And in particular, it links with drugs, it links with alcohol and deprivation, as Mr. Carroll indicated, are widely acknowledged through experience and research and best practice. Protect Life 2 focuses on suicide prevention as a societal issue and seeks to ensure collaborative cross-departmental engagement. And I think that was referenced earlier on by Ms Flynn in the previous debate, because it addresses the risk factors for suicide and self-harm, as well as engagement across wider society. Because suicide prevention, Mr. Speaker, requires work across a range of settings and services, because the combined knowledge, expertise and resources of all our departments and the differing sectors is essential to reduce the suicide rate. Londonderry's Crisis Intervention Service was commissioned, as many members have said, by Derry and Strabane District Council, and is delivered solely by Extern. The service began in January 2019 and provides a timely, non-clinical community response to individuals experiencing social, emotional or situational crisis, and that has been indicated here today. This service was initially piloted for 1 year, due to end in December 2019, and that was extended until June 2020. £27,000 of transformational slippage funding was allocated to the service in March 2020, and I agreed to provide a one-off injection of just over £32,000 funding to Derry and Strabane District Council to allow a breathing space for the Council to extend the service for a further 3 months to the end of this month to try and reach a funding solution with stakeholders. That work is ongoing and is going in a positive direction. I agreed last week, as has been referenced, to allocate a further £60,000 to enable the service to continue until the end of March 2021 while that work is ongoing. I know the service wrote to a number of departments, but health was the only one that responded financially to allow that piece of work to continue. Mr. Speaker, a separate funding arrangement is being explored for the service thereafter by both Council and Extern. I felt it important to maintain the service to allow them to do that piece of work, and that's why I provided the funding until the end of March 2020, until the crisis service review work is completed, because this piece of work is included in that review, and also in context of COVID-19 and the impact that undoubtedly has on mental health. The committee chair referred to Action 8.2 and contained in the Mental Health Action Plan, and I referred again, Mr. Speaker, in the debate earlier on about the specific steps that involves. One of those is to consider the interactions between different crisis response services, and that's such as our MAT teams, the Home Crisis Teams, emergency departments, 999, the police, primary care, and the multidisciplinary teams. So all that work is part of how we do this to make sure we serve the people across Northern Ireland in the best way possible. Mr. Speaker, I just haven't read the evaluations. I visited the service earlier this year and talked to the people who actually delivered, and I was impressed by the work undertaken by the service to help those most in need, and I was particularly impressed by the dedication and commitment of those individuals, because this service is person-centred, and we must all recognise that anyone can find themselves in need of such a service. Extern have advised me that over 475 people have received time-critical and immediate intervention since the initiative commenced, and I have no doubt that this has saved lives. Some of these people have been brought to the service by Foyle Search and Rescue, some have been brought by the PSNI, others have availed of accessibility and been brought by family and friends. Service users have consistently benefited from the non-clinical approach that is taken, because often a busy hospital or emergency department environment is not helpful for someone in crisis. The therapeutic environment of the Crisis Intervention Service is much more appropriate. The majority of clients have not required any further services directly after attending the Crisis Intervention Service, and I think this point in particular underlies its effective working. Whilst above all the benefits of this service have been for the clients themselves, there are also significant benefits for PSNI colleagues who have a place of safety where they contact someone in crisis. The service evaluation, as referred to on a number of occasions, clearly shows that police officers feel that the service allows them to treat clients more effectively and allows them to carry on with other duties as they are confident the person is safe. The demands mental health crises place on police forces has been very clear for some time, and I therefore think there is a strong argument for the justice sector to consider contributing to funding such initiatives going forward, because reducing the devastating impact of suicide and self-harm in Northern Ireland requires, as many members have said, collaboration across all sectors of society, and can only be achieved by working together across all government departments and with stakeholders from all sections of society, and that includes local councils. And on this, I would commend Derry and Strabane District Council for the proactive work they have undertaken to commission this service. Members will be aware on the 19th of May I published my department's Mental Health Action Plan. Policy work on developing proposals for crisis intervention services is now being taken forward through the Mental Health Action Plan. There is a specific action within that plan to develop proposals for crisis services. It is expected the review into mental health crisis services will be completed by March 2021. This will take into account the evaluation of the Derry Crisis Intervention Services, as well as similar pilots which operate in Belfast and the multi-agency triage team. The review is expected to make recommendations for the future delivery of crisis intervention services and also enhance coordination of a range of associated programmes, including mental health crisis services, the Towards Zero Suicide programme, Lifeline and the multi-agency triage team, because decisions on future delivery of crisis services will be taken by the Department once that work is completed. I am also committed to delivering a new mental health strategy by July next year. That strategy was already needed before the pandemic, but the need for a new comprehensive strategic direction and funding plan has now never been greater. As I have said many times, Mr. Speaker, mental health is one of my top priorities. I am honoured to be in this position where I can drive strategic change and improvement to mental health services and to improve the psychological well-being and mental resilience of the population. And I trust the allocation of £60,000 will allow Extern and Derry and Strabane District Council to ensure service continuity and stability for the service and contribute to suicide prevention, which is vital in these challenging times for those who are most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the member for bringing this adjournment.
I thank the Minister, and the Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you all.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.